그때도 쉽게 이긴 게 아니라 정말 어렵게 이겼기 때문에.
It is semi-finals time today. We get to see if the Coup Tigers or KT Rolster go on to face SK Telecom. Nagne hacking away at the Nexus. Grab onto prey mixes. Nagne's still so low. He's got that shield. The Nexus, he gets it. KT ties it up. What a backdoor. What a game from KT.
그때 당시에 저희가 마지막 5경기까지 가서 블라인드 전까지 갔는데
Ku holding on by the thinnest of threads. Solar Flare goes down. They slow Kuro. Kuro taken out by Arrow. And that is it. It is over. And KT is going to the grand finals.
블라인드 전에서는 약간 가위가위보 싸움 같은 거죠. 롤드컵 같은 경우에는 블라인드가 없기 때문에 5경기까지 가도 좀 이길 수 있지 않을까 생각해요.
이번에도 쉽지는 않다고 생각하지만 그때처럼 이길 수 있다고도 생각하고 있어요.
Getting dunked. It's a double kill, make that a triple kill for Smebs Darius.
He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
Ku Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Welcome to the final day of the 2015 World's Quarterfinals. Once again, we're bringing you all of the action from the historic SSE Arena at Wembley, where two more contenders step onto the rift and vie for the final semi-final berth. Well, the fans are out in droves and pumped up in London. Some optimistic EU fans there as well. And of course, here are the teams KT Rolster and the Ku Tigers apparently sharing a bus to the venue, arriving just a short time ago. They will hit the stage in just a few minutes to see who advances to Brussels to face Fnatic. Welcome back, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and staking a claim to the analyst desk today, our head coach of Europe's Rockcat, Jacob Yamato-Kennen Mebdi, North America's Aiden Zyrene Moon, along with Renegades jungler Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Gentlemen, final day of the analyst desk here in LA for the quarterfinals. How does it feel?
You just gave it away. We're in LA.
I think people knew.
Everybody keeps asking me my solo queue games. They're like, how are you here?
Why are you
Don't
playing
you
on
have
ping?
300 ping?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm in LA, bro. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bittersweet. But I mean, this is a great game to end the quarterfinals on. KT versus Ku Tigers here. And this is just a Korea matchup from the semifinals. And I think we're going to get a really good series here, possibly all 5 games.
Now, to start us off, let's check how the things stand in the bracket. Yesterday, Fnatic were able to take down Edward Gaming in a surprising 3-0 series to secure their semifinal spot. We heard from the players themselves that they weren't even expecting to advance in just 3 games. So what does this say about Fnatic as a team moving forward?
Well, I don't think that the 3-0 really says anything to how they played. You know, EDG was a little sloppy, but focusing on the KT versus Ku, these two teams have a top-notch top laner, and they usually focus their strategy around these guys, and that's how we saw Fnatic win yesterday and really step up during the group stages. So whatever happens in the semifinals, it's going to be explosive in that top lane.
Yeah, for sure. Like in Fnatic's case, I think this is the best they've played ever. Like this best of 5 against EDG, even though it was a 3-0, it was by far the best Fnatic League of Legends we've seen so far.
I definitely echo those sentiments there. I really don't have too much to add off of that. I think that Fnatic has been playing an immaculate game so far, and their game up against oh my God, my brain is
EDG.
terrible. It's
EDG yesterday?
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm still not
You're
awake.
still too excited
Still not
about the
awake.
great series that's coming ahead of us.
I really am. I'm just trying to look for it. But anyway, Fnatic versus EDG, that series came down to in-game shot calling after they were set up in Champion Select. And I feel like Fnatic walked away with better shot calling from Yellowstar and better setup from Daylor.
All right, well, they will be playing one of the 2 teams from today's series. So turning to that series, we're going to step inside Wembley Arena to meet our quarterfinalists.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from around the world, and here at the SSE Arena, hello, moms and dads. We are getting ourselves set up and ready for the 5th and final quarterfinal here before we move on to Brussels. Before we get the games underway, I think we need to meet our teams. Starting on the blue side, representing Korea's LCK, it's KT Rolster!
KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
In the top lane, it's Someday. Ganking from the jungle, it's Score. Helming the mid lane, Nagne. The on-point AD carry, Arrow. And roaming support, Peekaboo. FLICKR is your substitute support. And KT's coach, Oh Chang-jung. Put your hands together for KT Rolster. Coup Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. The second team, the Coup Tigers. In the top lane, it's Smeb. In the jungle, Hojin. From the mid lane, Kuro. Their AD carry, put your hands together for Prey. And their support, Gorilla! Substitute jungler, Wisdom! And their coach, No Fei. Once again, put your hands together for the Coup Tigers! Both of these teams are fighting for the right to advance to the semi-finals in Brussels. It's KT Rolster taking on the Coup Tigers!
Our last two quarterfinal teams here. The last time we saw these teams play in a best-of-5, it went all 5. Blind pick to decide the series. KT getting the better of it that time around. We'll see if Coup is able to exact their revenge. Now that we've met the competitors, though, let's take a deeper dive into this Korean matchup, KT Rolster versus the Coup Tigers. Again, as I said, it's a rematch from the summer playoffs, the semifinals, where KT got the better of them this time around. Is that going to happen again, though?
I think these teams have been playing very solid and very almost one-dimensional just because of how much they rely on their side lanes to really carry them through the mid-game. And the Coup is a team that's been really known to dissect another team's play and really just shun them for the rest of their time and completely expose them. They've never quite done that against a Korean team, though. And I think that if they're going to do that today, this is the match to do it, because they already had a remake in which previously they were struggling a bit against KT during the regular season, but managed to go the distance against them in that best-of-5. So I do agree that it's going to be a bit more targeted, but the play is just going to come out and be spectacular.
I feel as well, simply because of the fact in the Korean League with the blind pick as a final game, if you rewatch the series between KT and Coup, you could really think in your mind that after that fourth game, that Coup really had better odds in a standard pick game, because they really figured out the band at that point.
And something that you look at here when you go for what Coup likes to do, Coup likes to do 5-on-5 fights. KT is really skirmish-oriented, and they control the map with vision extraordinarily well. You were talking about playing to their side lanes. I did some statistic research here. KT is the #1 ward per minute team in the world. And they've upped their game by 0.5 wards per minute. And just to give you some, because it's all relative, right?
Between
Yes,
their
between then
regional play and now.
worlds, exactly. So their regional play 3.7 topped the world. Now they're at 4.2, which is absolutely insane. And the big part of this is Someday. Someday is the #1 ward per minute top laner in the entire world. He does so much work for his team. Not only is he that carry, he is providing so much vision. Level 9, he's always backing and getting his ward trinket, and it's always spinning on cooldown. This guy adds so much vision, and when you have that many wards on the map, you always have a teleport location. It gets him into these fights much easier.
That's exactly the kind of top lane play you expect from probably the best top laner in this whole tournament. Always going in for those deep wards puts such an amount of pressure, especially if you can help the jungler's job of tracking the other guy by putting 2 wards in the enemy camp. That puts so much stress into the opponent team. And I really want to see how they actually handle that. What are the timings for the sweepers and the pink wards for the Coup Tigers?
We talk about vision control. Someday's playing a big role in that, but of course the supports are one of the largest roles in that. I want to look at Peekaboo versus Gorilla. Peekaboo, we came into this tournament saying this is the guy who's going to pressure around the map constantly. He's going to team up with the jungler. He's going to invade your jungle. He's going to make those early roams and make the plays.
Yeah, Peekaboo was the guy that, they were kind of a mediocre team. They were in the middle of the pack. Then he just went, bam, we have this playmaker now who just gets them online. KT had a problem closing games out, and Peekaboo really solved that for them. And Peekaboo's also #1 in wards for his role here at Worlds, and he's doing an outstanding job for the team.
The most standout thing about Peekaboo is when he gets to roam with score. So he gets freed up in the laning phase, and then they just go and take over the jungle so well. They can really just shut down an opposing jungler and support, but just being that better of a roaming squad. Though the way that SKT handled that was picking a lot of pushing lanes so that you would contain Peekaboo to the lane, and he was unable to find any roaming opportunities, which I think should be the approach that Coup take this game, because you do not want to leave this guy any room.
I feel like every time we talk about supports, we call them playmakers, we call them roamers. So that is, I think in this particular matchup, we have 2 great supports that are playmakers, that are roamers, and that is enabled simply because of their strong laning phase as well. They are able to push their advantages in laning phases, like where they are in a position where they push, and then they transition that across the map, which is beautiful to me.
And I think Gorilla is kind of a standout support here at Worlds in terms of playmaking that you're talking about. His laning is great, but when you get him to roam around the map, his thresh, he's making plays, whatever he's on, he's going to be able to create picks, and that's the type of playmaking that Gorilla does. And he gets his team back in the game, even if they're struggling and have that little deficit at the start.
Speaking of thresh, I do think that's going to be a highly prioritized support here, because unlike the other supports, thresh has a lot more versatility to his toolkit that helps the 2v2 roam squad that much more because of the threat of the lantern, getting somebody out of a sticky situation, and really setting up plays as opposed to how one-dimensional a roaming Alistar or a Braum could be.
Don't catch.
Morgana.
Let's bounce over to the mid lane though now, because this is a very interesting matchup of 2 laners who we have pegged them as being very passive support laners who probably aren't going to do much. If anything, we could possibly ignore, because there's an earthquake on one half of the stage right now. But we can, possibly ignore the mid lane for a good portion of the game. But once we get to the team fight phase, that's where these guys really start to have their impact.
I think this is actually a really good matchup for both of them because they don't have too much pressure on each other, and they like to scale up. They like to get to that mid game, play the Victors, play the Azirs, Cassiopeia and stuff like that, and then come into the team fights. But they're going to allow each other to do that. Unless one of them decides they're going to pull out a different play style, they're going to be very aggressive and try to blow the game wide open.
We've deemed them to be quite passive, but they usually go until they get to the point where the champion has enough items to just one-shot the other guy and just catch him out of surprise. So, for example, a lot of Victor play, Kuro being the one guy that's absolutely amazing Victor.
The Victor player.
I mean, gets that first laser upgrade, and then bam, he's all over you in the mid lane. So once they get the items, they go for it, but they're not the kind of guys that are just going to go for those really chip plays in the early game to try to put yourself at danger as well as your opponent.
It kind of speaks into the thing we talked about yesterday, for example, with Fabiv, and he likes to be put in these matchups where he just farms for the like major duration of the game on those victors, on those Azir, and that gets heavily impacted by what happens on the sidelines, as we spoke about earlier. If someday gets pressure in top, he's going to transition that into mid. Same thing with the supports in the bottom. If they're going to get pressure, they're going to transition that into mid and cause pressure there as well. So watch out for that.
Yeah, these are both time bomb mid laners in my book. They are both they aren't volatile, but once they hit that timer and hit critical mass, the Azir is going to come at you, they're going to blow you up, and they're going to be taking down your AD carry, and you have to worry about your positioning when these guys get to their item breakpoints.
All right, well, you touched on some days warding. We also just mentioned how the top lane focus might bleed into the other lanes once one of those two gets an advantage. So that's the final matchup I want to look at, Smeb versus Someday. Two of the better top laners in this tournament.
Absolutely, and yesterday we saw how important these top lane picks could be with Huni's Riven. Both of these guys play Riven very well also, and you know, Smeb he even had a pentakill in the LCK on the Riven, which is a very impressive champion once it's mastered to the fullest, and with all these high skill cap matchups like the Fiora and I guess Renekton to an extent, who knows what's left to be desired in the top lane that's for picks. So I think whoever has a final say and really a deeper understanding of how matchups operate in the top lane will have the edge, unless, of course, they play Lulu and just make the game.
Like,
Please don't do that.
Personally, why I love Smeb as a player is because he has shown that he can play both ways. You know, these top laners that play the defensive way, like more the stake way. Sure, not to that level, but you get my point with like the more tanky champions like Maokai, while Someday struggles on that way when he doesn't get the priority on his picks. So personally, like, in this matchup, I feel they have more flexibility with Sweat, but on paper, Someday is stronger with the current meta going on.
All right, well, with all this in mind, we'll be looking to you on social media to share your thoughts on our question of the day. We're asking, what has surprised you the most from quarterfinals so far and why? Send your responses to @LOLEsports with the hashtag Worlds so we can highlight a few a little later. Of course, now it's time for you, gentlemen, to put your money where your mouth is. Which is going to be our last team to make it on to the semifinals? Yamato, we're starting with you.
I'm going to say Coup Tigers, simply because simply because they've shown.
Stage.
Come on,
no, okay, go
come
ahead.
on. They've shown in the past that they are good at coming in with strategy. I feel like this particular matchup is Brute against Mind, and I'm going to go with Mind this time, simply because the last game is not a blind pick.
All right, Zyrene?
I'm going with KT. I feel like KT, just ever since I've been watching this team and they picked up Peekaboo, it's just a huge surge for them. They made it to the finals. They beat them in the best of 5, but that was, it's a funny history between these two teams because Ku is the innovator, right? They come up with the Juggernaut, they come up with the Malphite and the Victor, but then KT goes, oh, that's really smart. I'm going to take that. I'm going to perfect that. They are more successful with Juggernaut compositions than Ku is, even though they invented it. And I feel like KT is just the guys who go, thank you for the lunch money. Now I'm going to beat you with it.
Jeez.
And I love that.
Whoa!
You like that?
All right, well, we're 1-1. Crumbs, it's only fitting that we come to you for the tiebreak.
Yes, the pick for me is KT. I think that this team has a fantastic top laner with the impact that Peekaboo can provide. And even though I think that Ku's goal to win this game should be to focus on the bot lane area, you know, hasn't been as consistent as you would hope, I don't think that Prey has been stepping up big enough to actually punish him that hard. So I do think that KT's going to come out ahead, and I'm really putting all my money in Someday's mouth. As you said, put your money where your mouth is.
Put your money where your mouth is. Don't put it in his mouth. Come on, that's not. The guy has to go play League of Legends now, Crumbs. Well, the desk is favoring the team that won the last matchup between these two teams. We'll see if Ku can rebound. As we hand it off to our casters for the play-by-play, we'll look at how KT's Peekaboo rebounded from a season-ending injury to compete on the world stage.
When I was SKT, the last game was KT. That was my funeral. 그때 아팠을 때 여기랑 여기가 바늘로 찌르는 느낌이 들었고 또 돌덩이 얹은 느낌이라 되게 무겁고 I played too many games and doctor says, oh, you can't use it anymore. That's why I lived SKT. And while I'm like just resting in my home, KT like wants me to come as a support. My head coach just wants me like every time. I'm kind of like impressed about that, so I choose KT for my team. At first, when I joined the team, my teams doesn't know how to communicate. I didn't thought KT is like a bad team ever, but maybe if I go in KT, I could make it better. All KT members like look so kind, so they're gonna follow my orders and like what I'm speaking. So I just tell what he needs to say and how to communicate. So that's why now we're on good on communication. That's why we're on quarterfinal.
Alistar's camping on the lantern.
하고 싶어. 할게.
나이스.
Oh, boy! Peekaboo! That communication.
They wait very, very patiently, play conservatively, bait out a mistake, and then smash you.
My play style just like I just want to go anywhere where I want to go.
Peke's actually a little low.
Oh, Pekka's dead!
But after I played with SKT and we lost, and I thought, oh, there's my having a trouble with my playstyle, so I changed my playstyle, having aggressive and kind of calmness. So it's like a balance. If I made a mistake, team's gonna be like getting trouble. So I just need to like keep thinking. I need to do my like best.
I really made a lot of mistakes during these seasons and during the game. So I need to keep more hard about myself. And I just need to keep carrying our teammates.
I want to play with SKT, and I'm gonna beat SKT because we lost every game in LCK. So I really want to beat SKT, and we'll be the world championship winner.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Doa-Lundquist, and sharing the booth with me today for our series is Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels and Joshua Jat Leisman. It's Korea versus Korea, so we have to do the wave, right?
The double wave is mandatory.
There, and then sometimes one of these. There we go. But man, KT versus KOO Tigers. Last time we saw these guys, semifinal match in OGN Champion Summer, went the distance. It was epic, and I expect it will be equally, if not more, epic today.
It was a spectacular series that went all 5 games. Mind you, most of the games were pretty one-sided, but I'm really hoping we get our first 5-game quarterfinal this year at Worlds.
Yeah, that'd be great. And we saw some of the highlights. There was one closer game in that one where we saw the Diana backdoor in the Nexus. Really, really exciting series. And we had some interesting trends in there, too, in terms of pick ban. Of course, the patches are very different now, but I'm curious whether, for example, KOO will keep trying to ban out KT and what their strategy will be, the mid laner, that is.
Well, there's a lot of similar statistics between both of these teams, except the big one for me is when it comes to game time. KOO Tigers right now finish games 9 minutes quicker on average than KT Rolster, and you compare that to summer season, they were both pretty much the same, very long games. So something about the way KOO is playing in this tournament is letting them snowball the wins way quicker.
Because especially in the LCK, KOO Tigers really didn't differentiate themselves until very late in the game in team fighting. But they have actually been one of the best at 10-minute teams and the best at 20-minute teams by average gold differential in this tournament. I think a lot of that has to do that they were in the easier Group A. Specifically, the games they had against CLG really boosted those statistics because they murdered CLG in those games. But at the same time, Flash Wolves was also a team that made it to the quarterfinals. That's kind of what KOO has been playing against. That's the team that got first place in that group, and we're going to have to see the battle of a stronger group first place versus a weaker group second place.
Yeah, and it's really weird to see the identity of the KOO Tigers change in the way we're talking about right now in terms of having so much power in the early game, but messing up their team fighting late. And that's not something we were used to seeing from KOO. It was the exact opposite. Die in lane, have to play from a deficit in the mid-game, come back with good shot calling, come back with good team fighting, but it's been totally reversed here on the world stage.
Yeah, it has been like really, really different than what we're used to in Korea. But I think the thing with the KOO Tigers more than anything is these guys, after the way that IEM Katowice went earlier in the year, they really, really want to prove themselves that they can compete on the international stage. Here they are coming into the quarterfinals, look great in groups except for those losses versus the Flash Wolves, but they've got to play KT, kind of their arch nemesis in Korea right now. So it really is all on the line for these guys. I couldn't think of a more exciting way for them to come to the quarterfinals.
And I can't wait to see what KOO has to offer.
Yeah.
The desk talked about it. They've been worldwide innovators. I mean, beyond what the desk said, also Veigar, Gorilla was basically responsible for getting that Event Horizon nerfed into the ground. And it's back. It's back now. It's been buffed a little bit. But I think they may have some special stuff. They didn't really have to show their hand in the group stage. I'm betting they've got something to show here.
Yeah, because I specifically think it's because they've had a fair amount of time to come up with these things. At the very beginning of the LCK season is when I think they showed the most innovation. Victor, which is such a common pick now, is a pick that Kuro really brought into the scene. They also did a mid lane Scion game against LeBlanc. It was ridiculous. But then I feel like when Ku struggled, the game changed very quickly, and players like Kuro take a long time to master champions. Yasuo is an example of something he failed on at IM Katowice, but by the end of the summer split, he was a very good Yasuo. Azir is a champion he didn't win a single game with in the summer split, but he's played it 3 times in the group stage and looked fairly good. So I wonder, along with those picks he's been grinding up on, if he has yet another secret pick that can come out early on in this series, like we've seen in other quarterfinals, that can really surprise.
Well, that's the thing about the KOO Tigers, is their coach Koma always has some sort of crazy pick lurking just behind. I mean, in their best of 5 back in the semifinals for Champion Summer, they had that top fizz that kind of went back and forth between Smep and Someday. You mentioned the Scion game from earlier this year. Things are going to get a little bit crazy. And in that series, too, the big thing was Kog'Maw versus Ashe as well. Those 2 picks, the big engage with the Ashe versus a hyper carry with Kog'Maw. Do you think that's going to be something else we can sort of expect to be a thing in this match today?
Well, KOO has had 4 Ashe bans against them in 6 games, and the 2 games that Ashe has not been banned, it has been played by Prey. So this is a huge priority pick. They like to have their engage out of the AD carry position if they can have it, and that makes a lot of sense. We see teams like Fnatic going towards more hard CC AD carries like Kennen and letting the mid and top lanes really play squishier champions, play these carries, and I think it's a very good strategy for this meta.
Yeah, just to note, it is Prey's keyboard that is currently having some issues. They tested it before the game, but for whatever reason, right now it is malfunctioning. That's why we get to talk more KT.
You need a special keyboard for the mighty Prey.
How many Riot employees does it take to change the keyboard to that?
We're about to find out.
Looks like a large
right
number of Riot employees.
Quite a few.
We'll see if they can do it, though. Hopefully it gets fixed.
It's true, though. Like, you don't need to be a pro gamer to know, like, if your keyboard's a little bit off, it feels like really bad. And then you have a great excuse to blame every mistake you make on.
Yeah, I mean, also,
Not that I do that,
as far as bans, you mentioned that there's been Ashe bans. There were also 4 Kalista bans against Prey. So as far as champions that have been targeted against the KOO Tigers, it has been fairly AD carry focused since, honestly, they've used Prey as a way of initiating in a lot of their games.
Well, I believe they have ran the Kalista Kennen, much like SK Telecom
They ran
has.
it in 1 game, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a really strong combo. If you take out the Kalista, you sometimes can sort of take out the Kennen as well by proxy.
Yeah, you think the Kalista takeaway would be less priority because in his career, he's only played Kalista 6 times, and he's 3-3, 50% win rate on that particular champion. So it's not like when we think about Korean 80 Kalistas players, Prey doesn't really come to mind.
Not really,
We're talking about
no.
Bang, we're talking about OQ, these guys. But Prey still drawing those bans.
Yep, and drawing those engineers and computer repairmen over to his desk as well right now. But the crowd's still pumped. It's still KT versus KOO. We know we're going to get to see some games. Even if we have situations like, Mord and Gangplank coming into a game undefeated and then still leaving the day undefeated.
Anything can happen at the World Championship, Joe.
It's true.
This just shows you the endless possibilities within League of Legends.
It's true. It's a wonderful thing. It's a world of rainbows, possibilities.
And wards.
And wards.
Yeah, so the points
Lots
Irene,
of wards for KT.
The points Irene brought up on the desk was the fact that they place 4.3 wards per minute, which is the highest of all teams at Worlds. But specifically, I did a little bit of digging into how they do that. Because wards aren't just how much you place, it's how you activate your wards without spending a whole bunch of money on them. Because that's what I find the best about KT's ward strategy. They upgrade trinkets, warding trinkets specifically, faster and more frequently than all other teams. Top lane and mid lane, so Someday and Nagne, upgrade their warding trinket really, really early in every game. A lot of other mid laners will go sweeper early, and then additionally, Peekaboo has the earliest Sightstone timer of all supports at Worlds. He gets it at, on average, 7 minutes and 36 seconds into the game, which is exceedingly early. And then he also recalls more than other supports to refill his Sightstone more frequently. So they're actually getting these wards down free of gold cost, but obviously there's the time investment.
Well, it makes a lot of sense with the priority of Peekaboo score in the enemy jungle all the time.
Well, it also says a lot about how KT likes to play the game. They like the vision-heavy style because they split push. That's what Someday really does very well. He knows his limits, and part of split pushing is making sure you're safe while doing so, so those ward upgrades are very important. Also, what interestingly that says about KT with Peekaboo and his recall timings is that Arrow is a very self-sufficient AD carry, and he always has been. He's in lane alone a lot, and these teams in the laning phase are strikingly similar. Gorilla likes to roam, Peekaboo likes to roam, Prey and Arrow are used to playing defensively on their own in the laning phase.
And I think it also speaks even more to KT's playstyle and whether or not this can be exploited by the KOO Tigers, because with them having the highest warding numbers in the game, it enables them to farm all 3 lanes in the mid game, specifically between the 15 and 30 minute mark. KT Rolster has the most CS of any team at Worlds because they are so proficient at farming in safe places and not getting punished with deaths.
You know, and things like that make that Mordekaiser pick for KT that one game even more surprising. I mean, obviously it's a big priority. Obviously it's a very strong champion right now, but it's not really the type of champion that KT or Arrow you would think would play. They were able to win with it. It looked a bit awkward. It's like we may finally have Prey up and ready. We'll see how he feels about it.
The keyboard has been resolved, but they're doing some quick tests. I think they're letting him hop in a quick custom game, make sure everything feels right, and then they'll be up into Champion Select.
The counterpoint, so where you're talking about the CS differential at 15 to 30. So we were looking at those numbers earlier today. 506 CS between 15 and 30 minutes for KT. 362 for KOO during that same time period. But KOO gets 21 more kills.
KOO farms champions.
Yeah, they farm other players. They farm the enemy.
KT has the most CS, but KOO actually has the most kills. So both of these teams are very proficient within the 15 to 30 minute period, but they have slightly different ways of gaining their advantages here. I wonder if it'll intersect within this game in the same way.
The first 15 minutes are quite similar, though, in terms of both have a lot of kills in the first 15 minutes compared to their opponents. But we're getting into Champ Select.
It is time. Picks and bans for KT Rolster versus the KOO Tigers. Game 1. Looks like Kennen and Gangplank will be our first couple bans here. Elise to follow. And so, not wanting to deal with the Kennen is KT Rolster. Of course, KOO just going to ban out that Gangplank, which is not too surprising. Is the Mordekaiser going to get through, though? Because, again, you know, KT's style doesn't really tailor to that very well. They did play it once, but I wonder if KOO is going to kind of hang this in front of them.
Now, I'm curious what they're going to do, because the last time these two teams faced off, we saw KOO banning out Azir, Cassiopeia, Shen. Now, Cassiopeia not really in the meta, but some picks very much focused Ignagne. And the Shen now, even though we haven't seen as much of it in the top lane, Peekaboo, for the first time ever, played Shen supported Worlds. So now it is a flex pick for KT.
I think there is a huge pinch on Hojin's champion pool right now, especially if they lock in Rek'Sai with their first pick. Because Hojin's played 2 Elise games, 2 Lee Sin games, and 2 Rek'Sai games thus far at Worlds, and 2 bans have already been targeted specifically at him.
That said, Hojin is known for having pocket pick junglers like Trundle and Sion that he's been actually quite successful on, but it's going to be a Darius first.
Wow, so focusing the jungle bans and still giving the jungle options over to KOO, but they want that Darius. Is Tom Kench going to go over to the KOO Tigers? It is. Tom Kench and Rek'Sai. Strong couple picks for KOO right off the bat. Smeb's happy about it.
Tom Kench is so tremendous in this Worlds meta. Also, Gorilla has been putting in the hours to make it one of the best champions within his pool. It is his most played champion here in European solo queue additionally.
Yeah, and he's played 6 different picks so far, a unique support in each one of the KOO Tigers games. So this is only the second or the first time that he's actually going to be on a support again. But I think he had the best Tom Kench game of anybody so far at the World Championship.
Yeah. Dude, that was one of the most entertaining support games I think I have ever seen with Gorilla's Tom Kench, so I cannot wait to see what he can do today. Gragas and Thresh picked up by KT. 2 more over to KOO, and of course, Peekaboo on that Thresh is a pretty huge danger. It's the champion that he's known for, so both supports getting some of their best champions, I think you could say right now.
I think so. I think KT's actually been fairly conservative with this early pick phase. I also don't think they've gained a huge amount of value from their bans, since we are seeing Rek'Sai versus Gragas, which is pretty much the junglers we see in every game. And KOO will bring out the Ashe the 3rd time in a row that it has not been banned.
It's interesting that we're seeing it paired with an Ashe and not a hyper carry like Jinx that we've seen most of the other times. Are we going to see the Kalista from KT? Interesting stuff happening here from the KOO side.
Absolutely. Because we've also seen Arrow mainly playing hyper carries. Kog'Maw and Jinx have been his 2 major picks. Specifically, he's done the most damage per minute on Kog'Maw, which he's played 3 times. It's what you'd expect out of KT, I feel like.
It does, but does it play into the Ashe too much?
It does, definitely plays into the Ashe.
I think you take Callista here and try and dominate the laning phase if you can. This is a bit of an atypical draft from KT because almost always this team tries to counterpick for Someday, so they're very confident in the Darius. But when we saw them first picking top lane on blue side against SKT in the Summer Championship, they took Fizz, and it really didn't work out for them. So I always get a little worried when I start seeing KT now first picking top laners.
Nagne is going to go with that LeBlanc in the mid lane. We were talking about this before the match today when we were looking at some stats.
Baby.
There's a mid lane Veigar for Kuro. So Kuro versus LeBlanc, and Smeb, of course, taking that Fiora up to the top lane. Maybe we'd see the mid ribbon, but nope. It's going to be the Veigar.
At first glance, I'm not a fan of KT's draft right now. They picked a fair bit of skirmish and assassination and pick potential straight into a Tahm Kench. I feel like if you're going to be straight into a Tahm Kench, you need to pick a large amount of AoE damage. And also, they don't have very good ways of dealing with Kuro's Veigar if he starts to get ahead. So there's a lot of different ways KT can lose this game.
Well, we've seen the dangerous stuff that can happen when you hook somebody that Tahm Kench then eats and flashes away with. Thresh can go on a very sad voyage after that.
Yes, you can. You don't fish for catfish.
You don't.
With a hook.
He will eat you. Not a lot of muscle on
hands.
Not a lot of
go with the
muscle on
hand.
Thresh. Yeah. You got a noodle? Is that
Got
what
a
you're
noodle.
You're bringing it in again.
The blitz
We're
break.
not 10 minutes into this cast, and already Monte Cristo's bringing up the
fish
noodle.
for a catfish with barrels this game. Score's going to just knock him right back into the team.
I think so. Like shooting fish with a barrel this
The
time,
brute
I guess.
force way of fishing.
Who knows? Yep. A barrel gun? No one's gonna. Well, that sounds like the name of a real gun. Maybe it is. I don't know. They banned this here. But it's time, guys. We're moving on to the Rift. So share your predictions throughout the day by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag KTWin or hashtag KooWin. And we will see who moves on to the semifinals between KT and Koo. Korean rivals moving on to Summoner's Rift. And it is time, guys. Who's ready for some League of Legends?
I'm
ready. I guess.
I'm ready.
All right, that's enough. That's enough for me.
I'm assuming Monty is ready as well.
I feel pretty ready.
All right, game one. I'm just resorting to reading the screen in the front now. There we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, guys. And it will be a teleport for Nagne's LeBlanc. That's a bit different, isn't it?
It definitely is. Expected on the Veigar, but now I wonder what KT's strategy is going to be. Nagne has been, both of these players actually are LeBlanc players, which is a bit surprising considering normally they're control mages and they don't actually play that many assassins. But this is the one assassin that these guys have both always played. And Veigar will be a new one, though.
Quadruple teleport.
Yeah, and to speak to the LeBlanc versus Veigar matchup, I actually think it's pretty heavily favorable for LeBlanc in lane. More so when LeBlanc brings Ignite, though, because it's a significant amount of kill pressure. Later in the game, it gets very easy for the Veigar to just ult the LeBlanc, who's usually going a high amount of ability power, and you can almost always get the ultimate in to force the LeBlanc out of the fight after one rotation. So Nagne is really going to have to snowball this game, I'd say even harder, because he's not able to win the lane phase through Summoner Spell.
Yeah, and maybe they can get some sort of advantage out of the laning phase and start split pushing, but one thing that Prey is really extraordinary at is his use of Hawkshot. And that was a major factor in the first win against CLG, was how well Prey was timing his Hawkshot, watching the enemy jungler consistently, and being able to set up plays on the mid lane from the side lanes as a result. So that's something that we usually don't see on the screen, more just on the mini-map, but it's something you should be keeping an eye out for this game because Prey is so good at timing it.
I'm wondering how this mid lane matchup's going to go between Nagne's LeBlanc and Kuro's Veigar. I mean, when LeBlanc comes in with the distortion, that's a dash, so that gets caught in the cage.
Correct.
But the jump out is a blink, so it won't be. So Kuro's going to need to be really fast and kind of predicted to have any chance of catching.
Yeah, basically LeBlanc holds all the cards in that matchup because there is an arm time on the cage. Basically, Nagne will always be able to predict if he's going to get caught in the event horizon, and Kuro can't actually reactively use it because if he uses it after Nagne has burned the damage, he can still get out freely. The only thing he can do is place the event horizon on the point where the distortion was cast from, so that if he swaps back, he stuns himself then.
I mean, he picked himself into the matchup, so clearly he's got some confidence against this LeBlanc. We'll see if he can follow it up. Gorilla harassing Peekaboo. Peekaboo plays him in. There's the third. Peekaboo forced to flash away. Doesn't want to get eaten by that Tahm Kench.
Well, really early troubles here. Peekaboo is trying to walk a little bit too close to that brush and definitely is punished for it quite quickly into this game. And you know, they wanted to have some sort of advantage here with the Callista, start using that lane bully status that this AD carry has, and just not going to get it now with a flash down.
Yeah, getting the lead right now by Prey and Gorilla. Score coming down. Only 2 CS so far for Arrow.
Yeah, Ash's early laning phase is actually tremendously underrated. It's one of the strongest laners in the right situation, and it was made even stronger here by the fact that Gorilla and Prey did Gromp about 5 seconds faster than Arrow and Peekaboo did the Krugs. So they very easily got level 2 first, and as we saw, it wasn't properly respected by Peekaboo and Arrow, so he had to use his flash while he was out-leveled by the opponent bottom lane. That's actually a pretty big mistake there. If you know, you should know that you're going to be out-level 2'd, and you should almost never get caught as a level 1 versus level 2 in this lane situation.
Oh, definitely. Standard lanes, though, continuing on. Score moving up towards the top. They want to be a little bit careful because they know Hojin was lurking around in the enemy jungle. There he is. Score finding him, going to do a little bit of damage on his way out. Actually, Nagne coming up. There's the flash in response from Hojin. Meanwhile, Someday keeps Smed up in the top lane, but he may regret it. Smeb comes in. Can he get the kill? Not quite. He flashes, tries to go over for the turret. The turret hits him, and first blood goes to Someday. Smeb getting a bit overeager there.
And actually, that kill was caused by Nagne's teleport because Smeb could have retreated backwards, but the teleport LeBlanc secures first blood. He doesn't get anything out of it, so he loses mid lane pressure, but the top lane matchup is much more important.
For the team.
I am so surprised that you'd see that level of all-in from Someday because he was really willing to scrap, but Nagne had the time in the mid lane to make the teleport up there, so it's all coordinated. We can see there's no Veigar right there, and so LeBlanc easily able to respond to this, walking up the river and then using the TP.
Yeah, Smeb was able to outplay the first Decimate by getting inside the ring, and he's confident enough to do the all-in because the junglers were engaged down bottom. That flash forward, though, was the instant Smeb regretted his decision and gives up first blood.
Made a terrible mistake. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, things still progressing. Arrow pretty far behind in CS yet, but he has had a chance to catch up just a bit. And Someday, wow, not wasting any time going aggressive onto Smeb again. He's got that double Doran's, so he's got the Ruby Crystal, actually, too. So he's got the sustain that Smeb is kind of lacking right now.
Yeah, with that one item advantage, it's going to be very difficult for Smeb to walk up on the minion wave right now. So here's Hojin ready to help.
Smeb trying to bait Someday back. Hojin comes in. There's a knockup. They know that Darius has no flash. Ward's thrown down. Someday in a lot of trouble. Can they take him up before he gets to the turret with that slow? I think they can. The heal was nearly enough. Someday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1 for 1. Someday already doing work on that Darius.
Just getting the Decimate off cooldown, hitting 2 people, getting the heal in was enough to buy him time to get back under the turret. And I love this Fiora Darius matchup. It is so fun to watch in this top side. Smeb will get a kill in response, but it's been a wild one so far.
It really feels like Fiora Darius is the essence of what they say when we call it a skill matchup, because it really depends on how they play. It depends on the item timings. Different breakpoints come out throughout the game that gives either one an advantage. And that was honestly a perfectly timed gank by Hojin, but Someday executed well enough in the escape that he traded the kill back. That gank almost equalized that lane entirely, but instead they just trade a kill, and Someday will maintain a small advantage.
Yep, pretty much picks up that longsword while Smed picks up his Ruby Crystal. Meanwhile, a little bit of action in the bot lane. And this one could get a bit bloody overall, too. I mean, coming into this, KT and Ku, besides SK Telecom, had the highest kills per game, the lowest deaths per game, so they really know how to make the plays that result in kills.
Well, not only that, though. Oh,
Level 6 Darius.
Oh, time to dive.
Yep.
They're going to go in.
Darius will take turret first so that they can stack up bleed stacks if they want to go, but they're a little sloppy on the initiation there.
Yeah, Someday took a couple of shots right there walking back under the turret, so they're not going to be able to pull that one off quite yet. All right, stepping right there.
Yeah, that's enough poke that they're going to want to pressure Smeb off this turret or force a Rek'Sai to come up elsewhere. They haven't had eyes on Hojin, so there's going to be a little bit of trepidation on this gank. They're wondering if Rek'Sai is going to come through, but they have all the entrances covered, so they think this is pretty much a safe dive if they want to go.
Should be. Score is right there, but yeah, again, they don't quite know where Hojin is, and they're actually going to give that one up for the moment. Recall for Someday, so will they decide to go for it? Smeb coming down, and it doesn't look like anything's going to happen right now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kuro has fallen a little bit behind in CS, but you kind of expect that in this matchup.
And when it comes to the early game, we briefly touched on this before, but in the first 15 minutes of the game, Ku was up 3.2 kills for every death that they had, and KT was up 2.25 kills for every death that they had in the group stage.
Wow.
So
one of those things will change.
One of those things will change, but They like to fight. They've been very successful at acquiring kills early. These are the top 2 teams at Worlds so far in terms of kill-to-death ratio pre-15 minutes.
Someday going at it again.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
This matchup is almost entirely decided on 2 things. It's the riposte timing by the Fiora, and also Darius being able to land the outer ring of his Decimate. Whichever one of those goes more beneficial for either the Fiora or the Darius is generally what swings the matchup.
True enough. CS nearly dead even though. Someday protecting himself against some ganks, which you know Hojin really wants to make happen. I don't know. We seem to have hit a bit of a lull in the action for now.
Yeah, but at the moment, Ku is actually swapping the lanes, and the question will be whether this was scouted out by KT because they haven't pinged anyone missing. Here
Are
they
you looking
come.
for a challenge? Whoa, the entire Ku team almost showing up. There's Nagne as well, came in with his teleport. Someday is going to get taken out, and now they're going to go after Nagne. Can't quite catch him though. Whoa, big barrel from Score, and Kuro takes a couple big turret hits. Ku might stick around to take down this turret, but man, everybody wanted a piece of Smeb in that top lane.
Well, they needed to shut him down, right? He was getting too much of an advantage, so they send all 5 people up into that top side to go ahead and make a play right here. We did see Gorilla hit that level 6, try and come in very quickly, and they caught Someday unaware. And now KT scrambling to get this turret.
Yeah. KT is now trying to respond to Ku's great lane swap that sent 5 people up top. I think overall, the fact that KT was able to keep 2 people down in the bottom lane means the gold's going to stay pretty close. Mainly that gank top lane was Ku's way out of losing matchups. They were losing that top lane extremely badly. It's actually something the Flash Wolves did against Ku when Ku had a huge amount of pressure early on in the game, is they lane swapped their AD carry and support top lane later on in the game to equalize it. Now they're trying to swap back, but they might be a bit out of position.
Oh, it's fighting time in the bot lane. Arrow comes in, throws Peekaboo on towards Prey. Prey eaten by Gorilla. Gorilla in a lot of trouble, has to pop that E. Throws himself over to the other Ku players coming in. Nagne backing away. Smeb with the first kill on to Nagne. Ku with an early lead in this fight. Someday and Arrow in a little bit of trouble. Peekaboo already on the way out, and Someday gets knocked up by Hojin. Drexler, it's going to be another kill. Smeb grabs it yet again.
All 5 members of Ku are always in the same place. I mean, Gorilla coming in with the Tom Kencheld in the first fight, this time just being there as Ku is rapidly just alternating the sides of the map, trying to catch out KT, and it's working. They're gonna get the first dragon.
And I'm wondering what is necessarily going through KT's heads right now, because they have been the team that wards the most, and they have been the team that's gone upgraded yellow trinket on their mid laner every single game. But this match, they've gone sweeper on the LeBlanc. They have a very late Sightstone timer on Score. He hasn't even begun to build it yet, and they are actually losing because they're not tracking where Ku is on the map. They are not doing the things that they have done throughout all of the group stage in order to become 5-1 and get here, and they're getting punished because of it.
Well, this is looking good for Ku because KT has been opting into these fights. The bad side of what Ku is doing is that you try and load 5 people into one lane, and you lose pressure across 2 lanes on the map. So it's been functional because KT has been willing to scrap out with them. If KT starts to play a little bit more defensively, they can punish with turrets.
Well, I think to keep in mind, too, is the last time these 2 teams met, Ku did win the first game as well, and KT still took the series.
And I feel like specifically, though, if KT wants to be able to play defensively, they need to have the vision because they're being surprised by these 5-man ganks, and they can't accurately gauge that there are actually 5 people there. So until they get the proper wards up on the map, I think Ku will continue to be able to roam 5 people and create numbers advantages.
And we saw the Dragon stats come up there too. KT actually, surprisingly, they're 5-1 in the group stage, but they actually lost more Dragons than they secured. Meanwhile, the Ku Tigers, much more Dragon focused, about 2-to-1 ratio on those Dragons secured versus lost. So KT really needs to tighten up their control over that objective. And if you're Ku coming in, you start to think, hey, maybe we should prioritize this, try for that 5 Dragon stacks, and that's what's going to get us the win here.
I wouldn't be surprised. It is odd, though, because KT, did prioritize those Dragons so much in Korea and Champion Summer. So to see them kind of play a bit of a different style here at Worlds, maybe something that a lot of people are expecting. And I think Ku's got it right as far as trying to fight and control those early on. Doesn't look like KT's going to be able to steal their blue. Who's going to take that one for Kuro?
Had this big swing in the top lane, too. All of a sudden, Smeb starting out 0-1. Now 4 kills. 4-1, and they've managed to keep Someday down. And I think what they're doing is so smart because it's when Someday starts to get ahead and become that unstoppable split pusher that KT really gets rolling. So they've just thrown a wrench in the gears there.
it seems too that like Peekaboo and Score have not been able to do what Peekaboo and Score are kind of known for doing, which is get in the enemy jungle, put down a lot of wards. You look at the map right now, not a lot of KT wards on the KOO side, and the thing is these two teams know each other really, really well. KOO knows exactly what KT wants to do with their jungle and support, and they're doing a great job of stopping it.
I would agree. Gonna get a free turret right here, no defense.
Yep.
Arrow popping down.
That'll help.
From the jungle, but easily taken, and gonna get a freeze on the other side though.
Yeah, at this point though, KOO will need to get some actual deep wards if they want to make their next move. They've been able to hawkshot things down a little bit. I think they're mainly able to get that turret. Was that the Abyssal Voyage out
to get out?
to the ground?
So yeah, what happened was KOO pushed forward right there. They didn't have a lot of wards in the river, so
they were afraid they're getting.
They were afraid that they were going to get collapsed on, especially since LeBlanc's teleport was up. So they go ahead and use the Tahm Kench ult just to secure the turret and get out.
Makes sense.
And this is what I love about this Abyssal Voyage is as this tournament has progressed, we've seen more and more use of the Tahm Kench ult. Started coming in. Nobody really using it in an interesting or a flashy way, but we're seeing more and more ways to use it as the players get more comfortable with this champion.
Well, between two teleports and Rek'Sai ult and Tahm Kench ult, KOO can basically be anywhere on the map they want anytime.
Ash Arrow, you know, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that may be one of the reasons Nagne, instead of going for Ignite, went for Teleport, because they were realizing that they were so outscaled in globals here, and that's a large part of what's been winning teams games here at World. So they're trying to keep up a little bit, although I feel like KT is shooting themselves in the foot a little bit early here, not upgrading yellow trinkets early, going sweeper on LeBlanc when Nagne has been doing nothing but upgraded warding trinkets, and they are getting a little bit out-roamed on, and they are going to be more vulnerable to picks, I feel like, because KOO has the initiation tool with the Ashe.
Yeah, they definitely do. And we're getting into the point now. We talked about 15 to 30.
A little bit of action onto Kuro, but Nagne not really finding anything. Peekaboo not landing any hooks.
Got the flash, though. That's pretty big.
Helps, certainly, against a champion like FLICKR that doesn't have a lot of maneuverability.
For 15 minutes, this is where KT, they like to farm a lot. This is where KOO likes to kill you. So we'll see who gets the better end of this, because KT has been a great team at farming all three lanes, but KOO, this is when they want the plays to happen. They want to fight you. They want to skirmish. And KT, the mass wards are starting to come down as they regain control over the topside river.
Yeah. Now things are starting to swing just a bit, but they've got to protect this mid lane turret. If KOO takes this out, along with the bottom lane, they'll have really good dragon control. KT, though, going to deny them for now. Someday it looked like he wanted to be sneaky, but nope. Hard to be stealthy when you're dribbling a basketball.
It's too noisy.
Right.
Especially trying to dribble it in water. I'm not actually sure how that works.
You don't see James Bond dribbling a basketball or anything like that.
You don't see anybody dribbling a basketball in a river.
No. Well, you see people try, but they fail pretty miserably. Oh, well, I'm sure they'll invent something for James Bond. If he wants to play basketball in a river, he can.
Yeah, they invented an invisible car. I'm sure bouncing a ball on water isn't that
How
difficult.
hard can it be? Come on, Q, get on that. Seriously. Well, someday, just pushing up to the top lane as well.
Yeah, I will say, though, we mentioned the 10 to 15-minute jump that KOO had so heavily in the group stage, the largest of any team. They actually averaged 2,300 gold advantage specifically between 10 minutes and 15 minutes, and we're thinking, it's just because of the group stage. They had a 2,000 gold jump between the 10 and 15 minutes against KT in this game. They have been very good at making that nice rotation that leads to a team fight win against pretty much every team at Worlds, and they did it again here against KT.
And here comes Dragon. Second one just came back. Wondering where the first one went. He'll probably find out soon. Can KT take it, though?
You think the dragons will stop just flying back into that one pit.
It's like,
there's like a pile of dragon bones at the bottom. Maybe they shouldn't be here.
There's like a big dragon cave underneath, and there's some dude who's like, all right, who wants to go to Dragon Funland? And they're like, me. And he's like, George, it's your turn. They open the door, and he flies out, and everyone's like, oh, I'm so jealous. I'll be next. Little did they know. It's really kind of messed up when you think about it.
And then like 25 seconds later, it is dead on average because these teams get it so quick.
Nobody knows that, though. The dragon's underneath the dragon pit. They don't know about this. Somebody should tell them.
Yeah, the cruelty to animals is pretty real.
It's horrible.
Isn't it a mystical beast?
Well, mystical beasts can be animals.
That's true.
Where are you, mystical beastist?
We just need a new one. People for the ethical treatment of mystical beasts.
To be P-tempt?
Doesn't have quite the same ring.
Not really, no. Well, nobody really willing to go for the dragon so far right now. KOO just grabbing their blue buff, and we'll see if they can move around it. They've got wards down, but KT paying a lot of attention to the map right now.
Yeah, the item breakpoints aren't as in the favor of a team with a lead as they kind of should be. There's already a Negatron cloak on Nagne. A lot of this would actually have to be a pick created by Ku, which is why I think they're waiting. Ku doesn't have the advantage if they just group up and dare them to fight, but if they can actually get a catch, or will it be Gorilla getting caught?
Oh, Gorilla may have gotten caught here, but here comes Prey, teleports all over the place. Gorilla, Prey on the run, Kuro and Smeb coming into challenge immediately onto Someday, who just gets destroyed. KT on the run already. We'll see how far Ku wants to chase, but they can really turn on that dragon anytime, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Really sure what Someday was thinking there, right into 5
Want to be hero.
Yeah, one of the strangest things about double TP on both sides is you're never 100% sure who is coming in whenever teleports are there.
It's true.
So maybe he didn't think he was going to come in right onto a baby cage from Veigar, but specifically, that's one of those teleports you almost have to cancel because his team was not in position. He should have seen the beginning of the Event Horizon because he was stunned the instant he came in, and it's 4th death there for Someday. He's actually getting punished pretty hard.
He was playing so well in the early game, but now I really feel like a lot of desperation coming in from Someday here in the mid lane, and he should feel desperate with KT falling farther behind, losing that second dragon. It's got to be starting to make him sweat a bit. Oh, Gorilla, he's fishing.
I feel like fights that begin by Tahm Kench taking damage almost always favor the Tahm Kench. My experience through all of the Tahm Kench games at Worlds.
Relish, isn't it?
That fight, Nagne ended up blowing his TP too, trying to come in from behind. Really disjointed, poor engage there from KT.
Well, you gotta wonder how experienced they are with playing with this double teleport. It was never a huge thing in Korea in the summer. It's something that I feel like the teams from that region are still kind of learning a bit about.
Yeah, it's definitely something that many of the teams here at Worlds from across regions have had to take a lot more seriously. We thought this is the way the mid lane was going to go at the World Championship, just given the champion pools and the opportunity to do so.
What I feel like is so interesting about this matchup is the double teleport was more for the controlling mages that don't have solo kill potential. I didn't necessarily expect to see teleport on an assassin.
Yeah, you think you'd still want to go with something like Knight instead.
Yeah, because then you can out-pressure the person teleporting and stop his ability to TP.
One wonders.
Especially since they have to kill this Veigar early in the late game, and they could do that with a LeBlanc flank, because being a little bit sneaky on the side, using the control of the vision, but it's not going to be quite so much of an option in this particular matchup.
Yep. KT pressuring that mid lane now. Never mind, they're not.
Well, they're trying to, but we've kind of been over this discussion of Veigar and how I think it's going to be a massive pick throughout the rest of Worlds because he has almost everything that is currently valued in the game. Great late game scaling, great siege, great wave clear. He can assassinate other switches coming at him. He's a strong team fighter. The only weakness is his mobility, and he is attackable in that sense. But if you're positioned well in the hands of a good player, it is one of the most powerful mid lane picks.
Yeah, we talked about him kind of as a new Victor, a little bit less mobility, but counterbalancing that with some insane single target damage and an ability to punish AP champions both in the mid and the top lane should they come through.
Well, man, if you get hit by an Ash arrow, that's just like a golden ticket for Veigar to walk up and destroy you.
I mean,
instant death.
You're not living through getting hit by an Ash arrow if the Ku Tigers fire it because they're going to chain it straight into Event Horizon, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, and they're going to take the mid lane turret.
And that's the siege right there, Event Horizon around the turret. So if you want to walk up to wave clear, you're walking into your own death. Unless you can set up flanks, but at the time, KT doesn't even have their teleports up right now, so a really smart move for Ku to siege in that particular situation. Ku is actually very vulnerable to flanks, especially if they're using their Event Horizon in a siege situation, but they were very safe to do so in that situation.
Ku's doing such a good job at moving around the map in a group too, and we talked about, when you move in a group like that, you let the other lanes get behind, but they've got enough pressure across lanes now that they've got the time to do that, I guess, and make it work.
Well, the pushing pressure really isn't there for KT.
I suppose they have to try to match Ku, don't they?
Arrow's still waiting on that Ruinance Hurricane, so he can't wave clear as fast as he would like, so this is a great time for Ku just to set up this Veigar siege.
Yep.
Look at the kiting right there. There's just nothing coming in. You shoot out that volley, you put down the Event Horizon, and there aren't very many options. It really is up to Someday and Nagne to try and get a flank here. And Arrow has to farm right now because that Ruinance Hurricane is so important to controlling the minion waves so that Ku just can't group so freely.
Can that even really stop the siege, though? I mean, the attack range on Callista, if FLICKR walks up and again, you know, puts that event horizon down near the turret, can you get close enough to even clear the way?
It's mostly about clearing the side wave so they can't just group with no punishment. They have to. They will be forced to lose minions onto their own turrets if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, KT has to be ahead of the play of the 5 people grouping in the mid lane and create split lane pressure, and that in turn can set up the threat of teleport flanks. If KT ever gets in a situation where their side lanes aren't pushed once again, they're basically losing that inner mid lane.
Makes sense. Praying Gorilla pushing up this top lane a little bit, taking a detour to make sure that the minions are going their way. And KT just kind of seems afraid to try to really push out at all. They've got a couple wards a little bit into the top jungle for Ku, but it's not really doing them a lot of good right now. Dragon in 1 minute. And if Ku gets 3 in a row, KT has really got to start being terrified. They're worried now. They'll be terrified if that third dragon goes over to the Ku Tigers.
Yeah, especially since they've got the Gragas engage going for them, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And Ku just has so much peel and kiting potential that fighting around that dragon is a very unattractive option for KT.
And the blue buff. Oh, goes to Hojin. Whoops. Hojin.
We actually haven't seen that much.
No.
Yeah, it's actually been surprisingly infrequent. I think this is the first one I've seen.
Well, congratulations to Hojin. First one to steal the blue from his mid laner.
Well, at least he can get cooldown reduction.
I know.
Congratulations.
I really need it.
More tunnels, you know.
Oh, see, that's exactly what Kuro wants to do to Nagne. As soon as he distorted in, he placed the event horizon right on the start of the distortion, so Nagne was either trapped inside or he had to go back and stun himself. Ends up burning his passive on it.
Yeah, very nice. Lost a lot of health on that. Ku Tigers sieging that tier 2 in mid lane. Now Score trying to come from the side, but he's getting zoned a bit.
Now the teleport.
That's right, teleport coming in, and Nagne tries to do a bit of damage, but Gorilla just blocks it. Just eats Hojin right up.
Once
Digs
again.
him right out of the ground, I guess.
That's an example of why Tahm Kench is spectacular against pick compositions. As soon as someone was beginning to get caught, Gorilla could just waddle over and completely stuff that attempt. Now Ku is set up in the mid lane with good split push pressure in one lane. They can actually threaten either Dragon or Baron because they are set up so actively in the mid lane, and they've already burned Nagne's teleport, which is quite honestly the main flank at this point, since Someday has yet to pick up home guards and is needed consistently in the lane, so he doesn't have time to go back to base to charge his home guards and get off a good Darius flank.
Yeah. I kind of feel bad for Rek'Sai. You know, you're burrowing, you're cool, and then some guy shows up that can not only burrow like you can, but can take people along for the ride in his mouth. It's like, great, well, I guess I'm kind of boring now if I'm Rek'Sai. Looks like third dragon being started by the Ku Tigers. And will KT be able to stop this? They need to stop this.
If there was a time to stop it, it would be now, because they have not got a pick before the dragon.
Coming in, waiting to try to smite it away. Ku breaking out for the moment. Oh, Score takes the dragon for KT Roaster. Arrow comes in onto Arrow. He's going to cleanse it immediately, and KT trying to kite away. Kuro gets bounced in, though. He's in trouble. No, gets picked up by Gorilla, of course, but knocked over the wall. In fact, Someday got that kill. And now KT comes in. A huge apprehend by Someday, and KT all over the Ku Tigers. Even the challenge from Smab wasn't enough, and there goes Gorilla. That is nearly a clean ace for KT Roaster.
Credit to KT Roaster for taking a fight and playing well, but a big mistake by Ku Tigers to not prep that fight with vision or a pick of some kind. They just allowed KT a free attempt at a Dragon Steal and then a full straight-up 5v5 engagement.
You can't respond with the arrow here, so the event horizon goes down. It just zones out while the dragon dies, and at this point, Ku gets very greedy. With the event horizon down, shooting the arrow is not as attractive, especially when it hits the Callisto running cleanse. And right here, Peekaboo zones him out. Kuro gets hooked. So poor positioning from the Veigar. Gorilla tries to save him, but he just dies inside the belly from the damage over time. And then Someday comes in with a huge apprehend.
Big body slam right into a 3-man apprehend, and it is lights out for the Ku Tigers.
Someday, Score, and the Hurricane from Arrow did so much work in that fight, but specifically it was just a very poorly played setup by the Ku Tigers. They lost all of their zone control, and we mentioned how they're vulnerable to flanks because they actually have a fairly not a very mobile team composition with the Veigar and the Ashe, but they have tremendous setup. They sacrificed their setup and they allowed KT to then use the mobility of the Blanc Gragas and Callista to get in on them. But now they're trying to shut down Someday yet again.
Trying to save Smeb. Someday in a little bit of trouble on
Very
the
big
run
carries.
now. Ku is all over him, and he is out of there. Even the ultimate can't save him, and Smeb topped up with that heal. After the kill, he's 5-2-2 now, so still doing okay. Gold lead is in favor of KT. They do have the pressure right now, but they'll need a little bit more from that. We're able to pick up the Baron, too, and all that.
Baroned up minions, Ash Arrow down, so they're feeling pretty safe about this siege.
Yep. Chasing Ku up. There we go. Score. A little bit of trouble. Knocks Smeb away. Has to burn his ult just to stay alive. So how much can KT get done with this Baron buff?
Well, that's going to be the question. They already wasted it a little bit by sacrificing Someday right there, putting him in a vulnerable position where he could get killed. And so now we've got a little bit of waiting to do. One thing that's a bit interesting here is we haven't seen the Aegis come out yet. Score has intriguingly decided to build a Frozen Heart in this game, which I really don't think is the priority when we're playing against a Veigar.
I mean, clearly they're worried about Smeb, but still, yeah, late game, that Veigar is going to do extreme amounts of damage.
I can kind of understand it. If Kuro wants to use his ultimate on Score to kill him, KT's probably saying sure. Then Arrow, Nagne, and Someday are going to be able to do work. So I can see the logic behind it, not to mention with the Cinder Hulk and the Mercury Treads, it will be hard for Kuro to one-shot him anyway. I also have to mention the frontline power of KT and how interesting it makes these mid to late game fights. Because if Someday and Score get to a tanky enough point where an Ash Arrow will not kill them, and if Peekaboo can complete the McHales, the lack of frontline for the Ku Tigers will create incredibly difficult teamfight situations for Ku. Late game Fiora, as strong as you can get, if you're not finding the right initiations into teamfights and you can't get through the other team's tank line, you become extremely ineffective.
Fair enough, well, Ku just wants their blue buff right now. They're not going to get it, though.
Dear.
Went over to Arrow, able to steal it with that Ren. Meanwhile, mid-tier 2 goes down in favor of KT. They got the turret. Can Ku punish this at all? Doesn't look like it. Looks like they just have to defend their inhibitor turret.
These event horizons haven't really impressed me from Kuro this game. He's had a couple of good ones, but he seems to be throwing it down too early and not really considering the rest of the crowd control on his team, because that one spell is incredibly crucial to how they're going to teamfight or even defend these towers.
Positioning does seem off a bit. KT going after that tier 2 down and bottom now. And Ku really had everything going for them.
Ku
That
is-
fight over the third dragon turned it all around.
Ku is right now trying to defend without the Ash Arrow, so there's no good threat of them initiating. Their split push pressure has all but died at this point, because it seems like Someday, especially at level 16, currently has the power spike over the 5-kill Smeb, so they can't send him safely over in that direction. KT is really taking control of this game off of that Dragon and then Baron.
Yeah, Smeb has had to itemize a bit awkwardly for MR, however, in this particular game, which is a little bit rough if we're talking about that split push one-on-one between Someday and Smeb with Fiora versus Darius. So we'll have to keep track of how that's going to go. Does finally buy a Chain Vest, so that should be a little bit more helpful. And KT, looks like they just want to push the lanes out. They recalled early, stop the siege. They really need to set up for this dragon.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, it's only 35 seconds or so until that next dragon comes up. So if the waves aren't pushing your favor, you're going to have a lot of trouble trying to secure it.
And I do want to point out the change in strategy mid-game here by KT. They swapped to a upgraded warding trinket on Nagne to get better vision.
There we go.
And then he also bought green wards on top of that. So the warding trinket itself was enough to reach your ward cap. He's only buying the green wards to then replace his own wards on the map and reposition, because it is so important that Ku doesn't get a surprise initiation on KT right now. That's the only way they get back into the game.
They're trying, hiding in that brush for a moment. Gonna clear some wards out. They want that third dragon, or fourth dragon, or their third dragon stack, that is.
This game could still end. I mean, it's not that much of a goal difference at this stage, and one good arrow from Prey could really turn things around and open up this match.
It's a close game. If Ku gets the fight they want, it could end right there, but the same could be said for KT, and I feel like we're seeing a lot of what we saw in that last best of 5 that we saw in the semifinals for Champion Summer between these two teams.
Yeah, very tight games. Yeah. Be evenly contested. KT just trying to get the control over the mid and the bottom side right now. They've got great wards in the bottom for LeBlanc right now to keep split pushing up, so Nagne will feel very safe. And Ku just gonna back right off as the waves start to hit their tier 2s.
Pretty much. I'm wondering how much AP Kuro has right now. How much he's been able to build over the course of the game.
Let me tell you.
Find out.
700 is the answer.
Yeah, he's gained
lower than I would have expected.
He's gained 200 from his stacking as of now, and he's also gone for the death cap early, which many consider to be the suboptimal build. You get so much bonus AP, you almost want to go Void Staff's second item.
Yeah.
But instead, he's just going for the big numbers.
Interesting. Well, Ku going for the tier 2 down in mid lane here. KT may try to go onto this though someday. Back.
That's a
Gonna burn
teleport.
That teleport. He's coming in. Ku Tiger's on the run already. Teleport from Nagne as well. Someday. Trying to flank, trying to bottle in the Ku Tiger. Smeb goes in onto Score. He's going to get turned on immediately though. Pops that ultimate onto Score. Can't get the kill. Can't get the heal. Pickaboo in the mid lane. There's a kill for Arrow now. Score goes down, or rather Smeb goes down. Someday in the team all over the Ku Tigers. There's the ult, and here come the resets. Flash with the apprehend as well. Nice grab onto Kuro from Pickaboo. And this fight is all KT. Triple kill already for Nagne.
Yeah, KT completely steamrolls Ku in that straight-up engagement.
Well,
they had good flanks that exposed the event horizon early from Kuro, and then Ku really just had no chance against the power of this KT composition.
Someday just rolling in with the home guards, and that's been a specialty of Someday for a long time. Great TP flanks, finds it again, baits out the event horizon, and there's no more defense for Ku. They try and split, but this is going to be the end of the game.
That's right. Hojin doing everything he can, but the timers are just too long, and there goes the Nexus. Game 1 goes to KT Rolster. GG.
Very competitive game. Back and forth there. That one fight at Dragon got KT back in it after they made some mistakes in the early game, started to fall behind in kills, and you could see Ku did everything they could to try and control Someday.
Yeah, it really felt like for about the first 20 minutes of this game, Ku was playing their composition exactly how they intended. But then after that point, as we actually saw many times during the group stages, KT found that one mistake the opponent made and then never relented the advantage gained off of that fight. After the Dragon fight, Ku really had no chance, it felt like.
Yeah, and I mean, it was still competitive to the end. If they would have had that miraculous team fight, if they would have had that Astro that they wanted, maybe they could have team fought their way back into the game. But I think we're in for a very good series here. Game 1 already looking pretty close, and I've got a feeling this one certainly could go the distance.
I had my questions about that TP LeBlanc, but honestly, when they needed those flanks in the late game, they were able to actually pick them up. Had some misfires, but again, like you're saying, after that Dragon fight, it really felt like KT figured out what they had to do to win that game.
Yeah.
They were never going to kind of attack from one side again, and instead setting up, of course, Someday's teleports and just drawing out the abilities they need. You only have hard CC on one front, and you've got a lot of squishy champions if you're Ku, so just take it away from them, basically.
Yep.
Force them to attack you on all sides.
I almost feel like what KT needed to do is just kind of be KT again. You know,
Yes.
get that warding trinket in the mid lane, get those wards in the enemy jungle, and what do you know? Playing like KT gets a win for KT.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They just got the wards down, and at that point, the picks stopped happening. Who would have thought?
Pretty shocking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they bring that in Game 2 or not. I mean, Ku Tigers, obviously, both these teams have a lot of picks they can try out, a lot of different strategies they can maybe employ. So we'll see. Right now, we're going to go to check in with Dash and our desk to see what they make out of KT's Game 1 win.
Thank you, Doa. Want to start with the picks and bans because we saw a huge priority placed on this Darius right out the gate for Someday, who performed on it extraordinarily well through the group stages. But this means you're leaving up to Tom Kench on the other side, which, as a caster team, we've been throwing around that this might be the strongest champion in the tournament.
Yeah, well, going into the matchup, okay, how can the supports get themselves the best pick for their team? You know, Tom Kench obviously has a lot of tools to prevent people from dying, but don't you forget about Thresh. Thought Thresh would be a very powerful pick, and it really was. You know, he also has an even more threatening way of saving people with that Lantern. I mean, even we saw in the group stage how creative they can get with those Lantern saves. I did not like KT's composition. I felt like it had a bit of a lull in terms of ending the game. If Ku were to play the game in a 5-man death ball, which they tried in the early game and mid-game, but eventually they kind of stopped.
I feel like the big thing that I want to highlight when it comes to the draft is KT side, they kind of have this early game going on for them. They have the Rex side, the stronger jungler. They have the LB as well in the mid lane. So I felt like the big play for me that KT Tigers that kind of sealed, didn't seal the deal, but in my mind could have sealed the deal was the big power play that kind of, when they used the Tahm ult to put 5 people top lane with the Rex side, which was beautiful to me because KT Tigers as a team, I feel if they're grouped as 5, they're the strongest. And KT, to me, when they're split up, as they were in the later parts of the game, they're the strongest.
Yeah, and that's what I think ended up happening is KT were trying to just... Ku was running KT around the lanes, picking them up, but then they started having 5-on-5s, and KT goes, wait a second. That's not what we're supposed to do. We should be flanking these guys. We should be coming from the sides. And then they figured it out. And that's one of the things I love about KT is their warding strategies. And you heard it on the desk there at the very end, that when they get those wards down, they place more wards than any team in the entire world per minute. That gives you so many TP flank opportunities. That gives you those deep wards. That gives you that pressure that you can play around. And that's what started happening is we saw multiple TP flanks come in from Someday, and then he was able to execute on the Darius. Even though he had the most deaths for his team, he also had the most kills. So a lot of participation there.
Now KT ekes out the win, due largely in part to a massive team fight around the Dragon 26 minutes into the game. And Zyrene, I'm going to let you take this one away. 5 for 1, plus Dragon, plus Baron off the back end of this.
It was an incredible swing because when you look at these compositions, you think there's going to be such a hard time for KT to close this game out unless they get a large lead. But what ends up happening in this fight is everything basically goes wrong for Ku. The event horizon is used early, and you'll see it here, stun nobody. And then the arrow comes out on the only person who can cleanse it and negate it. And then after that, the hook comes out that ends up hitting Veigar. It hits Kuro. Dragon goes over to score. They're like, oh no, okay, here comes the arrow. Cleanse it. It's out. Hojin no longer has a gap closer. Here comes the block. Look at this hook. Onto Kuro. Pulls him right into the barrel at the right angle. And then he flashes, and so does Gorilla. So 2 flashes are down. Now Someday decides it's time to go in. They get the kill onto Veigar, and then they throw them in the choke point. You're there with a Darius and a Hurricane Callista right on Spike.
I think the biggest issue to me when I see this fight is KT Tigers, they kind of forget what their composition is about the moment they lose the Dragon. They are supposed to be the ones kiting.
Exactly.
They're walking right into a Darius, into a LB, into a Callista, and they've burnt all of their key abilities. They're the ones supposed to be running away from the fight, not just running into it.
Even bigger than that, against KT's composition, who's really only engaged is either a random hook, which we saw work, don't get me wrong, that can work, but it's just a Gragas Flash. Gragas Flash is your biggest engage tool. It gets blown immediately. Okay, in exchange for 1 Dragon, that means you have 5 minutes of just grouping and doing whatever you want because you're not going to get engaged on. You've got the Ashe, you've got the Veigar, you've got the Tahm Kench. You are never going to get engaged on unless you play horrendously. And they should have seen that as an opportunity of safety instead of a situation of panic, which is what they did with the cooldowns. Just wasn't there in understanding how important it is their CC because he could have even run away.
Exactly.
They had the Scuttlecraft.
That could have just been Dragon going over to KT. They ended up trying to use the Veigar E offensively, then they used the arrow, then they used their Rek'Sai tunnel to try and get in. They tried so desperately to engage that, and that just seemed from a frustration perspective because they were like, well, they're here, we might as well fight them.
And this is where I want to return to your earlier point, Crumbs, about KT's composition and its inability to close games effectively, especially given Ku's comp and their ability to kite. We saw even after that Baron was taken and a slight gold lead went in favor of KT, there was a substantial portion of the game in which they were unable to make any progressive moves.
This event horizon from Kuro, I don't know what he's doing at that point. I think he thought Someday was just going to run straight into them. But then Smeb runs to the right side and he's like, oh no, Someday's over here. So these are the skirmished out fights. Even though it's a 5-on-5 when you just look at the entire thing, it's really sections of 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s and 1-on-1s in this fight, which I thought was very well played from KT because they had 2 teleports on the left side, but then the home guard got him on the opposite side. So you had LeBlanc on your left and then you had Darius on your right, and you really had to pay attention to all of these threats at the same time.
I think it's all about identifying what is your win condition. And in this particular case, we had a Darius that was stronger in the split push, a LeBlanc that is stronger in the split push as well. That will allow you to get these wards out, and eventually you'll get that flank that you want. And also, like, to speak to the Veigar point and Kuro's play on Veigar, I think it was slightly weak. Simply because in the group stages against UGC, we saw that Ku, they were banning the Veigar. So you can almost assume that Kuro hasn't really practiced Veigar before this week. So sure, he has been practicing Veigar all week, but I'm not too impressed by it.
I mean, it's kind of like those, Yu-Gi-Oh matches. You beat one, you get their card, but then you don't know how to play it at all. They beat CLG, they're trying to play the Veigar. It's just not there. You know, I wasn't convinced by it whatsoever. And even during the laning phase, he fell behind, I think, 30 CS, even after LeBlanc wasted the teleport towards the lane. So really unimpressed with that Veigar play.
All right, well, KT Rolster have taken game 1, and we'll be right back with game 2 to see if KOO Tigers can tie up the series. Don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few minutes.
KT and KOO, Korean rivals, and it is time, guys. Who's ready for some League of Legends? I think they can. The heal was nearly enough. Someday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1 for 1. KOO with an early lead in this fight. Someday and Arrow in a little bit of trouble. Peekaboo already on the way out, and Someday gets knocked up. In fact, Someday got that kill. And now KT comes in. A huge apprehend by Someday, and KT all over the KOO Tigers. There's the ult, and here come the resets. Flash with the apprehend as well. Nice grab onto Kuro from Peekaboo, and this fight is all KT. Game 1 goes to KT Rolster.
moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last day of quarterfinals. The teams are getting set to head back onto the Rift, where KT are up 1 game over the KU Tigers. So I'm turning to you first, Yamato. You were the one who picked the KU Tigers to win this series. They're starting down 0-1. How are they going to get back into it?
The thing is, like, with this game, I was quite satisfied with the strategy. When they pulled the Tam Kench and TP'd up top lane, they kind of felt that they feel the same way I do. Just put themselves in situations where there are 5 and they group up and they kind of remove this individual play that KT excels at. And as long as they keep doing that and don't screw up the Dragon, I'm completely satisfied with how KU Tigers keep playing.
Looking for them to stay grouped as often as possible and push the 5v5s. Crumbs, he just mentioned the attention to the top lane. We expected there to be plenty of it. There was. How do you feel that that top lane matchup is going to develop in this series?
As we've seen the Darius-Fiora matchup specifically being such a high skill cap matchup, particularly for Fiora's side, in which she has to repose very carefully as well as position around the Decimate area, they put a lot of focus and just try to gank them a lot, especially with that 5-man Tam Kench creative play. But what they did with the lead that they got to the Fiora just wasn't there. You know, there wasn't a split push presence from either of these teams where they could have easily been. And that was a little disappointing, to be honest, because it felt like the teams just needed some extra time or a little bit of a push so that they understand their composition. Because similar to how we criticize HQ's compositions lacking a lot of wave clear, the exact same case happened when they drafted here. LeBlanc, Kalista, Darius, these guys can't defend the tower for their lives. You put a Veigar and an Ashe into the mid lane, and you just drive it home, take a tier 2 tower. So I think that KU definitely drafted what they need to win.
Yeah, and you're talking about these top laners going rather even because there was so much blood being spilled in that top lane, and then the compositions. But I want to talk about the supports. I feel like both supports played an extraordinarily high-level game here between both Peekaboo and Gorilla. They were standout performers in these. I want to see more of that from them because they were both making plays, but Gorilla was more on a type of, you know, we saw the global play be made in the top lane, but then he was mostly on defensive duties at that point. These are guys who excel in offensive situations where they can create these picks. The thresh hooks from Peekaboo at the Dragon and in the final fight were what started making it so that they could actually close this game out.
I can't help but wonder that Peekaboo feels more at home with Thresh as opposed to Gorilla on the Tam Kench, just because Tam Kench is a lot more defensive than Thresh. When Thresh is a champion that you can say, I want to be aggressive now. It's like, no, I only want to play Lantern bot. And that's not the same thing with the Tam Kench. It's a lot more safety in the guy.
All right, well, we're on to game 2. Let's send it out to our casters to get us into Champ Select. But first, we'll hear what Someday has his eye out for when drafting against KU.
강점은 픽밴부터 한 챔프 다 캐릭 폭이 넓기 때문에 한 챔프를 갖고 돌려 쓰는 픽밴을 많이 써서 그 점을 좀 유의해야 할 것 같고요. 약점은 한번 밀리면 약간 와르르 무너지는 경향이 있는 것 같아서 그 점을 좀 노리면 될 것 같아요.
And welcome back, guys, to KT KU Electric Peekaboo. It's the sequel to a semifinal matchup from OGN Champion Summer, and game 1 was already pretty tight.
It's only Electric Peekaboo if he plays Kennen. So
that's true. Hopefully we get that.
We'll have to wait for the Electric Peekaboo.
The true Electric Peekaboo at that
Flex
point.
pick Kennen.
That's right.
There.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested to see this because we just saw that little video of Someday talking about KU's playstyle.
Yeah.
Well, this is the time where maybe they can't ban out the Kennen or some of these flex picks because KT is going to have to ban out the GP, we would assume. Well, Mordekaiser, and there's the Azir ban. Now, this is what KU did on blue side in their last best of 5.
Yeah, KT Rolster versus KU Tigers picks and bans for game 2. Tam Kench and Darius banned out from KT. Lulu, the second ban from the KU Tigers. And Mordekaiser on blue side. Interesting. GP for KT.
Yeah. Interesting.
It felt like KT was trying to pinch the Gangplank Mordekaiser trade.
Yeah.
And when you recognize that's happening as a blue side team, you can ban one of the two, and then it almost forces KT to ban the final one, which in turn will give Hojin the Elise, which is, I think, exactly what he wanted.
Oh, yeah. If there's any champion that Hojin can pick if he has the choice, it will definitely be Elise these days if he doesn't get the Rek'Sai. So KT over on the other side, they can go ahead and take this Jinx if they want to.
KT, when we saw them in the group stage, as the group stage dragged on, when they were on red side, they loved taking the Jinx in the first round of the draft. So this will be a different strategy. They do definitely have the counter pick for Someday in this game if they choose to use it. So Rek'Sai Jinx stays right in line with what we've seen from KT so far on the red side of Worlds.
Yeah, Score certainly not disappointed with that Rek'Sai pickup.
Yeah, and I also feel like the Jinx is almost Arrow's replacement for Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
It was Kog'Maw, and it was working well for them. They won victories, but they saw everyone else doing amazing things with Jinx and seemed to have picked it up for themselves, even though Arrow not traditionally a Jinx player.
I'll Score switching it over to Gragas at the last second, so he's going to take more of a bit of a playmaking jungler. And are we going to see the Kennen now picked up by Ku?
It has been something that's worked for them for a long time. Of course, Kalista still on the table too, so that is
a
champion that we could see come to play here, but they're going to perhaps lock in that Fiora, which would mean they have something different in that top lane, and it will be a support Shen for Gorilla.
Yeah, taking that one away from KT. Peekaboo had played it, not to mention Someday being a great top Shen player. And now how is KT going to respond here? Probably not with Zillion. Rek'Sai seems reasonable.
Yeah, well, this time there's no Darius to go up against the Fiora. Someday would love to play Renekton. It used to be almost his Achilles heel that he would play Renekton into any situation.
It used to be like his only champion.
Yeah,
way
now,
back when.
This would be an interesting matchup because Fiora could turn the Renekton stun around on him with the proper timing.
It's true.
I don't know if it's that good of a matchup for Renekton. He does have slow alligator-like movements, and Fiora can quickly respond to them.
Yeah, it's Someday's most played champion of all time. I suspected it would come out, especially after we saw Marin play it, because he's played it off meta quite a bit, and it will be that Renekton.
Yeah, and if anybody is going to be able to take that into the Fiora matchup and avoid those things we just talked about, it's going to be Someday. He is a Renekton main through and through, so we'll see if he's got what it takes in this matchup.
Yeah, these last two picks will be very important for Ku, but KT actually, even though the only duplicate pick for them from last game is the Gragas, they have a very strong tank line right now behind the Jinx, which is common and good against the Fiora.
Caitlyn picked up for the Ku Tigers, and there's the Veigar as well for Kuro in the mid lane.
Wow.
Interesting priority on that from the Ku Tigers today. I did not expect that.
But again, very defensive teams here. We have the Shen coming in to help protect Prey, and Kuro on the backside, not a lot of engage, so the Ku Tigers once again looking to get in front of objectives and kite it out.
I kind of like the Syndra actually here. I mean, you've got that long range stun. Just in general, you have range that's going to be able to work around what Veigar can do to you in the mid lane.
I would need to stay out of range of the Veigar. I think it's such a hard thing to pick against. Ku Tigers will have to execute better than they did last game because they picked a very similar team composition.
What about Zed? What about LeBlanc?
I think LeBlanc, I mean, they played the matchup on both sides, and they were the victors last game.
Worked out last time, true. And they're going to try to make it work this time as well. Nagne going to be taking that LeBlanc once again to the mid lane.
I'm a bit surprised about the Renekton pick into Fiora for the reasons Jat stated earlier, and Gorilla going to play Shen support for the first time ever professionally. Now, you have to remember that while Shen support was very common in the LCS, we really didn't see it in Korea at all.
Yep.
But since Worlds has started, Peekaboo has had a game on it. Now this is Gorilla's first game. So they're definitely liking what they're picking up from some of these Western teams.
Yeah.
Well, and this kind of extends Gorilla's massive support champion pool this tournament as well. Now, you know, the only champion that he's played twice is still Tom Ketch.
Yeah, seven different champions out of 8 games for a support player. Certainly not something that you see very often, considering that support pools tend to be quite small in most metas, just preferring just a couple of power picks, but there's been a lot of flexibility here at the World Championship.
It's also the 5th different AD carry Prey has been playing, and this Caitlyn must be doing amazing things in scrims, because this is not a pick that was played pretty much anywhere prior to this World Championship in this season, and all the top 80 carries have been spamming it in solo queue, and this is the 3rd different player we've seen pull it out in the quarterfinals.
I mean, she's still got the same strength she always had. Long range, high damage late game, the ability to poke soft targets out before teams' fights begin, sieging. So we'll see if she can do it here in game number 2. Hashtag Ku win or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports, and let us know who you think is going to take game 2. Will KT tie it up, or will Ku tie it up rather, or will KT get the 2-0 lead? I think it could really go either way.
Looking at Prey historically as a player, this is actually his third most played champion in his career, Caitlyn. We tend to think of Prey more as a Trinity Force user, and of course his two most played are Ezreal and Corki, but this has been his go-to auto attack AD carry pick for a long, long time.
And when we say long time, we're saying going on almost 4 years now. I mean, Prey has been a pro player for probably one of the oldest pro players in Korea in terms of time he's been in the booth or at the desk.
Whatever.
Whatever. In front of a computer, playing League of Legends, whatever.
The gaming table.
That's right.
But really, Caitlyn's about the lane superiority.
Yeah.
A lot of the way that it's fallen off is because teams just lane swap to Caitlyn, and then champions like Jinx and Tristana can kill the turrets more quickly. But if Ku manages to follow Arrow's Jinx with Prey's Caitlyn, expect to see Prey gain a pretty substantial CS advantage because Caitlyn will just headshot the Jinx from outside of Jinx's auto attack range again and again. And also, Arrow doesn't have any way of closing that gap. Like, this is a really bad straight-up matchup for the Jinx.
I mean, the one nice thing is that he does have the Brahmin lane to at least block some of that damage, maybe jump in front when the Caitlyn ult is activated during that channel.
Agreed.
But I think the question kind of remains with what was brought up on the analyst desk as well, too. You know, can Kuro and the rest of the KOO Tigers keep that five-man pressure on? You know, can they keep grouping, making KT react to them instead of letting KT play that broad pushing style, broad vision style that they've been making work?
Well, KOO is obviously, in spite of that loss, very confident that they're going to be able to make this work because they're playing another kiting composition with even less engage. They got a little bit more pick pressure with the Elise, but KT on the engage end of things with that Grog is certainly superior, so they have more options when it comes to initiating team fights. So we have to see better Veigar play out of Kuro. And it's been weird because I feel this tournament, Kuro surprised me in that I felt that he was really overperforming during the group stage. And maybe he has normalized. Nagne, conversely, underperformed that week one, got it together by the time week two rolled around. It was much more like the Nagne that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, definitely.
Nagne had some of the worst stats of all mid laners in week one.
Well, he just looked despondent, too, after that first week. He knew he could play better. He was really letting his team down. Kind of felt lucky that they were getting the wins they were getting. And so, yeah, we really saw revitalized Nagne in week two and in game one today as well. Smeb versus Someday. Yet again, Smeb trying out that Fiora for the second game in a row. So far, the trades have been going pretty good for Someday.
But about even so far. Someday playing a little bit off the wave, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out because we haven't seen the Renekton up against this Fiora yet at Worlds.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like a matchup that Fiora will actually be able to win a little bit early until Renekton gets a little bit more resiliency, because the damage over time from Renekton, once he's able to pop his ultimate, if he can avoid the grand duel from Fiora, I think it would give Renekton a small edge there, but I'm really fascinated to see all these lanes play out because this was a very mirrored start by both teams. You can see the junglers are doing pretty much the same path to the jungle. Both top laners started with the double jungle. The Caitlyn is straight up against the Jinx, and that is where the advantage is going to be gained, not as much through team play as we're used to seeing, but more through just straight up laning, kind of a classic matchup here.
Yeah. Pretty much. Prey and Gorilla trying to put that pressure on to Arrow and Peekaboo like we talked about. Prey using that long auto attack range, and Gorilla, of course, always there with that threat of the taunt. Crab walking his way around the bot lane. Aren't you glad Shen's back, Monty?
I'm not.
I'm thrilled. Really? Even after becoming Shen?
Yeah, we were two Shens. It's true.
That's true. We became, you know, sometimes
even after
live
walking
long enough to become the Shen.
Walking like 500 feet in Shen shoes, you still do not sympathize.
I feel a kinship with Shen now.
I knew what it was like to be the world's worst ninja for a short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, we're commentators. We're loud and very obvious, aren't we? So that just like Shen, the ninja.
Just as illogical as a tank ninja.
Makes sense. Support ninja. Makes way more sense. Ojin lurking about for a gank. Someday comes in with the stun. Smeb wasn't able to block that one.
This could be a pretty big brawl.
Oh yeah, Smeb coming in. Smeb very low already. Can he get taken out? He will. First blood goes to Someday, and now they're going to chase Ojin out of lane. A flash used. Repel coming down, and not going to be able to finish off Ojin, it looks like. Oh, maybe they are. Whoa, that was really close.
Huge credit right here to KT Score for making that gank happen so quickly. By closing the distance with this flash immediately, he almost invalidated the counter gank. Renekton wants the 2v2, so does Gragas. Also, he had faster jungle pathing, so the Gragas had a level advantage on the Elites regardless of the result of that gank. So KT just played that almost perfectly, so there was no counterplay available.
Well, until a moment ago, he was 2 levels ahead on Hojin.
Yeah, somebody did pop the second W a little bit early, though, from the repel, and so had to hit a minion before the repel came down. That could have maybe been a double kill, but a little bit of an error. And he's back again. Oh, boy.
Smeb in big trouble. There's the stun. Smeb trying to get away, but no flash, and he's going to get taken out nearly. Oh, wow, there we go. Someday gets the kill. The turret doing a lot of damage, and the stun from Kuro barely doesn't catch him. Oh, Someday.
This is now a massive hole for Smeb because Someday's already hit the point of being level 6, so even if it's a 1v1 or 1v2, Renekton is actually kind of classic for 1v2ing when the jungle ganks you once he's ahead in the lane. Someday is good at League of Legends, and he's ahead.
Yeah, and that gank, too, was such a mind game. So what happened there, they kill Smeb, and there's a huge minion wave coming to the turret. So they know that Smeb is going to TP back immediately. So Score, he's 2 levels up on Hojin, was 5-3, sits in the brush, and you don't expect Someday to use his teleport to come back into lane when the minion wave is pushed. So they immediately turn around and gank that. So a great mind game on the second gank there from KT. Really nice jungling from Score.
It's one of my favorite things to do. If you can kill the top laner, get him to burn the teleport back and just never leave the lane, because normally it's such a large investment to kill him, wait in the brush for him to walk back. But if you can predict that he's going to teleport back, it's actually also an efficient gank as well as an incredibly effective gank. You can see Score's level 6 now. He's leveling with the solo lanes. He is a monster now because now he can gank with his ultimate.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Jet.
Hey, when
jungle plays.
Smart, efficient jungle play, though. Not just all this ward and be a sightstone right away, just like being so efficient. Of course, he built the sightstone right away, but it's still impressive.
You're really a bloodthirsty jungler then, aren't you?
Absolutely.
All right, I can agree with that.
He had the farm advantage, he got the 2 assists, so you have to think about it like a free sightstone Jet. He's still, still trailblazer to trailblazer. He hasn't really lost anything, and here we go again.
Oh, Smeb. Able to get out of that one, but you just cannot get close to this Renekton right now. He's doing too much damage. He's got that pickaxe and a longsword on top of just the 2 Doran's blades and a ruby crystal for Smeb. It's bad for Smeb, that's what I'm saying.
Smeb life is not good right now.
All right, tried to block the stun there, didn't work. Someday gonna pop the ultimate grand challenge used by Smeb. Here comes Hojin. They're gonna lock Renekton down, and actually Smeb and Hojin get the kill. Nice gank by the Ku Tigers.
Well, Doa, sometimes when you don't have wards in the river, you shouldn't be trying to all-in your opponent.
Yeah.
Heard that.
Someday getting very greedy and misplaying that entirely.
No jungle
knowledge
backup.
of Hojin or with help from Score. Pretty sloppy.
He's like, hey, I'm here to... Oh.
Be efficient.
Already died. I see how it is.
Here to be... Come on. All right.
See, does this make you mad as a jungler now, Jack? Because you get your lane ahead and then he just goes and dies and you're not there. You're like, what did I do all that work for?
It makes you a little angry, I would have to say, especially because he's allowed to play that aggressive, Someday is, as long as Smeb isn't level 6. Because he would be able to 2v2 and at least in Fiora as long as he doesn't have Grand Challenge on him. But credit to Hojin as well for flashing out of the brush there in order to get Someday before he could slice and dice away. And it was a well-executed gank by Ku, but at the same time, Someday should never have put himself in that position. And honestly, the advantage is gone until he gets Tiamat.
Well, game 2 is a roller coaster in the top lane and a roller coaster of emotion for Jet.
And there finally Smeb gets the riposte done, turns it right around on Someday. It's been a bit of a mind game as to when that W would come out so far. And Someday's mostly managed to avoid getting the stun turned around, but that time really taking a pretty harsh turnaround in that little trade.
We saw Someday get picked on early on in game 1, and then Someday was able to turn it back around. Now we're kind of seeing the reverse, where they're picking on Smeb, and he's starting to finally turn it around.
Yeah, very similar to last game. Get Someday ahead, Someday makes a mistake, Someday starts to fall behind, Someday, the third step of this is Someday gets an excellent teleport and totally owns a team fight, so.
And he can definitely do that on a champion like Renekton.
Now he's got Tiamat on Renekton, which is the go-to item, since after you use your W stun, you can then Tiamat, which allows you to get more damage off more quickly, because normally you're frozen in a half-second animation with the stun, but Tiamat can break that.
Jetbacks. Oh, challenge time. Someday could be in a bit of trouble slicing and dicing away. Can Hojin get there in time with the cocoon? Smeb's going to go ahead and flash to Chase, going under the turret. He gets a heal. Someday gets taken down, and it looks like Smeb's going to make it out.
Well, coming in, that was another time where Smeb saw the opening, turned around the stun onto Someday when he tried to come in. Smeb started playing that little interaction poorly, but here we go on the bottom side.
Whoa, nice ult from Score. Prey nearly taken down immediately. Pickaboo helps Score pick that one up, and Gorilla has a flash, gets stunned, goes down. There's a kill for Arrow.
And that's actually, that's catastrophic because they did a double teleport cancel there.
Yeah.
Both Kuro and Smeb were channeling the teleports and neither of them decided to complete.
But they were on different minions, and what Arrow did was he managed to trap both teleport locations with Jinx at the same time. So kind of forcing the cancel a little bit right there, but a good gank turns it around. Now Hojin and Nagde mixing it up in the jungle.
And we've been really critical of the top lane matchup, Smeb and Someday, but we haven't been able to pay much attention to the bottom lane matchup. The Jinx has actually been winning that lane and now is definitely winning that lane thanks to Score. Even though Caitlyn does have, in my opinion, an advantage over the Jinx, Shen is an incredibly lackluster support in the laning phase as far as being able to win, especially against a Braum. So I feel like Pickaboo and Arrow, as well as Outplaying, have been utilizing that supporting lane advantage to actually give Jinx the laning advantage against a Caitlyn, which is not what Ku would expect or what they wanted when they picked in with the Caitlyn.
Well, it's been interesting, and at the end of the day, so far, it's a 2,000 gold lead for KT Rolster.
Well, I mean, they got the turret. They have a TP advantage. They will soon have a double TP advantage once Nagnes comes back up. So KT, this is their time to start making plays on the map, really aggressively going after this dragon if they can.
Yeah.
Push up that lane and start taking objectives while Ku is weak in terms of their globals.
Yeah, pushing up that bot lane as well. They've already got wards deep into the enemy jungle. And if you look at the mini-map right now, I feel like this is exactly the type of game that KT tries to play every game. Get those wards in there deep, get them in early, and then use that to set up dragons, use that to set up more plays. Like, this is all KT so far.
Because right after they killed that turret bottom lane, they got the wards for the dragon. They're always prepping their play. It's the mark of a good team.
Very true.
And now they have the teleport advantage. So what actually would be likely is a play top lane because they can still teleport down. They're actually not exposing themselves to a dragon here.
Oh, challenge issued to Someday. Teleports coming in for KT, though. Smeb's going to have to give that one up. Teleport canceled by Nagne. There's one down.
They couldn't get Smeb to fully commit to that, which was smart of Smeb. Drop the ultimate, so it looks like he's going in. They force the TP in out to Score, wandering.
Score goes into the blue buff, uses his ult, pushes Hojin back towards him, somehow stays alive for the moment, but Kuro comes in for the kill. Blue buff got quite the show there.
Yeah, they didn't actually have Arrow in the right position to make that invade at the time. If they had waited just a little bit longer, but Arrow's still going to get the turret, so all in all, a preferable trade for KT, but not without a price.
Yeah, because we have to remember KT had a numbers advantage up in that lane. Prey was down bottom trying to push the turret, so as long as they grouped appropriately, they would have had the brute force to get the deep wards they so desire. It was actually a very good play by Ku to catch Score while Arrow was up top trying to push down the turret.
Yeah, and Hojin has opted to try and get that sheen this game and go into Runeglaive. So there is a ton of single target damage on the Ku Tigers. If you get caught out like that, they can blow you up nearly immediately. Of course, with champions like Caitlyn, that high single target damage, Fiora, and Veigar.
The question is, while you're focusing that single target, you know, what are the other two carries going to be doing to you? I mean, they've got Renekton and a LeBlanc in this game, so it's not like other comps that you've seen where it's just about the Jinx damage. Who has a lot to worry about?
Yeah, they do, and Someday really going for a high damage build here, going Phage out of Tiamat. So not going to be very tanky when it comes to dealing with a lot of this burst, looking for that split push. First dragon of the game, going to go over to KT Rolstar.
Yep, taking that without any issue at all. There it goes. Who got the first one in game one? KT takes it in game two.
And this, I think, was the expected result with the teleport advantage and the play they made top lane. If Ku wanted to respond to the dragon play, then KT would then be able to rotate very quickly down bottom. But again, a single target pick in the jungle.
Pickaboo needs to be careful here. Uses that ult, actually gets a knock up on the Gorilla, but Hojin just repels away. I don't know about that at all. What do you think?
No, I think it's actually quite good because it's zoned them out of that jungle, which is allowing Arrow to push forward in this bottom side. They get the deep wards in as well. So they're going to get a little damage from it, but it protects Arrow, prevents any kind of engage, and continues to allow KT to get the deep wards in the bottom jungle.
Very true. Nagne doing a bit to Kuro again, able to blink back over the wall with that distortion.
It really is all about the deep wards they're setting up.
Yeah, it's very classic KT roster play here in game 2.
The desk has talked a lot about it, but 4.3 wards per minute for this KT team. We do see the sweeper once again early on to Nagne.
Interesting.
Same thing last game. He did it about half the time in the group stages as well, where he does early sweeper, but then he will upgrade to a warding trinket. The interesting thing this game will be, since they already have so much map priority, if he's even going to bother going back and getting the upgraded warding trinket.
And that tier 2 in bottom is nearly ready to fall, already down to about a fourth of its health left. And KT has a lot of time before the next dragon to just simply put pressure on these lanes.
And Prey, it's Caitlyn, one of these champions that has a relatively lackluster mid-game, really needs 3 to 4 items to be successful, so you have to wait quite a long time to get her relevant.
Especially if you get an Avarice Blade.
Yeah. I mean, it's no damage here and no damage coming anytime soon, really, for Prey. He's done a good job of keeping up in CS, and Score has been standing in a ward for a real long time now.
Yeah, that's good for Ku, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Being
if they can do anything about it.
The map.
Score is the ultimate ward defender here.
Cool guys stand in enemy team's wards.
Both junglers are in wards right now. So.
I rest my case.
The ultimate green jungler battle.
Here we go.
Gorilla tries to flash head for the stun onto Arrow, or the taunt rather, doesn't work out. He's going to use that exhaust. Summoner heal just to give the speed boost for Arrow and Peekaboo to make it out.
Yeah, that's pretty massive right there. They burned double TP again for nothing. That's the second time Ku has done that. And you really need to use your double TP to get back in the game in these situations.
And this is the situation that we talked about in the about this point last game.
Oh, Gorilla, got to be careful there.
So last game what happened was we saw the TPs used and we saw the 5-man groups and they were able to force fight and get kills. Now the adaptation here, and what I said is the kind of dark side of that play is now we see a lot of minions being lost on the top side, mid lane turret goes down. So KT has adapted. Last game, they were taking those fights when the TPs came in, when the groups came in. This time, no. They burned Flash, they burned Rommel just to get, or Exhaust rather, just to get out of that situation. And instead of taking those fights, they say, we're backing off, we're just gonna play the map against you. So KT now has a lead at this point in the game, whereas they had a deficit before. So Ku has to come up with something else now.
Yeah, I also think the way they achieve that reward is more important. So KT, this time, has the vision generally of the approaching play instead of Ku having the vision of KT. KT has done a good job denying the vision and keeping the deep wards up, which makes it easier to make the appropriate choice, which they have adapted to do well.
Well, KT pushed out for the moment anyway. He's going to need a lot more than that. Already 4,000 gold down. That's a massive deficit for them at this point in the game.
Well, especially considering that Ku came into this match tonight with an average 5,772 gold lead at the 20-minute mark.
That's incredible.
So absolutely enormous. Certainly it was helped by the CLG games where they were sometimes up 7, 8, 9,000 gold.
They averaged a 9,000 gold lead against CLG at 20 minutes.
That is not much of a challenge, is it? Well, KT going for that tier 2. It's nearly dead. We'll probably get it pretty soon. Smeb making trouble for Peekaboo here. They're going to go in. Very tentative from both sides.
Everywhere KT goes, they can match with teleports. So this is exactly how KT wants to play the 15 to 30 minute mark right here. They're farming 3 waves with the protection of their teleports. This entire window, after Ku made the failed double teleport play by both pressing the teleport key at the same time and not getting kills, puts them in a hole for the duration of that 5-minute teleport cooldown. They need to instantly kill someone on KT in order to make a proper play. Otherwise, the teleports will come in and stop the play dead in its tracks.
Nice. Speaking of stopping things dead in their tracks, Peekaboo getting in front of that. He's in the hole from Prey. Not bad at all.
No red buff here will be taken away and put onto Nagne, actually.
Hey, what LeBlanc doesn't want a red buff, right?
Let's get some more damage in there. Just weave an auto attack into your combo.
If you're taking TP instead of Ignite, you might as well get the red buff, right?
It's a baby Ignite. It's do true damage. Like Ignite, over time.
Yeah, see?
On auto attacks.
There you go.
There was once a time in League of Legends where that applied on spells for like a patch, and they realized then they realized Ryze's Q was a little bit too good with red buff.
I would say so. I enjoyed playing Annie during that time too. Dragon is up, and we will see if KT can claim it. They've certainly got the map positioning to go back and take that one fairly easily. Someday just pushing up the top lane. Got his teleport. In fact, the TP advantage for KT, and they're going to use it to go after that dragon very safely.
Incredibly safe. There is no chance of a steal.
Yep. That's right. This wasn't Dragon Funland after all. No. KT 2-0 up in Dragons. And Ku Tigers just kind of scrambling for some semblance of control, anything they can do to just stay alive in this game. Now, I suppose in theory they could still find a miracle team fight, but again, you know, that's not a situation you really want to find yourself in.
Yeah, specifically because KT Rolster has a stronger front line and very good catch potential this game as well. Obviously, Ku can get a good Event Horizon down, and if they can somehow catch Nagne very quickly, especially with Peekaboo being on Braum and not being near a McHale's or having any cleanses on KT, it's kind of on Hojin or Kuro to make that happen, but it's very unlikely with the ward coverage that KT has, and also the way they're splitting the map into 3 different lanes.
Yeah.
This is pretty much going to script. We talked about it, 15-30. KT, #1 in terms of CS during that period. And Ku falling behind in that regard, but having a lot more kills. But KT, they just refuse to fight. They have long games, but they're happy because what happens, this style from KT, yes, it results in longer games, but it's so controlled. Just retreat, keep the map pressure up, slowly deny minion waves to your opponents, take these dragons, get the deep wards in, and just never give your opponent an opening. And when they make those mistakes with those global spells like teleport, just punish them for it.
Yeah, very true. And we talked about this coming into the match today as well. KT has a 9-minute longer average game time at Worlds than the Ku Tigers do right now. Ku Tigers have really relied in that group they were in on getting a lead early, snowballing it like crazy, and finishing fast. And against KT, clearly that is not something you can do. Someday, taking some damage from Smeb, though, he's going to have to slice and dice his way out of there, where he gets sliced and diced even more. There's a lot of slicing and dicing going on there.
Yeah, Someday's gone for an incredibly aggressive Renekton build and opted against building any armor items, which is a little surprising. Although I do like heavy AD Renekton builds, he actually has some of the most aggressive AD ratios on his spells. So as far as which champions you would want to build AD on, Renekton is one of them. He gets a lot of natural health from his ultimate, especially once he hits level 16 as well. But I want Ninja Tabi or just a Warden's Mail somewhere in that build, because I think as soon as he builds that item, he just wins straight up against Smeb.
Oh, Ku pushing right up the mid lane. Can they actually take a turret here? They've got pressure on
stunned
bottom
him.
lane too. Wow, Nagne did get stunned. They take him out. Hojin with a kill there. Nice pick by Ku, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Challenge issued. Smeb taking turret hits. He's okay for the moment, though. Someday in a bit of trouble. Getting lower, goes down, and that heal combined with the ult from Shen keeps him alive. Ku suddenly finding an opening.
That was absolutely huge. They cut the gold deficit by about half by that. It's going to go down even further as Smeb takes a turret, so Ku roaring right back into this game.
I
But
guess, man.
I mean, I'm not really seeing this Fiora Renekton matchup at the current time, because at these 2 items, it's really hurting Renekton to be in these dueling situations. It's too easy for Smeb to block the stun now.
Yep, I think Someday needs armor. He can't win that duel elsewhere. And this was a mistake by Nagne. Obviously, with the Veigar, we talk about how strong he is, his Seize potential. This is exactly why. If Nagne wants to clear the wave, he has to walk into Event Horizon range or just give up a turret. He ends up losing both. So really, Ku losing the split push war that they had been winning this entire time, because Ku kind of smartens up and just sets up a siege.
Yeah, they start to group up, and then not only that, Gorilla rather on point to get into that bottom lane to make a play and a dive with Smeb at the same time, so they're able to crack 2 of the outer turrets. KT had held on to all of them before that single play. And Ku getting right back into it.
Yeah, and one wonders what else Ku has planned here as they push up the mid lane.
I think, as far as plans go, this is 100% of their plan. They should continue to push up mid lane as much as possible and at least match a split push. They don't need Smeb in the same lane as Someday, even though that's nice. But as long as they can trade turrets in a split push, they're keeping the gold close and maintain a presence mid lane. They no longer have teleport disadvantages, so they can set up a decently safe siege.
Well, they're going to get that top lane turret pretty easily. Smeb tearing it apart right now. Looks like they'll trade the top lane tier 1 for the bottom lane tier 2. And you know, that's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. Wow, Smeb actually hasn't killed that. He hasn't done any damage to that turret yet. Someday, what are you doing?
He's trying to get out of this situation. He knows he's getting collapsed on, so it's still a dicey maneuver, and there's the dicey maneuver right out of Hojin's way. Very well played there by Someday, escaping what could have been a very deadly situation.
3 people collapsed on him, and he made it out completely cleanly. That's so impressive by Someday right there.
Yeah, Shen is like, wow, I need to get sneaking lessons from that giant space crocodile.
A better ninja than Shen.
Literally anything.
Yeah. That box that like Solid Snake walks around under in Metal Gears, that's a better representation of a ninja than Shen, I
Yes,
think.
it is. Absolutely.
Yeah. What's in the box? Oh, nothing. Just a box. Shen's like, oh, that guy's so good.
Why didn't I think of that?
Genius.
I was too busy making loud noises and appearing on the other side of the map.
So, oh, here I come! Shen. Supposed to be subtle. Nothing subtle about Ku's comeback, though. The lane's starting to push a little bit more for KT, but Ku has made it a game.
Yeah. The possibility, though, of KT really stacking up these dragons is becoming quite troublesome.
Yeah.
Nogne's going to take a free bullet.
It's not a ton of damage.
I think that's KT's next step. Set up the dragon as cleanly as possible, make Kuro burn Event Horizon, and then find your fight after that moment. A lot of that will have to do on Nogne's flanks.
Yeah.
Who's going to go a little early?
KT wants to take this one. Ku doesn't want to let them. Prey doing a bit of damage to the dragon. Who's going to get it? Red team takes it, went over to score. Smited it just in time, and that's going to be 3-0 in dragons for KT. Ku thinking back to game 1, saying, wait, this is our moment. Come on, third dragon, guys.
Hojin smited at 970 right there before Score was even comboing abilities, so a really easy smite there for Score to finish. But with Someday trying to split push bottom, it's the setup siege again in the mid lane. Event Horizon equals turret.
Yeah. And Someday actually peeled off right there, got cold feet. Of course, it would have been difficult for him on his own to try and take that inhibitor turret. But he did make the move, did push the minion wave, and they ended up. KT doesn't have a lot of tools to safely clear that minion wave as long as the Event Horizon is there. So Ku playing this Veigar significantly better than they did the last time, but the problem remains. 2 dragons for KT, and they'll get it before 40 minutes. That 5th dragon buff is very scary. And Ku, if they don't have the opportunity to get vision first on the dragon, they cannot engage really with their composition.
And that's the big threat, isn't it? Then you have to think about what Nogne's really going to start doing in team fights. You get that 5th dragon stack, and suddenly you're going to be just evaporating people like Kuro if you can get close enough. If you can get that flank.
But you also have to remember the late game Veigar, once he gets Void Staff, is going to be near 1,000 ability power. Nogne has built pretty heavy magic resist with Mercury Treads and Abyssal Scepter, but we've even seen Nogne's experienced it. Veigar is just pressing one button and instantly killing him in the late game.
Yeah, and that's when he had Merc Treads, Abyssal Scepter, and the Rylai's. So even more tankiness than he has right now.
Yeah. They're using Kuro to push up that bot lane for the moment anyway. And it seems like for now, it's really a lot about Baron too. Can KT maybe find an opportunity to start baiting it, start pulling people away, and help Someday get a little bit more split pushing pressure with that Baron threat?
Well, they really want to force a face check here because Ku's engage crowd control is so poor. And Ku's way of winning a lot of these team fights is going to be through picks or through kiting. So as long as they can control the river, as we reach the end game,
Well,
definitely a duel going on at the top side right now.
Yeah, Someday on the run. Here comes Hojin. Someday could be in a bit of trouble here. A lot of Ku members collapsing. There's the flash. Someday still trying to get away. Could get to the mid lane. Gorilla over the wall with the taunt. Someday slices and dices his way out. Caitlyn comes in with a bit of damage. Oh, they got him with the Event Horizon. Will that be enough damage? Gorilla gets taken out by Nagne, though. There goes the support on the other side. And Smeb, a little bit of health left. He's got enough. Another nice stun with that Event Horizon. Score manages to body slam his way to freedom. Here comes Nagne trying to find a target. Takes a lot of damage in response. Nice flash from Prey with the headshot. And Ku comes out of that fight on top.
Really, chaos ensued once Smeb chased Someday. Someday's really, really good at getting away from stuff, but KT did overcommit when trying to protect their Renekton. He burned far too many spells in retreat, which then gave an advantageous fight for Ku, and specifically the fact that Ku didn't have to deal with frontline allowed them to just chase with their CC. Now it's all about this Baron, and whether or not Score could miraculously get a smite.
Needs to be
Arrows
a hero
here as well.
here. Oh, but there's the Event Horizon. Score.
Still body slam in.
It was a bit early. Got such low health, though. Arrow tried to come in. No, they can't quite get it. Baron goes down, and so does Nagne. Ku taking that Baron, and suddenly everything going the Ku Tigers' way, but only for the moment. They've got low health. Peekaboo trying to slow people up, and it looks like they'll be able to escape the Baron pit anyway.
Yeah, that was such a good call from Ku. They knew the TPs were down, as well as the death timers on the mid and top lane. Nagne had no chance because he tried to TP into that last fight. If they had just let Someday to die or tried to disengage with the Braum ultimate, it could have been very different, not burn that TP. They decided to go in, follow that up, but Ku had been chasing Someday around for too long, and KT really overcommitted when Ku could just kite very efficiently.
I also think after the fight, an incredibly risky Baron call. Jinx over the wall with Jinx rockets, as well as an attempted smite steal where, by the way, neither smite was actually used. So if either one of those guys would have gotten close to smite, it could very easily have been a Baron steal because Score got into the pit.
Funny thing is Jinx rocket wasn't used either.
Yeah. Was the
Weirdly
ultimate
enough.
up during
it was
that?
Wasn't?
Yeah.
I think it, oh, okay, it was down at the time. That could be it. All right, nice flash taunt onto Someday there from Gorilla.
Yeah, but the thing is, he had to use Dominus before this fight. Someday never does damage here, and the LeBlanc arrives when the other solo laner is already dead. Trading a top laner for a support automatically puts Ku at the advantage. Not to mention, they got to fight on top of that healing spring from Smeb. And really, Nagne can never get the proper flank position in this battle.
This is the real mistake, though. Nagne has no reason to go in for a LeBlanc combo right there. The AD carry in jungle had already successfully disengaged, and Nagne getting chunked and dying on the flank is what caused that Baron to go down. So, team fighting error there from Nagne.
Kuro hitting things so well with that Event Horizon.
Looking much better this game than last game.
And with the Baron buff, this composition hits its sweet spot, because specifically with the Caitlyn, the 3-item Caitlyn right here, the Event Horizon plus the Caitlyn range can take down almost any turret.
Oh, here we go again. Smeb onto Someday, issuing the grand challenge, and Someday can't even survive it through the ultimate. Oh yeah, Smeb 6-2-2 all over that top lane.
I know this may look like Fiora is just a way better champion than the Renekton in a split push, but this is a magic resist stacking Renekton trying to deal with the split pushing Fiora. I do not know what Someday is doing with that build, and it is consistently punishing KT.
He's trying to survive Kuro, but that's not the person he's been fighting against.
I mean, but by not building armor, the other problem is that Prey has not had to build a Last Whisper this game either, so it's making it very easy for Prey to output damage and get tanky with that Bloodthirster.
Someday had 87 armor during that death, 33 minutes into the game. But Ku, they have the Veigar anyway, so they are pushing so strong here.
Yeah, using that Baron buff to push through the bottom inhibitor, going all the way to a bit of damage on the Nexus turret. Someday, he's teleporting down. They're going to try to flank this. Ku could be in trouble. Nice taunt from Gorilla, catching Someday immediately after he comes to the teleport. Score uses his ultimate, but he can't save his top laner. Smeb is godlike with a kill there. Nagne comes in, nearly takes out Prey, but it's not enough. Oh, Nagne lives with like 0 health left. 42 remaining after that ace in the hole.
Jinx coming in on the bottom side right, or top side rather. Smeb going hunting for Score, but the only one there. Score trying to a little bit of
oh boy,
yes, but
he's in trouble. Smeb's like 4 score and 7 kills ago. I took out a Gragas in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Dragon taken by Ku as well. Looks like Score lives anyway.
Very close. They had to burn the exhaust. Enough slows used though to keep Score alive. Only Someday going down. They thought they might be able to catch them coming out, but Someday just getting blown up immediately. He just doesn't have that tankiness yet.
Yep.
Smeb has been so good at procking all 4 vitals. I don't think I've ever seen the heal from Fiora happen as many times in a game as I've seen right here. Very consistently setting up winning situations for his team by chasing people down like that.
Yep, that big heal has been helping quite a bit. Look at this, Gorilla just immediately with the taunt onto Someday.
That's a great opening right there. Of course, they get him down to 50% HP, and now he's going to go, gets hit by the Veigar ult.
Yep.
And they're just easily going down. Rocket not going to do a whole lot. Nagne coming in, nearly one-shot Prey, but can't finish it off. Prey then responds.
Oh, so close.
The ace in the hole, not
40.
quite enough.
40 HP after that one.
Yeah, now it'll kill. It's a last whisper on to Prey, so much more damage. Caitlyn's hit that 4-item point of being really, really good in the late game. 1 inhibitor down. They no longer have the Baron main, so it'll be a little bit harder for them to set up sieges.
And crucially, they got a dragon during that conflict as well, just picking it up at the end, preventing KT from being on the cusp of number 5.
Well, it makes that 5th dragon a long way away for KT Rolster now, and if you look at the gold lead that KOO has, they've gone from about 4K down this game to now being about 5K up. What a swing.
Well, this looks more like the KOO we were used to in Korea.
Yes,
you know?
yes it does.
Losing in the early game, scrapping it out, somehow getting their strategy together and just running wild in the mid game to take that gold lead and take a win.
Yeah. Trying to take out that mid inhibitor turret now. They're going to rotate up to top. Who's certainly looking like they're going to take this game. We'll see if KT can stop them.
No.
Doesn't look likely, does it? Jet's just like, no.
The 4-1 they set up was so good, specifically because Smeb is just ignoring the Renekton, and even if LeBlanc rotates over for a quick burst, he's even been able to save his riposte so he can't get burst by Nagne either. Just KOO really, really pretty with the way they're moving between lanes.
That Event Horizon, too. Although I suppose with Santa Veigar, it's more like Present Horizon. It works. Someday, trying to get inside. Yeah.
Trying to get some damage down. Event Horizon used just to deny the flank.
They'll get that inhibitor before too long.
KT should just make a play right now.
Yeah, well, they need to do
now
something.
They should make a play. The Event Horizon's down.
Yeah.
Well, we got excited for nothing.
Just go for it. Just get him.
Oh, they're going to lose their inhibitor. How about that?
Praise, stop moving. Just get him.
Just kill the inhibitor. There's plenty of them now. There we go. Taking out Peekaboo takes a big chunk of life loss as well. And KOO Tiger's just going to casually walk away.
Yep. I think KT had to pull the trigger there if they wanted to get back into this game at all. They're going to lose a Nexus turret at the same time as KT has gotten a bunch of people together in the mid lane just to push out the mid wave. Dragon up at 10, or Baron rather.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down with only 1 Nexus turret means the Baron would basically only be a chance at a steal.
Probably, and KOO's just going to not waste any time going for this one. KT, they're right there though. Nagne has his teleport. He could join and he will. Are they going to be able to get this one? Yeah, KOO gets the Baron, but will they win the fight? Peekaboo takes a bit of damage early on. Gorilla looks a little bit low as well. They're going to take him down. Goodbye, Peekaboo. Nagne over the wall doing absolutely nothing. KOO just all over KT right now. Nagne has to run ace in the hole, blocked by Arrow. Takes half his health doing it though. And Smeb is getting closer. KT just barely keeping 3 people alive during that fight, but KOO looking pretty fine. There we go. Teleport coming in. And Kuro, he's got the home guards. Veigar flash on the wall. He better rise it. Arrow cleanses through it though, makes it out. That is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Nobody wants to see Veigar run at them like that.
Didn't even get the kill, but I feel like KOO will probably get the game. They kill the inhibitor, the instant respawns back up. They have everyone but their support.
Yeah.
Still a decent defending crew there by KT Rolster, though.
It's not bad. Nagne, Arrow, and Someday left to defend this last Nexus turret and the Nexus. Not doing as much damage as you'd expect, I suppose, but it's enough to scare KOO away. You know, why take that chance? Why take that 80% chance to win right now when you can have a 100% chance in a minute or 2?
Yeah, and they did just burn 2 flashes not to get the kill on the Arrow, so there is a little trepidation about trying to finish that game, especially when KT's topped up and score is respawning. I think this
makes sense.
Definitely the right call for KOO. They still got some time left on that Baron to make the final play.
Yeah.
Even so, I'm really loving this series so far. KT,
So good.
back and forth games with KOO the first 2 times here. KOO had an early game advantage with Veigar, and they didn't necessarily correctly avoid the team fights and play around the Dragons properly. This time, KOO actually had to play from behind, but instead did use the Veigar properly. Much better use of Event Horizon from Kuro this game. They worked around the vision control of KT and found their moments in a very creative fashion. And it's really good to see two good teams go back and forth against each other.
Well, we were all wondering too, you know, how close was this really going to be after that last series in Korea about a month or two ago? And man, they have not missed a beat as far as how close these teams are to each other skill-wise. I still think we can definitely see Game 5 in this series. KOO looking like they want to tie things up here in Game 2, though. There goes the last inhibitor turret on the map for KT Rolster. And KOO looking to try to end it. Ace in the hole used, blocked by Peekaboo. But here comes the KOO Tigers. KT, the last defense is right here, right now.
KOO's going to wait for 3 waves of Baron and Balor Super Minions.
Yeah, why not, man? Get the Winions on board as well, too. Arrow takes a ton of damage from Kuro. And there we go, Grand Challenge issued yet again. Peekaboo the target, Nagne gonna back out of the fight, got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Kuro. They're gonna tear apart KT, and KOO Tigers tearing apart the Nexus as well. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers.
This has been a really interesting series so far, and I'm really happy to see Kuro play that Veigar much better in this game than in Game 1, because they came back in, played the Veigar again, and if they had lost with it, they would have looked real dumb. But this time, they actually showed that, yes, we know how to use it properly. Last game was just a little bit of an outlier. We can set up these sieges. But KT, they tried to snowball Someday again early, kind of threw away his lead.
I think Someday has no one to blame but himself for this game. He started 2-0 thanks to some really nice play by Score, and then ended 2-7. Not only did he play over aggressive, I think he built wrong as well with his itemization. Renekton versus Fiora, they tried to bring it out as a counter pick, and I think he ended up outbuilding himself.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you know, KOO Tigers were able to find those moments that they wanted to in the mid and late game. Play, like you said, very much like the KOO Tigers that we saw in summer season in Korea, and able to come back and crush KT.
I really like what we saw from both teams. It was, I felt like it was really a game of cat and mouse. Of course, KT doing a great job of baiting out those TPs and keeping the map pressure, and KOO just trying and trying and trying until they found the picks that they wanted.
The fact that KOO actually won this game after they had a large deficit in the early game and then failed on back-to-back double TP usages, normally the game is over at that point because you get snowballed on, but they were resilient enough and they saved up. They didn't fall behind because those TPs were used. It was impressive.
Well, that's usually the KOO Tigers that we're used to seeing.
Yeah,
they are very good at staying in games against top-tier opponents and then able to get the strategy working and make a comeback. Their early game dominance has been weird for me to see at this particular tournament.
That's more like it in Game 2, huh? Well, this series is just heating up, but to help us break down that last match, let's send it down to the interview lounge, guys.
Thank you very much, Doa. Indeed, things just heating up, and we're going to break it down here together with Crepo and the Fisho. Because looking at Game 2, now all square, and a similar composition or a similar idea also coming out of the KOO Tigers this time around.
Yeah, so what we see for them again with this Veigar pick in the mid lane is they want to do this 1-4 siege composition, where of course Fiora has to do really well up on the top side. That didn't look very good in the start for KOO Tigers because of the ganks that came in, you know, Smep fell behind 0-2 very, very early.
Yeah, KT did a good job of recognizing where KOO was strong to build up their composition. So they took away the 1 out of the 4-1 part, and they took down Smeb in the top lane. He eventually got back later. But I just want to compliment Score on his early ganks, the way he pathed in for a couple of really efficient, quick-paced ganks, especially when it went bot later on. We also have a replay of that coming up. So definitely the mechanical outplay he did in the first 2 ganks set KT up to take the pace of the game and potentially snowball it, but it kind of went down.
Yeah, again, so he gets the good ganks off, and it looked awesome for them. LeBlanc is doing fine in the mid lane and everything, but once we get the counter gank from Hojin coming in, gets the 1 kill, then Smep gets a solo kill as well up in that top lane, and that's where it really starts going wrong, because Fiora will always outscale a Renekton, and then we get this split push suddenly happening, and we also get to see a fairly weird strategy for KT, where they keep the LeBlanc in the mid lane with teleport, just sitting there farming over and over. They keep putting Jinx in the bottom lane, give her all the farm. She doesn't apply any pressure, she just pushes the wave and runs away. Why do you pick LeBlanc with teleport then if you're not going to split push? That's how you're going to close out the game.
Especially knowing that KT had started to build up an advantage. We pulled a replay up on the screen of the bottom lane gank by Score. Also very well executed, because it's not just going down there, but you also have to make it work.
Yeah, if you look at where Score is right now, he's right outside of your screen in the bottom brush. There's okay, Arrow and Peekaboo gonna walk back, and he's just snuck in there. They don't expect him to come in. He's body slams, knows he can't get close enough. Instant R, both of them knock forward. Now look at Peekaboo as well, getting in a position, gonna flash after instant R, and they really play around that Shen shield, immediately go for Prey, then take out Gorilla. This was Score sneaking in here in the bot lane. He went top earlier, got a kill on Smep, so he was definitely directing the pace of the early game, and he got KT pretty far ahead.
But a fairly weird thing, if you look at the replay here, was yes, he made a play on the bottom side of the map. Top side, they just killed the Renekton. There was one ward placed by KT. They've just been dominating 2-0 up there. You have a Renekton that's going to take over the game. Invest vision into that side, take over completely. Don't allow suddenly the enemy junglers to just walk up the river and get an easy gang off to kind of turn the game around. So there's a lot of mistakes for KT in how they want to close out the games. And again, how they play the 1-3-1, it allows the siege to happen for the KOO Tigers.
I do think it was a good idea in a sense going bot lane to take care of the Shen ulti that way.
Bot is fine. I want the vision on top side, so your top lane does not die.
Vision top needs to be better because Renekton should be able to snowball that matchup, and we have to also just question Sunday. Maybe could have had to push the advantage more home. But the biggest thing for me is that in the mid game, once KOO Tigers started actually getting that siege on, we could see the strengths of this composition.
Yeah, definitely. We also have a replay to show that. Much like where in game 1 there was a comeback from KT through team fight, this time KOO correctly identifies what they're supposed to do with their composition.
Yeah, so some good things about that comp here. First of all, Caitlyn against the LeBlanc, you can just alter every single time before a fight, and then Veigar can follow up with his ulti if she ever jumps in or stun her. So this is the 4-1 siege. Look at the bottom lane Fiora. She will have the Shen support as well as backup.
Yeah, and also just look at where the Jinx is on the map right now. Arrow just way too late to that party overall, and we should have had Nagne split pushing on that LeBlanc. We should have had him clearing the waves. He can dash in to the mid lane to rotate quicker. Worst case, he can even teleport in. So you should definitely have your Jinx in the mid lane there, as you were saying earlier. And
it's just so weird because
it's so weird that they do that.
Caitlyn is sitting in a side lane versus the Jinx. They just keep wave playing against each other. What happens if LeBlanc walks into that lane? Caitlyn dies or she runs away.
She did.
So you take over that lane and you have teleport while Veigar is sitting mid lane anyway, just trying to push in the wave. The KT way of playing with this teleport LeBlanc is not really very effective. In the last game, they relied on outplaying in team fights, not on picking off targets or split pushing, even though that's
And they had
what
top
the comp wanted
snowballing
to do.
as well.
Exactly. Like that was still a weird game for me that KT managed to turn that one around. That was more misplaced for KOO Tigers on team fights than KT doing extremely well.
And it also comes down to what we thought about Kuro versus Nagne. Monty that's saying Kuro was maybe underperforming, but he played the Veigar here really well. A lot better zoning with the Event Horizon and LeBlanc. As we saw yesterday in that Fnatic game, when it goes off, it can absolutely snowball, but Nagne not taking the best approach to it.
Yeah, and here we see KOO. They should be happy with that game.
Yep.
They kind of threw away their lead a little bit in game 1, and this time, once they played to their strengths of the composition, they quite comfortably won. And KT, they looked a little lost. They had a early game composition where they relied on certain members snowballing. They got them ahead, didn't snowball anymore, and then they didn't move the strong members of their team to the areas where the opposing team was weak. And then obviously a siege composition like this will pull ahead.
Although for KT going into next game really quickly, it did come down to a couple of individual mistakes, especially the build path coming out of Someday as well. So I feel like we might have a 5-gamer on our hands.
He was kind of done so no matter what up there in top lane when you build, like when you play Renekton into Fiora, so that's going to happen. But I'm just looking at the entire team more than just him building some magic resist, because the entire team here needs to play better on the map. They need to be able to push 1-3-1 if they want to run this comp. Otherwise, Veigar is just going to do exactly this every single game you play.
Well, we'll see what happens. And if we see the Veigar again in game 3, we might have 5 games on our hands. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with game 3 of KOO versus KT. Don't go anywhere.
Gorilla going to play Shen support for the first time ever.
Oh, they got him with the Event Horizon. Will that be enough damage? Gorilla gets taken out by Nagne, though. There goes the support on the other side. Smeb is godlike with a kill there. Nagne comes in, nearly takes out Prey, but it's not enough. Oh, Nagne! Nagne over the wall doing absolutely nothing. KOO just all over KT right now. Nagne has to run, ace in the hole, blocked by Arrow. Nagne gonna back out of the fight, got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Kuro. They're gonna tear apart KT. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers.
Welcome back, everyone, to our quarterfinal coverage. The action's about to resume in the Wembley Arena with Game 3 between KT Rolster and the KOO Tigers. And the teams are tied at 1 win apiece. Crumbs, I'm coming to you first. In regards to the pick and ban, we saw KOO stick with 2 picks, the Fiora and the FLICKR, change everything else up and find much more success.
Yeah, I think for these 2 games, the draft has been won by KOO both times. I think the first game, KT just outplayed. KOO didn't really understand what their comp was doing. This time around, though, their compositions, I like to think about it as a bit of a fusion burrito. It's got a little bit of everything. So you have that 4-man
You're
Siege.
just hungry.
That's all
that is. You're just hungry.
I only had a cup of coffee. So it has Elise, Veigar, and the Caitlyn and the Shen for the Siege. So the whole core of that is Elise cocoons from afar, good peel, and then you put down the cage and you go with the Caitlyn Peacemaker, easy to siege turrets. We saw how effective that was against the LeBlanc. Now, I have a whole problem with the LeBlanc, but I just want to focus on KOO's composition, and that in the 1v1 scenario, Fiora, we've seen she pretty much outscales nearly everything. And when you have a Shen with that, nobody can 1v1 her. So now you have a 4-man unit that is stronger than their 4-man unit, and a 1v1 that is also stronger, which highlights just how poor KT drafted there, in my opinion, because they really didn't have a win condition besides just crushing lanes, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, both drafts from KT, I think, have been rather poor here, especially what they're up against. They're lacking wave clear. They're playing against Siege. I think if you're going to go with a LeBlanc again, you really want to do that, you ban the Veigar. In Game 1, they banned both Elise and Lee Sin, and they still gave Hojin Rek'Sai. So those 2 bans I felt were actually misused, and they should have been banning something else. You can drop the Elise, first pick it yourself, get rid of the Veigar. I feel like they're falling short against these Sieges, and they're struggling against that champion in particular in those scenarios.
It's like, speaking of the junglers, I feel like score is the only reason they've been, like, these games have been close at all, because I feel the same way you guys do about the drafts is KOO has, like, a better draft in both games. But, like, to me, the Hojin's play has been too predictable. He's trying to pull the same gank twice against a person like Someday, like the consistency master. And he's ready for those lane ganks that are very inconsistent and risky because you fall behind on camps. And it ended up when Darius being 2-0. And with that in mind, I need to kind of highlight the fact that KOO Tigers, if they kind of just ease up in the early game, Hojin plays a more consistent style, maybe they aim for the lane swap, then I think it will increase their odds.
They're clenched up, but Tahm Kench isn't even in the game. I mean,
Come on.
No, you saw it coming, man. The playstyle from KOO has just been coming down to the drafting, and you talked about Someday being consistent, but I'm just not seeing it these games. The wording just isn't there.
Score is consistent. He set Someday up for success there, and Someday, to a degree, threw it away.
I completely agree. Someday actually threw away a large portion of the game when he got caught on Renekton, and then everybody tried to back him up, and they ended up going down as well. So I don't think he's hitting that same consistency stride in this series just yet.
All right, well, enough from us. The players are ready. As we step inside the venue for Champ Select, Prey explains the edge he sees in his lane matchup.
에로 선수 같은 경우에는 이렇게 후반을 보는 캐릭터를 좀 자주 한다고 생각하고요. 그에 반면에 저는 뭐 초중반에 좀 힘을 넣어야 되는 캐릭을 할 때도 많고, 그래서 그쪽이 많이 후반을 도모하면 초반에 좀 이득을 많이 봐서 후반에 부셔버린다던가 약간 그런 면이 차이점인 것 같아요.
And welcome back, guys, for Game 3, KT versus KOO, and Prey talking about destroying KT in the early and mid game. It didn't really happen much in Game 2, but he was able to come back and destroy him late. So we'll see. It's interesting to hear Prey say that, because that hasn't really been KOO's style, has it?
Well, especially when he had the lane matchup advantage in that second game and was still losing lanes, so...
Yeah, throughout the group stages, Prey had a spectacular early game, and Arrow did not. A plus 10 CS differential for Prey in that regard, and Arrow was at -7, but then he just lost the Caitlyn versus Jinx matchup, supports permitting in the early game, which was unexpected. It's good for Prey to be confident, though.
That's right, and it is time for picks and bans. Game number 3. One of these 2 teams will put themselves 1 win away from the semifinals. If they can come out victorious here in Game 3, FLICKR the first ban. FLICKR the first ban against KOO.
I think that...
Not surprising.
KT in that first game on blue side, they had a couple throwaway bans in there. We'll see if they're going to take the cannon out again, and they will.
Okay.
But there's a lot of room for them for blue side bans, considering the rather questionable Elise and Lee Sin bans in the first game of this series.
And there's the Tahm Kench as well to complete KT's bans. Gangplank Mordekaiser. On blue side, you certainly are a little bit more free to spot ban. On red side, you are pretty obligated to ban those quote-unquote OPs.
Yep. I think the Teleport LeBlanc was a very unsatisfactory answer to the Veigar. So instead of KT picking it themselves or picking a counter pick to the Veigar, which is a little bit unexplored, not many counter picks known for Veigar at the moment, the ban is the smart choice.
Lulu is up, so is Elise in this game, and both of these teams love to play that Lulu, mostly in the mid lane, but interestingly, when they faced each other in blind pick, they both ran it in the top side, which is an unusual situation, but someday may want to take the Fiora away. We could go for that Lulu as more of a flex pick here.
Well, this was, I think, pretty clever by KOO Tigers because, yeah, KT gets a Lulu, but that guarantees Smeb is able to take that Fiora once again.
Yeah, if he wants the Fiora, he can have it. They can take Fiora Elise here. And
do you want to bring the Fiora against possibly the Lulu, though? What do you think about that matchup?
I don't like the Fiora against Lulu. More so for the team fights. I think Fiora can survive in the laning phase and still get some decent split pushing off.
Sure.
But you can just polymorph the Fiora when she tries to go in after she ults someone and completely shut her down.
Exactly, yeah. So we may see something a bit different. Will not be the choice this game, I guess. There's the Fiora locked in along with that Elise for Hojin. Hojin on your screen looking pretty confident about that pick.
This is going to give Someday a chance to possibly counterpick it, though, if he wants to go with something else. He now knows he is going to be facing that Fiora 100%. Score's been playing great on Gragas. Why switch it up now?
Someday's a very solid Lulu player, too, so they really have a lot of options over on this KT side. And they're going to just go ahead and grab one of these two junglers. Probably not both. We haven't seen a top Renekton or a mid Gragas for a very long time. Very long time. Although Nagne kind of made a name for himself originally on that mid Gragas way back in Season 3.
Whoa.
And that's going to be Callista Rek'Sai locked in for KT.
I'm actually very surprised by the Callista right here, unless they're using it as a denial pick against Prey, because with the Lulu, I was almost ready to just see the Lulu jinx that we've seen from everyone, especially against a couple of squishy targets early from the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, there's a lot of peel support still open too. For Peekaboo, should he want to use them. Could have taken the Braum, could have taken the Thresh.
And there is Shen and Ashe locked in for the KOO Tigers. So it looks like it's probably going to be that support Shen. Once more, Gorilla played it quite well last game.
Yeah, they are showing this support Shen quite early, but in Gorilla's first professional game, he did do some nice work on it, able to pull out a win. And they've got another very strong kiting composition coming in here for KOO. Arrow hovering over his Draven, one of his favorite champions, but he hasn't had much success on it lately, and Callista already locked in.
Maybe mocking Prey, known as one of Korea's worst Draven players as well. Could be either one. Oh, and are we going to see that Malphite? Man, quite the wombo combo if Malphite goes in and then you've got the Wild Growth after that. Could be pretty scary for a champion that's not too mobile like Ashe.
It'd also be scary for KT for the intense lack of damage they will have if they go with this team composition.
Yes.
But they would definitely have a lot of crowd control and tankiness.
Alistar.
Whoa.
And is it going to be Malphite? It looks like it is. Wow, that is a lot of engage. And this kind of reminds me of like the end of spring season KT, where they hadn't picked up Peekaboo yet. They didn't really kind of know what they needed to do to win. So they just started picking a lot of really heavy engage comps. And to be fair, it worked for them rather well.
Yeah, it's still very troubling if they get into the late game, however, because they really will be lacking in damage compared to the KOO Tigers. And
no.
No.
Not the Cassidy, no. Okay, there we go. Now
Kuro's Victor makes perfect sense into this KT team, which is very tanky and frontline based. Victor is spectacular against these if he can avoid the initial initiation, because he can then throw down Gravity Field, get the move speed from his Q, laser through, and basically kill everyone. KT really needs to win this game quite early on, I feel like. But then at the same time, they have so much tankiness, they can invalidate the Fiora in the late game. Maybe that's their strategy against Fiora as well. It is definitely a different team composition from KT than we were expecting.
Yeah, and this one just screams out more 5v5 play in the mid game before a lot of the items start coming into play, and they can rely more on their base damages here to be successful. So KT, they're gonna have to take these fights early, which is something that they haven't really been doing. They've been very elusive, you know, between 15 and 30 minutes, but they really have to commit this time. And Victor for Kuro, he is 17-4 all time on this champion. It's a hugely successful pick for the KOO Tigers and something that is always a danger.
And he was like the first Korean player to really bring Victor into that scene as well, even way before it was common in the meta. Kuro was playing that Victor and he was getting wins on it too.
Yeah, I loved watching Kuro's Victor because Victor's always been a favorite champion of mine. So to see him bring into competitive play was part great and part awful because of the nerfs.
It is a cool champ. Well, guys, keep updating your votes on Twitter with that hashtag KTWin or hashtag KOOWin at LOL Esports. Keep letting us know who you think is going to take this series. We are all tied up right now as we get on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3 between KT Rolster and the KOO Tigers. You know, maybe some people here don't know this, but Rolster is actually a combination of roller and coaster. I'm not making this up. They like to combine words like that in Korea.
And just one syllable jammed right onto another.
Yep. Like CJ Entus. Entus is a combination of entertain and us. For whatever reason. It just is. Don't argue with it.
Today I learned.
Well, here we are.
I'm going to start combining words now and making fake team names.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
I'm not that quick. I'm going to do it later.
Oh, okay. All right.
Give me some time.
We'll wait for this. I'll come back to you in game 4.
All right. The timer's on.
And KOO Tigers pushing back, score a little bit early on.
Yeah, more aggressive play here from KOO. Over the course of the quarterfinals, we've seen less willingness to invade for some of these deeper wards. Gorilla out on his own over there, but
Shen's been spotted, but what else is new, really?
Here we are again.
Yep.
Another obvious Shen game.
Run it, Shen. Oh, never mind. It's just Shen. Well, some deep wards being thrown down by KOO at this point. KT getting 1 in the enemy jungle. So far, a pretty passive early game, isn't it?
Yeah,
Passive
especially.
1-1.
And these teams have also kind of gone away from lane swapping. They were so forced into it, I feel like, from the group stages. And then as soon as they're playing each other, they just go straight back to LCK style. Like, especially during the LCK regular season, they were almost never doing the early turret killing and swapping. And all these other teams were just like forcing them into playing the same game.
Yeah.
But now they're just like, you know what? We don't have to do it if the other guys aren't.
It's interesting to see because, yeah, like you said, I mean, I feel like I'm right back in the OGN studio right now, man, casting some LCK. KOO Tigers, though, didn't have that flare back in summer season. But hopefully we do in spring season. Hint, hint, Riot, hint, hint. Pretty pleased.
I never want that to leave the game.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it. That's
too entertaining.
It really is.
Nice harass by KOO down on the bottom side there as well. They did manage to get the small Krug, but I think KOO denied KT off of a few early minions.
Oh, taunt onto Peekaboo. He's going to take a lot of damage early on, and Frey actually able to escape quite a bit. Rilla getting poked on his way out, but things are not too bad.
Yeah, Peekaboo opting for the pulverized right at first, but be able to sustain that pretty nicely. And Nagme and Kuro just standing right next to each other.
I guess so. Man, this bot lane has been aggressive for both sides.
Finding some opportunities. I mean, heavy trading really across the map, only top side. Taking it easy, chilling out right now.
Yep.
The Smeb Sunday matchup has been so fascinating because they are kind of the 2 carry top laners we were expecting coming from Korea before Marin decided to outclass all of them in the group stage. But this one in particular, Smeb going back to the Fiora well again and again. And before the Fiora rework, Malphite would have been a counter pick for that. But now it's so easy for Fiora to repost those spells that it's actually a Fiora-favored lane before the team fight phase.
It's an interesting invade very early on here from Hojin. They're going to collapse. They have pressure in mid and bottom, so nice red steal here from the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, and if they're able to get this from Score, if Score can't steal it away, they'll be probably able to triple buff it. Nope, Score smote a little bit early. And so the KOO Tigers, once they claimed that blue back on their side of the map, should have succeeded in triple buffing KT.
That was a really clever use of lane pressure there, too, and knowledge of where exactly Score would be pathing to make it out very quickly over to the enemy red buff and go ahead and steal it away. So denying some of Score's early pressure. Nice job there by Hojin, really communicating well with his team.
Yeah, and we also have to note that Someday was given the blue buff by the Rek'Sai early on in the laning phase during the double jungle phase. It's pretty common that that happens with the Rek'Sai and the Malphite, and it will allow him to harass Smeb very heavily in the early laning phase. Normally, Malphite is gated by mana as far as using his Q aggressively. Not this time, though. It's why it's done.
And one of those things about Malphite, and it's funny to see KT using the Malphite because KOO was the one to bring the Malphite back into the meta, right?
Right.
Everybody kind of went after it after they saw it work against Najin, though.
Yeah, and it's true, but you really have to credit Smeb and the rest of KOO for setting that up and showing how it could be used. And one of those factors is really that, the passive for Malphite, it gives him basically a free armor death cap. It's 30% additional armor passively, so when it comes to just getting over that early hump with the blue buff, and then laning against the Fiora, or actually just surviving against these high damage top laners, AD top laners later on, you really do have such a power in terms of survivability.
Armor death cap, huh?
That's pretty much what it is.
I think I saw one of those at the Tower of London, but I might be mistaken. A lot of stuff like that there.
Did you try it on?
No, it was behind glass. Probably would have killed me.
I never understood why somebody would want to put something on their head called a death cap.
I don't know. It doesn't sound good. Oh, I mean, you got the sorting hat in Harry Potter. That sounds friendly. Sorting hat.
Yeah.
People like organization.
The death cap just sorts you right into the afterlife.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to wear that. No hats for me.
That's why our support player.
Exactly.
Very rarely can you
never
wear the death cap.
I mean, I will probably more often than other support players, but that's just a personal thing. Come on, Glitter Lance. Glitter Lance. Oh. Not going to stop the recall. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on this bot lane from Praying Gorilla.
Yeah, and it's been strong lane pressure from the KOO Tigers. And this is actually something Yamato brought up on the desk. He wanted to see a more consistent jungle path from Hojin. Even though he took a big risk early with the invade, he has been in a much more farm-centric style and not really exposing himself for ganks. It's giving a more leveled early game for KOO here, and they haven't had the risk of falling behind necessarily.
Hojin opting for the Amp Tome early, though, so more damage-oriented build. Score once again fast on the Sightstone, and he's going to take that opportunity to go ahead and plow through the bottom side jungle, get a bunch of wards up.
Really fast on the Sightstone. That's a it's like a 6-minute Sightstone.
Yep.
His average is 11, which is faster than Hojin, who is sitting at 13:38, who's actually one of the slowest. This is exceptionally quick.
I feel like they saw the power that getting that early vision in the jungle had in the early stages of late game, and even though they lost that game, they really were in control for a long time.
Well, Sunday's just been left on his own in the top side now. He's just going to try and farm underneath his turret. He is level 6, so he has some ways to get out of any ganks that come through. And there are tons of Sentinels patrolling the bottom side jungle here, deep wards in from that Sightstone, so they want to push forward with his Callista and in the mid lane try and start playing a little bit more aggressively while Sunday just very passively scales in the top side.
Yeah. So,
as
top lane, I feel like I'm watching Mundo versus Mundo here. Come on.
Well, as far as
Come on,
CS deficits go, this is totally acceptable for the Malphite. Malphite's the type of champion that can be down 60 CS in lane, and because of his armor multiplier on his passive, still be completely fine.
Well, he's kind of an ult bot too. You know, you need him to show up in team fights and knock a bunch of people into the air, and if he can do that, it doesn't really matter too much if he dies immediately after that. Nagne pushing up the lane, but still going to be very even between Kuro and Nagne. The question is, when is the action going to begin?
Well, if you're KT, you're probably hoping it's going to start beginning sometime relatively soon, because it is a lot about their ability to make these plays and snowball, because they are going to have a gold advantage if they want to keep dealing damage in the late game.
I mean, some days level 6, you've got that ult, you've got the ult on Lulu as well too. You can start making those plays, can't you?
Yeah, somewhat. It's just as long as he's pushed under his turret by Smeb, he doesn't want to leave lane to go make a play, because that creates a jump of gold for KOO. KOO has typically been making the majority of their moves between the 10 and 15 minute mark. That's just a statistic, though. It doesn't mean they're going to be suddenly aggressive at 10 to 15 minutes. But generally, when KOO has been getting their ultimates, mainly on Prey for the AD carry, is when we'd expect to see the action. KOO has been more the team to take initiative in that phase of the game so far at Worlds.
Didn't see a ton of hugely impactful
What is that thing
Ash
for?
arrows in the early part. I don't know. I was kind of wondering about that.
What a waste of 100 gold.
That's a weird pink word right there.
Pretty sure it is. One thing though we haven't really talked about is that even though KT may have some issues playing out the late game, does KOO really have an answer to getting onto Arrow? Because Arrow is the main damage source. He has to be shut down here. And it's kind of up to Victor to do that, but that is a little bit hard to get back to where Arrow is with the amount of peel that's on this team. And the fact that Victor and Ash are going to be main targets for Alistar and Malphite. I mean, you have to think about it. They effectively have 2 Malphite ults with the Alistar-Malphite combination.
Yeah.
to use onto the back line.
Oh, not to mention the wild growth as well. They have a lot of knockups. And Nagne doing a lot of damage to Kuro. There's a wild growth for the knockup. Can he actually take him out? Oh, wow, that stun probably saved Kuro's life. He had his flash, but he would have had to at least use that. And Hojin jumping on to score, doing a bit of damage before backing away.
Yeah, one combo gets him down to about 50%, so just taking that opportunity. But this is a great time as the blue buff is spawning.
Yep. Ray knocked up. Gorilla actually goes in for the taunt onto Arrow to try to prevent damage to his AD carry. A lot of damage done all around, but some potions should heal that right back up.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart timing for Score to go into the jungle, working with his laners to make the invade happen. Nagne pushed Kuro back to base, so even if Hojin is laying in wait, he can still get the deep wards. Yes, Score took about half his health bar in damage. Rek'Sai has nice sustained jungle, though. He wanted to refill the Sightstone anyway. He puts the wards down, goes back and refills the Sightstone. It's just an efficient, smart play there by KT.
Yeah.
It does make them a bit leery. They saw the blue buff there, but they didn't decide to attempt to steal.
There's a hawk shot. Gorilla goes for another taunt. And Prey scoping things out in the enemy jungle just to make sure no one's coming in. They do have Hojin coming down to help them out possibly.
Yeah, and even though we're saying KT has very low damage, if they can successfully protect Arrow, Lulu is the great enabler of all AD carries. It works a little bit better with things like Jinx and Kog'Maw because you're really increasing their mobility. Kalista is already exceedingly mobile, and the Lulu actually doesn't add too much to that. But what Lulu does add is survivability and damage to the Kalista, who's already an unstoppable force when chasing you.
Yeah.
So honestly, if Arrow can keep his farm up with Prey, he brought the cleanse. So the fact that he's staying even in lane is a bit of a testament to him here, because cleanse is not that strong of an early gaming summoner spell. I've seen Jugger Callisto work plenty of times.
Yeah, it's going to have to here. And again, what you're saying with that cleanse, there's a lot of single target CC on Ku, but the cleanse is going to be very useful for getting out of that situation, for continuing to output that damage. And even if he gets caught out by a taunt, by an arrow, by a cocoon, he's going to be able to at least survive the first round of crowd control. And it's going to be very difficult for Ku to land 2 of those abilities. You can't really bank on that. Like 1, when you have 3 forms of like Lion, CC, kind of have that going for you. But getting another one will be quite difficult.
Oh, Arrow comes through, connects with Nagne. Could be in trouble. Nice flash taunt from Gorilla. Nagne with the wild growth. Will he leave? No. First blood goes to Prey.
You know who doesn't have cleanse? Nagne. And it was a really nice CC chain there by Prey and Gorilla. Honestly, the accuracy on Prey's Ashe, this is why Ku Tigers plays Ashe more than any other team at Worlds, because they know exactly when to pressure. They catch KT in a lackadaisical state down bottom, are able to successfully roam through the entire river and make it through that brush. Somehow undetected to get that move on Nagne. I'm going to go back and watch how they actually got into that brush.
Yeah, because there have been a lot of deep wards coming in, so Ku has been aware that the situation could occur, but there was a pink ward on that side of the river as it came in, so...
One does wonder.
In fact, Prey walked through the entire river undetected.
Wow.
Mainly, Score had the deep wards, but no wards in the river.
Problematic, especially, again, with that Kalista, who doesn't have great control over the minion wave of 4-2 items.
Yeah.
Here we go. Attempted a blue steal.
Yeah, and they're probably going to get it too, using that opportunity from the first kill on Nagne to take that away. And KT favored by the fan vote right now, but Ku, I think, holding all the cards early on in Game 3.
Still a very close game, but 13 minutes certainly having that advantage, and KT just hasn't been able to make any of the plays yet.
We've certainly seen in the series that early game leads are not everything.
Yeah, and I also don't think KT is necessarily ready to try and make a play yet. They have such low damage, and also the initial items aren't really huge damage items for them. They're going Athene's Unholy Grail on Nagne's Lulu. Someday still needs to build up his tank itemization. Really, when Nagne hits Death Cap, and when Arrow has his Hurricane as well as the Blade of the Ruined King, and maybe even a QSS on top of that to double with his cleanse, is when KT wants to fight. So really, I think KT wants to keep this game close until about 25 minutes. And even though they are a mid-game team, they need to wait until mid-game. They have a very precise power window where they spike super hard, and I think they're waiting for that moment.
Yeah, we talk about that Kalista 2-item power spike all the time, but the amount, if she has proper protection, which she absolutely does with this particular team composition, she will spike in terms of just getting AoE damage off with the Ruin's Hurricane in the team fight is absolutely massive.
Turret goes down, Gorilla comes over the wall, gets knocked up right after the top from score. Ashero comes in, they layer the CC just a bit, but it seems like it could be enough. Peekaboo over the wall with the flash pulverizing, get the knock up onto Gorilla. Looks like Score's gonna make it out. Meanwhile, a big melee down in the river. There's a catch onto Someday. It's pretty tanky, but they might be able to take him out. KT definitely on the run though. Hawkshot reveals where KT is running to. And KOO Tigers may be content to just try to take Dragon off of this.
All 4 TPs used in that little skirmish there by the two teams. And KT just trying to desperately disengage, as we did see Score get a little bit caught out. Who comes away with the upper hand, and that'll net the first Dragon of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to rotate to get this turret as well. They chunk KT so low in this, and they know they expended the teleport, so there's no way for KT to actually make it back to the mid lane in time.
Wow, mid lane turret taken out by KOO Tigers. Able to equalize there, and with that Dragon, able to pull a little bit of a gold lead. The only kill in the game is theirs as well.
And they've maintained that gold lead by trading the turret. They're just up a Dragon now, so KT hanging in there for the moment, but KOO definitely making the most of that little skirmish that, even though there weren't any kills, still able to find 2 objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so awkward too, because KT kept trying to maybe go in and do damage, but there just wasn't any damage to be done, so they just sort of got poked up, poked out, and eventually ran away.
KT's not ready to do damage yet, and it's all on KOO to catch KT while warding. That's the windows they have. In order for KT to play their slow game and reach their power spikes, they need to have deep vision. So the weakest point in that case is the person getting deep vision, which is why they're continually trying to catch Score. In that case, they didn't get the kills, but they still got rewards afterwards, specifically while he was trying to ward deep.
And the response to the pick pressure from KOO when they go in for those wards, we saw how much Score was punished. Hojin is going for the Runeglaive again, so we're talking about very high damage here. Burst potential.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I feel like about 80% plus of Elise's Hero Worlds have gone for Runeglaive. You can still build tankiness after the fact, and the clear speed as well as keeping your mana high on the Elise is just really heavily valued by these junglers here.
Well, we've seen that in 2 games now from Hojin, and not only that, but he actually went for the Rylai's as a finisher item, so he was really concerned with how much damage he was going to deal in that last game.
True enough. Well, now that the Dragon is gone, just like we saw in a lot of other games between these two teams, and a lot of teams in Korea will probably have a bit of time before anything really happens again. And what we really saw in Korea in the summer season is that it was a very Dragon-focused season, you know?
Yeah.
There was Dragon fights, and outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot of action.
This really feels like we've time traveled back
It does,
to the
doesn't it?
LCK playoffs.
Yeah.
Aside from a few different champion picks, because all these world meta things that have happened with the change in play styles and teams, you know, doing things outside of Dragon fights, all forgotten.
Yeah, Fiora is about it, really.
I don't know if that's quite fair. We had quite a lot of action at the top side in the last game, and a bunch of...
Specifically this
game.
game.
This game.
This game,
This game is definitely...
I agree. The last few games were very exciting and very different than some of the more slugfest games. And now, finally, some split push pressure. Initiated, honestly, by KT running up top lane with the Kalista.
Yeah. KOO able to take that turret down in bot lane, though, evening that up.
You can see the gold focus, though, definitely going on to Arrow. They really need him to be farmed up here. And so just pushing ahead with him on that. And Someday taking the hit for the team, knowing that he doesn't have to be that farmed up to be effective against the KOO composition. And so just safely farming at tier 2. And KOO's going to push in and again for another blue steal, but KT knows they're coming with those deep wards they managed to achieve.
Can they stop it, though? Again, they don't have a ton of damage yet.
They've hit a few decent breakpoints, though. NLR on the Lulu and a recurve plus working on Kalista, so they're ready to fight.
Repel, they're going to go after Smeb now as Hojin backs into the river. Smeb forced to flash over the wall. Arrow comes down onto Peekaboo from Praise Ash, but no follow-up there. Oh, never mind. Unstoppable force. For Someday, another nice knockup comes in, courtesy of Peekaboo, and KOO in a lot of trouble now. Prey will go down. A kill for Peekaboo. So bloodthirsty, and Smeb grabs one, or gets grabbed as well.
We mentioned they had 2 Malphite ultimates. Well, they actually have
so.
3 because Callista can throw the Alistair in for an AoE knockup before the Pulverize.
Hey, how about Wild Growth there for number 4?
4 Malphite ultimates. And when you can land the first one on 3 people, you're probably doing pretty well. What a nice initiation by Someday. Godlike, I would say.
That
there.
was the Wombo combo that they've been looking for. That is exactly what this team composition needs to do this
Holy
game.
moly.
Yeah, they did it, but they didn't get that much of a lead, right? So they're still only about a K up
Yeah.
right now, but let's take a look. So this is not where you want the Arrow and Cocoon to go, and this is what causes them to engage. Ku knows that they need to get out. So there's the flash, 3-man right there. Here comes Arrow, Pickaboo from the side, flash pull, comes on in, and Prey caught right out at the front, has to flash over, still gonna end up going down in this fight. And here's Arrow, very aggressively with the Wild Growth flashing over the wall.
Yeah, it looks like they gave Arrow the Wild Growth really early just to say, go get him, champ.
They just wanted to get him in
Don't
there,
worry
yeah.
about getting one shot.
You're tanky now, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, that's KT flipping a switch and saying we are now strong enough. They didn't quite get to Death
Guess
Cap
so.
or Hurricane, but they had the core attack speed items. They also saw the window with Ku expending the Ash Arrow beforehand and saw that they had to funnel through a choke point. So really just biding their time 20 minutes in, taking a few hits early game, and then finding their window to pull themselves back.
You really cannot get yourself in those narrow choke points against the Malphites that we've seen in Korea. Otherwise, that is exactly what happens to you every time. Smeb doing a good job of taking some health off of Someday. Looks like he might be able to get this turret. Smeb wants a bit of revenge for that last team fight. He's going to pop the ultimate on the Someday score. Comes back through again. You have to flash if he wants to go over that wall.
Well, I got the turret in the
All
end.
right, it worked. Distract him so the Winions could do their job.
Tremendous amount of pressure, and that actually gives them the Dragon as well. I'm very surprised by KT to commit so heavily there when they knew they had some decent team fighting strength, especially since they couldn't save the turret.
Yep, Tigers. One for that second Dragon, and they're going to pick it up pretty easily.
Ku's going to want to kill Pickaboo here.
Oh boy, Pickaboo. They're going to need to pull him out with that Fate's Call if he gets too much damage. There we go. Arrow gets hit by the Ash Arrow, backs away. Chaos Storm does a lot of damage, and Kuro with the kill there. And they're still going to keep pushing KT back. Too much damage coming in from that Victor, and Someday in a bit of trouble. No real way for him to escape here, except for that whimsy from Lulu. I guess that's enough.
What is KT doing? I mean, no Malphite ults, coming back in on that. Very, very sloppy play from KT Rolster.
They waited so long and had that nice fight around their blue buff, and then to make such a foolish mistake right here, they've already used teleport top lane. That is just pure greed, I feel like, from Pickaboo, and then trying to make up for a mistake. You know when you make one mistake and then you try and make an excuse and you start talking really fast and dropping all your words? That's basically the manifestation of what KT did at that Dragon fight, because everything went wrong for them and they gave up their lead.
I have no idea what that's like, by the way. Never happens to me.
It never happens.
For the record. Just want to put that out there. Let's watch this fight again. Pickaboo. It feels like they want to do something to stop the Dragon. There's just nothing to be done.
Well, you have to give it up at that point in time. Pickaboo burns his ultimate, but this is so smart. Just get onto Arrow immediately. Great shot from Prey onto the back line, and that's the burst. And once the Callista goes down, and Someday has no ultimate, there's not a lot of hope for this fight.
Yeah. They tanky enough to get out of the fight, at least in the end, but still a big-time loss for KT. Kind of overestimating their position in the game. And Ku with the lead again now.
Such a back-and-forth series.
It really has been, yeah. It's been small mistakes on each side that have kind of tipped the scales back and forth in all 3 games so far.
And I think that's ultimately what a lot of Worlds is about. So much of Worlds is about the human element and these guys being able to perform under pressure, because these are moves that you wouldn't necessarily expect KT to make in normal circumstances, but they made it here at Worlds. Well, they thought they were trying to go for a 2-1.
Dive this.
They really want to take out Kuro, but it's not working. Defensive Arrow comes in from Prey.
It's a good draw out of the Arrow, though, because KT has spent the last minute just trying to set up wards around this Baron.
Yeah.
And without that, Smeb is still split pushing in the bottom side.
All right, tier 2 turret in bot going down in favor of Ku Tigers. Really nothing that KT can do to stop this. Smeb doesn't have teleport though, so maybe KT can put some Baron pressure on, but they're headed back to the mid lane.
Well, if they leave the Baron right now, Ku will successfully take a turret and gain vision control over the Baron, so good gambit. And,
exactly what's happening.
Yeah, KT, they saw Victor pushing out again in the top side, but they didn't want to commit to that gank, so they're kind of just getting run around the map right now by the Tigers.
Suddenly a deficit for Ku turns into a 3,000 gold lead here at about 24 minutes. I think we really wanted that Raptor. cared more about it than Chris Pratt cared about his Raptors in Jurassic World.
Thank God. I still haven't seen that movie.
You're missing out, man.
No, I'm not. You are lying to me.
A T-Rex fights a bigger T-Rex. What more could you ask for?
I don't think you're doing a
Plot.
very good job of convincing. Plot. You have a Pratt that's close to a plot.
It's close.
Yeah. You still don't think it's what you're looking for. Okay.
It's
You're
definitely not.
you're so hard to please, Monte Cristo.
Hey, I like the first Jurassic Park. What can I say?
Well, I would say you have good taste.
You know, the new Jurassic World makes it like the other Jurassic Park movies didn't happen. Like it goes back to the same park years later.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it has the same plot that you so loved in the first movie.
Basically,
You're not
nobody
fooling me.
learned their lesson from the first movie, I guess. It's like nobody learned their lesson from the last game.
Seems like it, or the lesson of not fighting Dragon when you can't group up.
I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, KT is just kind of taking some more fights here in games 2 and games 3 and unleash the dinosaurs of Coup Tigers, which it makes it sound like I'm saying they're old, but they're not. They're just powerful beasts.
Aren't tigers powerful enough for you? Do you really need to go to the whole dinosaur level?
Always. Always.
He's getting pretty powerful as well. The split push pressure is giving him a giant CS advantage. And Sunday should be able to neutralize Smeb at the Nexus turret. I don't think Smeb will get to a point where he can actually dive the Malphite. But he's still going to be able to make sure Malphite has to consistently stay on the backside of the map.
Oh, Smeb. Jeez. Someday again. Man, that Fiora does a ton of damage after she gets a couple items.
Yeah, well, specifically the Vitals as well, because proccing those cuts through pretty much everything.
Yeah. Who knew Malphite had Vitals? I thought he was just a bunch of rock. Silly me.
No weak points that you can stab with your pretty little fencing foil.
Today I learned. KT's managed to sort of barely hold on in the last few minutes here, and it's less than a minute until the next Dragon now. That's really where things could go very right or very wrong for either one of these teams.
Already being 2 up, Coup. Feel pretty comfortable.
I remember what happened in game 1, though. It was that third Dragon where KT had that big team fight to bring it all back. They've certainly got the items, Death Cap on Nagne. They've got the Runin's Hurricane onto Arrow now.
They'd love to have that Last Whisper, but it's not actually going to be that important considering that Hojin is the only one really with armor here.
Yeah,
and
it's not a lot of armor.
Just a Warden's Mail, so it's not as crucial to this next team fight.
And I wonder if we're even going to get the straight-up team fight, because Coup Tigers has so much split push pressure with Smeb right now. I'm thinking they're going to try and run KT up and down that red side of their jungle again and again until they can pick off a squishy with an Ash Arrow. Because in a straight-up team fight, they'd still be in danger of that tremendous wombo combo that KT can put out.
Or they're just going to go for Dragon and fight it straight up.
That would be one of those things that Coup
Oh
would want
boy,
to do.
Score wants to get in to steal this one. He can't do it though. Coup gets their third Dragon. Can they win the team fight someday? Coming from behind with the knockup. Coup on the run. Hojin and Smeb caught up in the backlines. Here comes Kuro though. Arrow takes a lot of damage, but he gets a kill before he goes down onto Kuro. KT on the run. Anyway though, Smeb gets the grand challenge, gets that big heal for Coup Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. Nope, they'll get the fight. There we go. Actually, it's going to be a triple kill in the end for Prey. That is an ace for the Coup Tigers.
Yeah, another really sloppy fight there from KT. Sure, they got in, but the big mistake, Peekaboo punted the Victor on top of his Callista right there.
Doesn't
and
help,
sure, it did get the kill, but Ash was totally safe on the backside of that fight to clean up. And a bit of an early Malphite ultimate there by Sunday, too.
So they're going for Baron, and nothing is going to stop them from taking it now.
Except for Baron himself, if he can fight that. No,
Yeah, he can't do that. He's not very strong after all.
KT was far too eager, I would say, for that fight. And honestly, I think Coup was too eager as well. I was expecting Coup to run back and forth because they did expose themselves to a potential wombo combo. And when we watched this replay, Smeb was actually on the far side of the Dragon Pit while they were forcing, so he didn't make it into this fight initially. It's just the fact that KT didn't take their time. With Lulu Callista, KT needs to kill frontline and move slowly. But Someday goes where his team can't follow.
Yep.
Arrow tries to go there, and they actually throw Peekaboo in, punt Koro on top of Arrow into all the threat. Like, Smeb had flank position, so there, more patience would have been worth a team fight for KT. Coup played that well considering the circumstances. They forced and KT kind of took the bait, so to speak. Prey on the backside because he couldn't get closed on. Since his front line was so powerful, he was able to pick up a triple on the backside. And that fight in particular just gives Ku a massive edge in the game.
Yeah, 7,000 gold is the lead after they pick up that Baron post the fight. 3 dragons, a Baron, 4 turrets. Ku Tigers looking really good, and KT in that similar position that we saw them in last game, where they really do need like a miracle team fight again to bring it back. And while that is a possibility, it's becoming more and more remote as the game goes on.
I really am puzzled by that, especially that headbutt in that last fight, because certainly that can be a good move if you have a lot of burst. But remember, KT isn't running a composition with a lot of burst. They need a lot of targets over time for Arrow to whittle down with this Kalista. So by getting in range of the entire Victor combo.
Here we go. Nagne has a wild growth. Can he even stay alive? Smeb's going really deep, gets slowed, but oh man, that's a lot of damage. Wow. Gorilla using that Stand United to keep his top laner alive. Smeb coming in for a few parting shots on Someday as he backs out.
The second hit from Fiora's E is guaranteed to critically strike, and it's max ranked right now, so it is a full damage crit right there. Good night, Nagne. That's huge.
And this is some of the best Fiora play we've seen at this tournament so far. Smeb has been absolutely outstanding on this champion.
And I mean, look at this. Ku Tigers just taking turrets left and right now. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot KT can do. Someday, in danger of dying here, comes back in with that unstoppable force. Point blank tries to set something up for Arrow and Peekaboo as they come in, but Smeb just taking some spears. He's going to go back in onto Someday. He gets the kill onto Someday, and he's fighting 1v3 before he finally gets shut down by Arrow.
And you know what, that's fine. They were sieging in the top side at the same time, managed to take an inhibitor, got another inhibitor turret, losing Smeb right there, considering he took down Someday with him. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I would say so.
He's 3 levels up now, Smeb, from this split push.
This is going to be so hard if Ku can close this out. So hard for KT to react to in the next game, because they've already defaulted to banning the Veigar in this match since they couldn't deal with it with Kuro. And Smeb picked Fiora very early on the red side. So with KT going to the red side next match, they have even fewer bans to work with. Ku has shown proficiency of playing specifically the Fiora and the Veigar to such success. Let's watch this solo kill again. A 3-level advantage, by the way.
Oh no, he's going after the vitals.
Yeah, whatever can you do? So it's 1 hit of the E, and then it's the second hit was the crit as well as the vital.
Yeah.
Just the most damage.
It's a lot. The last third of Lulu's health just disappeared. And yeah, if Ku Tigers take this game, they'll put themselves 1 win away from the semifinals, and a little bit of revenge for KT denying Ku Tigers a spot in the grand finals of Champion Summer.
It would be quite the turnaround, especially since Ku coming out of the groups, dropping those 2 games.
Nagne in trouble again. Smeb pushed away at the last moment by Peekaboo, though.
And if Smeb continues to be this effective, this game is over, because Nagne cannot protect Arrow in team fights, and really Arrow being protected is the only way for Ku to win these slow slogging team fights.
Very true.
The fights are way too fast with how much damage Ku has accumulated right now.
Well, he's making the Lulu Ultra Self, which is always the sign that things are going wrong. Someday comes in, well, there's Ash Arrow. Whoa, and Kuro picks up a kill. Peekaboo tries to re-engage. Arrow hopping away for his own safety. There we go, a nice big engage again. And I don't think there's a whole lot that KT can do at this point. Arrow keeping Smeb at bay for the moment. There's a flash W from Prey, and they are going to go for the win. Arrow, the last man standing, he goes down, and the Ku Tigers will take a dominating game number 3. There goes the Nexus. Ku Tigers 1 win away from the semifinals. GG.
Wow, and coming in, KT took the risk. They went for a comp with a very specific timing. They got 1 team fight out of it, but it wasn't enough gold to put them at an advantage, the level of advantage that they needed to win that game.
Well, really incredible stuff. And I mean, we watched this series happen back in summer in Korea, and it was almost the opposite, right? We had Ku in the first game, then KT take 2 games. Now in this series, KT wins the first game, Ku takes 2 in a row. So it could still turn around, but right now, man, I feel like unless KT fixes some things in their draft, in their early game, could be bad.
I feel like KT has lost all 3 drafts, which is actually one of the strengths we thought KT had coming into this one. Ku
they
as
did?
well also has very strong drafts, and the systematic way Ku has been able to win these last few games puts KT in such a difficult situation. They have to make drastic changes coming into Game 4, I feel like, if they want a chance in this series.
Well, I mean, we just saw the KT players sitting at their computers, and they just look stunned. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting a game to go that one-sided between these two teams, certainly not KT.
Well, we asked too, what is Ku going to have? It looks like they've assimilated the CLG Veigar fast push strategy
I guess so,
from the group stages. So that's something that we haven't seen any Korean team do to this point in time. One game, it was a little bit shaky, but it looked much better in Game 2. And now they come out, and again, just playing around this Fiora while going back to the Kuro Classic Victor. There's so many threats because one thing we haven't seen from Peekaboo is Tahm Kench. We don't even know if KT can play it.
Well, it's been banned in a lot of these games. It was banned again in this one. And with the way Smeb and Kuro have been nailing these priority picks, it means KT either has to play them themselves or pick a counter.
Yeah, well, guys, we're going to go check in with our analysts while the teams regroup for Game 4.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, we talked about which of the 2 constants, Fiora or Veigar, should KT try and deal with against Ku. We decided Veigar. They took our advice. I'm starting to think maybe it should be Fiora.
Yeah, and the composition that KT ran, I mean, you could see how stunned they were at the loss because in the way that these teams are structured, usually it's a coaching staff that has a lot of say into what is picked. They must feel so bad knowing that they were just dealt a worse hand with this composition that lacks so much damage and just has poor lanes. The strategy seems to just revolve around Arrow being able to be that one guy carry, but Arrow is not playing at the level that he should be playing to actually pull off a one-threat composition.
It's like, I feel I have this problem when people say that a composition has too low damage. Sure, on paper it might look like it has too low damage, but the main issue with it is that they were losing every single lane matchup. In this particular game, they have the Kalista, Alistar versus the Shen and the Ashe. Ashe is considered good into Kalista, but they should be able to work with this lane more because obviously in a scenario where they are behind, which they were, is going to look very weak. They're not going to be able to finish off targets. But if you create the composition based off of the idea that you're going to end up behind, then it's wrong to begin with. So saying a composition has too low damage, I feel it's wrong.
I'm going to disagree heavily because how do you kill somebody? He gets the Q shield, the Shen shield, the Fiora heal. Do you actually have any source of damage besides Kalista Ren to actually finish it off with a Cinder Hulk Rek'Sai, with a tank top laner, and with no ignites on your team? You have exhaust and TP in the mid lane. Lulu is a support carry that only really becomes a high damage hyper threat once she reaches a Lich Bane status with 6 items.
Back to Yamato, then to Zyrene.
It's like, I understand the sentiment. Of course, if you fall behind or go into 6-item situation or a situation where there's items at all, of course, the damage is going to lack. That's what I agree, of course. But in scenarios where they play on the strengths that they have, which they didn't really have, simply because they picked matchups where they are weaker. Top lane, they were weaker in the matchup. Bot lane, it seemed they were weaker in the matchup as well. That is the fundamental issue for me, not the fact that they are going to lack damage in the later parts of the game.
All right, third-party opinion?
So I do think that this composition lacks a lot of damage across the board, lanes and in team fights, especially because you're looking at Kalista, right? Your main source of damage on this team, main source of damage here is Rend. You're against a Fiora that's going to have so much speed when they're casting the ultimate around somebody or the Kalista himself. You have to Rend immediately to try and stop that Fiora from getting in on you, and then your damage is pretty much nil. You're not a crit AD carry. You're going to be kiting backwards as much as possible, and the rest of the composition doesn't really back you up with anything besides more durability. This composition has low damage, but its goal is kind of to negate some of the damage coming out of the other team and soak it with the Malphite and the Lulu.
We saw some shot of Ku there, getting their strategies in order for Game 4 here. Want to come back to you, Yamato, and give you another chance to respond.
It is like, once again, like, of course, I agree that in the fashion that Ku Tigers won the draft. But I still feel there was potential to play around the bot lane, and around 10 minutes to 15 minutes, that's where they are strong around the Drakes. That is where I saw the opportunity for KT, but they didn't seize it. So, of course, Ku is going to be stronger as the game progresses.
Now I kind of want to look at 2 examples of how these teams played their compositions. The first one, 19 minutes, a successful fight for KT, fantastic Malphite engage, and all of the follow-up.
Yeah, there's actually a problem with this because when you talk about there's 10-minute fight, 15-minute fight that they should be taking, this is a 19-minute fight that actually comes out on top, but they don't get enough for it to actually accelerate them into the later parts of the game because it's 19 minutes. They'll take this fight, but it's a 3-0, but they can't get a Baron afterwards. That's the big thing after this, is that they win the fight, but then it's like, well, we didn't actually get enough, even though it's a great ultimate. 3 people, you get Koro's flash, and then Peekaboo comes in, he gets 4 people and headbutts Kuro back into the fight, exhausts him, so even his retaliation is low. At this point, this is not the Fiora being aggressive, this is this team being aggressive, picking them out. They don't have good mana, but you don't get enough off of it. That's the big thing, is you are just throwing too much at it just to even it up again because you had losing lanes. So this was kind of like the, let's get back to even, but then it's still the compositional differences.
I think it's also like a question of phrasing. I just dislike the phrase having too low damage because I think it's too simplified. Because in reality, to me, the issue was that they have 2 weak lanes and had nothing to play on.
Wow. And 2, to your point about not having anything to take off the backside of that, had the fight been 50 seconds later and the Baron were up, it's quite possible that they could have gotten a bit more off of it. Want to jump into the second fight that we have now, 27 minutes into the game. This one goes in favor of Ku. Again, KT looking for an engage, looking for that proper engage, but the Fiora coming up pretty big against Arrow.
I mean, this one is just absolutely terrible on KT's end. You can roll the clip, and they're just trying to do the dragon right now, but Malphite is coming in at just a weird angle here, and it only hits the Victor. Now, the fight gets split up into a way that either you funnel all your resources into the Victor and the Ashe, or you just leave. But they try to kite backwards, and this is what we were talking about, how Fiora is very good into the Kalista because her dash is on such a short cooldown that the kiting, it might seem at first that's actually very good against Kalista, but she just catches up way too quickly, does too much damage, the Vital Flow too powerful, and to me this is what is highlighting the whole not enough burst to instantly follow up, which I think is what causes the indecisiveness of do you follow up instantly on the Victor, because the only follow-up you have on the Malphite ulti with the Victor is Kalista, who again, not a crit AD carry, so she doesn't deal enough damage to just burst somebody, doesn't have a rocket like Jinx to follow up or a heavy damage spell. And that's the problem with the composition, that it really just needs to be really clumped up and you can only go for multiple targets, such as we saw in the previous replay where if Kalista were to have a Rune 9's Hurricane, she can actually start dealing some more AoE DPS and try to nullify the fact that there's only one threat on the team.
Final thoughts, Yamato?
It's like at this point already, Smeb was very, very strong. But the issue I saw in this team fight was Score use his tunnel thing to get into the Drake pit. He couldn't follow up on the Malphite ult. And the thing is, with a composition like this, you need to be a death ball. They were split up. You saw Alistar Malphite trying to get in, trying to create something, which is not possible. And Smeb just ended up dominating the Lulu and the Kalista, of course. And they need to be kind of grouped up. But, of course, I see your point with the drafting.
Some compositional errors, maybe some executional errors, definitely some things that they need to fix looking forward if they're going to keep themselves in this series. We'll see if Ku Tigers can lock in their semifinal berth with Game 4 against KT Rolster. The action out of London continues in just a few minutes.
We are all tied up right now as we get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3, but no follow-up there.
Oh, never mind. Unstoppable force. For Sunday, another nice knockup comes in.
Too much damage. There we go. Arrow gets hit by the Ashe. Arrow backs away. Chaos Storm does a lot of damage. And Kuro with the kill there. Big heal for Ku Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. Arrow hopping away for his own safety. There we go. A nice big engage again. Ku Tigers 1 win away from the semifinals. GG.
Welcome back, everybody, to the League of Legends World Championship, where we're about to jump into Game 4 between the KOO Tigers and KT. Well, as we see KT huddling there, because it looked after that first game like it would be a 2, maybe 3-0 going that way, and then KT just completely fell apart in some parts of the game.
I think KT's making it a little bit too hard for themselves in the pick and ban phase. They pick these compositions with very small windows where they have to execute perfectly, otherwise the game kind of runs out for them. We see great scaling from KOO Tigers in every single game. The Fiora always getting out of control and like no response for KT at any point. And so just these super small windows they have to be able to execute properly for, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, we look just at the curve of these compositions, and KT's comp last game only really works 15 to 25 minutes, but they lose early, they lose late, and they really have to hit that mid-game window. But it's so hard. If you play Malphite and Lu, both bringing utility to the table, you need to fix that with a hypercarry. You need to sort of a Jinx in there, maybe a Tristana, something that can really carry the game. Kalista doesn't have the time. The damage is not front-loaded. There's no resets anywhere. So the only fights you're really going to win realistically is those where you CC all 3 of the carries.
We don't know what shenanigans are happening behind
Probably
us.
some cheeky numbers.
But to go on that point, one big thing we were looking at, and we looked at last time as well, was the top lane matchup. And that Fiora, pick it away or ban it. You can't deal with it.
So last time KT were on blue side, which it will be here in Game 4 now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, KOO Tigers were on blue side in Game 4. We had a situation where KT could have picked away Fiora for themselves. They took away the Gragas instead, even though Elise was already picked. And they're like, why do you have to take a jungler here? Just take the Fiora for yourself. You should be able to play it up in the top lane. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. If it is, you ban it. I mean, it's that simple. If you cannot play it yourself and execute it, you have to ban that way, because time and time again, you pick a champion that's going to get outskilled. There was Renekton, Malphite as well. Yes, he can stack armor, but it will always be a split pushing battle that Fiora is going to win. And you have no answer because KT right now are not able to properly group up and execute the comps they're playing.
Yeah, but on the other hand, before we jump back to the casters of KOO Tigers as well, just showing in better form and choosing the comps that work for them.
More importantly, they're adapting in the game, so they're learning from their mistakes. If we go to Game 2, they weren't really playing to their strengths. Suddenly, they start sieging properly, chaining CC, placing the right members in the right places on the map. They start winning the game. Game 3, they lose one fight where all of their 3 carries get AoE CC'd. They learn from that, and Arrow, the remaining parts of the fight, he just went untouched overall and started carrying these fights.
Definitely.
It's too easy for KOO Tigers, honestly, in these late game fights. And KT, I was expecting so much more from this team. Also, when it comes to this whole vision control, they're not showing it in-game at all. It just falls apart.
Definitely.
And I meant Prey.
Well, we'll see what happens. I still think it has a lot of potential of going all the way to Game 5. So let's dive into Game 4 with our marvelous casters.
Wow. Wow, thanks, Shocks. That was so nice. We are marvelous, aren't we?
I'm the most marvelous.
No, you're not. Come on. Oh, well, we can be marvelous together. Why do you always have to take all the marvelousness?
I'm sorry. Just I'm like a Marvel magnet, actually. Just
Has he told you about his continental ties, Dylan?
Yeah, I know. This guy's like, he's got his continental ties. All right, that's, I suppose marvelous would be the word for it. So 4 games is going to be what it's going to be after this game. Well, okay, anyway. 4
is the number.
This is like
of
KT
games
when
that
they
we are
decided to
going
fight around
watch.
Dragon last game.
I feel less marvelous
that never
now.
happened to
KT
Dylan.
versus KOO Game 4. There we go. Right in the picks and bans. And we're not so marvelous after all. Azir banned away right away by the KOO Tigers. Tom Kench for KT. But like the analysts were saying, what do you do about that Fiora? If you are KT, do you ban it away? Do you try to pick it? Something needs to be done here. Mordekaiser banned on the blue side. Gangplank, Fiora's still up.
Yeah, so we do see the rehash from KOO of the same bans and first pick that we saw in Game 2 of this series. And KT here, they have left up the Darius this time, which is the change in the bans.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. So now it'll kind of be the make or break point. They have been able to win the matchup when they had Darius on their side, so I actually think they're okay if somebody still doesn't want to play Fiora, and they could push the make or break point to the next game of whether or not somebody would have to play Fiora. He should be able to do it. It's just a question of whether KT wants to run a squishier top lane champion like Fiora and play into that strategy.
They had a bit of a struggle with it in Game 1, but we will see. Don't think it's going to be the Blitzcrank pick for KT. Be fun to see. But I think Darius Shen is quite reasonable, and that is what they're going to lock in. So, KOO Tigers weren't able to win against that Darius in Game 1 with the Fiora. Will they chance it here in Game 4?
You know, one thing about KT, if we look back to how they were doing in the group stage, one thing that they did execute very successfully was many globals in their second game against Origin. So they may try to go back to that strategy where they play the Shen themselves and then try and use that advantage in the late game.
Very true. There's a Fiora hovered over by the Coup Tigers right now.
I believe that team composition had an Azir in it, which is banned, but they can still get something similar if Nagne is willing to play Victor in the mid lane. I think Victor would actually be a spectacular takeaway for Nagne right now, but
Nagne's never been the best Victor player.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues. There could be a Twisted Fate or something like that coming in too, depending on what Coup wants to blind pick here. They may go ahead and just take away the Ashe.
Wow, you know, when we've seen that in the past between these two teams, Prey just switches right over to Kog'Maw, right over to some other hyper carry.
we did say KT was going to have to make a pretty big change in pick ban strategy because it felt like they came on the short side of team comps all 3 games.
Yeah. I actually agree here with not taking the Ashe. When the Alistar is already on the table and he can just body block that, use the Unbreakable Will, it does make the picks a lot less attractive, and instead they've got a lot of peel now. The Gragas and Shen combination to go with the Jinx.
Yeah, I think the Jinx, I would have wanted to see the Jinx right here. Please do the Jinx.
Oh, Jinx, there it is. And Gragas for score as well.
Yeah, specifically because they have a very strong tank line and they have a lot of CC for when Smeb tries to initiate through the flank. I want to see the resetting potential. There's a reason Jinx has been such a highly contested pick throughout Worlds. It's a very team fight focused meta right now. And a lot of squishy targets that are very susceptible to Jinx AoE rockets. I like the pick.
You know, we could see something like, well, I guess not Calista Cannon because Alistar's already been taken by Coup, but we could see Ashe, and there's that Victor. Wow, are the Coup Tigers going to try to win one with Draven? I doubt it. Prey.
I still have nightmares of the Praven, and not in the way that it strikes fear into my heart. But
just the way that it should strike fear into the Coup fans' hearts. Caitlyn seems reasonable, though.
Yeah, may go into this matchup again. We've seen it play out once already.
It's an enormous amount of poke between Ace in the hole and a long-range Victor laser.
Good siege.
Really take a big chunk out of Jinx.
Coup Tigers have set up an excellent pick and 4-1 split comp again, and that's really what they've been doing very well so far this series. Just take the 4-1 split. Smeb has just consistently delivered on this Fiora, and if you're not going to take it away with him, he's just going to grab it and continue to run it until someone figures out how to stop him.
Yeah, this game I will say there are better answers on the side of KT. Darius has shown that he can be an answer to Fiora in the split push game. Also, there's not as much to guard against an initiation when Coup tries to set up a 4-man siege. No event horizon. The Gragas can initiate very well for KT. They can put the Shen on his back for an even larger initiation. And Victor could end up being fairly vulnerable.
Well, also, in case there are all of those all-ins, the Shen support able to come and help out now with the Darius Fiora duels in a lot better of a manner. We could see this teleport LeBlanc coming through, of course.
Yeah.
But the Orianna looking for the team fights.
I like the Orianna. I mean, when with the champions like Alistar, like Fiora, when everybody
comes in.
No. But actually Cassiopeia locked in for Nagne.
I actually like the pick here. I know it sounds weird, but this has been one of Nagne's best champions. In the last best of 5, Coup was very insistent on banning the Cassiopeia. It's been one of his best champions. And when we consider synergy with Gragas, Gragas is a champion that will give you a single target that you can really follow up on. Very high damage. And now there are actually 3 high damage sources on this team that can really carve people up.
And funnily enough, since that series they played in the playoffs, Victor has received nerfs and Cassiopeia has remained untouched. So even though the game has changed around the Cassiopeia, it's still very viable in this head-to-head matchup. And Nagne, they make a big change, but they go back to a pick.
You know, another benefit that champion brings too is, again, when the Fiora jumps in, when the Elise, when the Alistar get in your face, you just ult them. You just ult, you freeze them in place, you turn the team fight around. I think that's exactly what they're going to be looking for Nagne to do this game. A lot really rests on Nagne's Cassiopeia ults, and also someday up in that top lane.
Yeah, I think as a counter pick to the Fiora in the team fights, this should be really interesting because we have to ask ourselves, what was happening in these last games? A lot of it was Fiora getting on top of Arrow, in that game 3.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a hell of a lot harder with the petrifying gaze. Smeb is going to have to be very fast to turn his back.
I would agree. Well, perhaps one last time, guys, let us know who you think you're going to see in the semifinals. Hashtag KOO win if you think they're going to close it out right here, right now, or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports if you think KT Rolster can tie things up in 4-set game 5 as we move into Summoner's Rift. See if this game, game 4, will be our last game of the day. I still think it could go to distance. KT won game 1 with this Darius pick. Can they do it again when it matters most?
Well, specifically the changes KT has made to their team composition. This composition is better suited for the way KOO Tigers is winning.
True.
Nagne showing some of his flexibility. That is now the 25th unique mid lane champion we've seen at Worlds.
Holy cow.
Wow. So many unique champions at Worlds this year. And we're only in the quarterfinals now.
If you want to be a mid laner, learn 25 specific new champions to have the full pool. Unreal.
Wow. It's like learning to play Tekken suddenly. Like a billion different characters.
So all time, 10 games for Nagne on Cassiopeia. He is 7-3.
Respectable.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's been a good Cassiopeia player, and Peekaboo tries to go in for the taunt on the prey, takes a little bit of damage in response, but they're doing a good amount to Gorilla as well. Gorilla just dropping a ward on his way out. And KT going for a bit of a late invade into the jungle. We'll see what they decide to do. Just a ward over the wall into the red buff pit to keep an eye on where Hojin might be going.
And they will just back right out after that. So he's had 1 ward over in red, so we'll see if this affects the decision from the KOO Tigers as to where they're going to be pathing early. Looks like they are fainting up towards the top side, and we are going to be heading for standard lanes once again.
Yeah, now, Nagne was originally known as an assassin player in that mid lane. Did have a little bit of trouble adapting to more of the control mage types, but over the course of 2015 especially, I feel like we've seen Nagne really come into his own as a more well-rounded mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely. And he, champion pool really hasn't been an issue for these guys this year, especially since assassins, generally speaking, this year haven't been as popular.
Did you see Prey throw that Peacemaker over the wall there? He must have a timing for when the Gromp normally goes down and try to steal it, but was not being done by KT this time. And he's going to miss on a little bit of XP because of it. Kind of a cool idea, though.
Nice thought. A lot of times you'll see the support going in to try and harass. Why not send the AD carry for an attempted steal? Caitlyn would be a champion who'd be able to do that, but...
Yeah, you can do it without too much danger if you do it from like way back there with the tilt-over Peacemaker. Oh, taunt on a Prey.
Really not a favorable trade.
Yeah, a little bit over-aggressive for Peekaboo.
Yeah, he taunted into 5 minions there.
Yeah. Does not help.
Okay, you can just throw swords to make it up. You know, when Noah and I cosplayed as Shen, we realized how difficult it is to actually unsheathe Shen's swords from that.
Nearly impossible.
You actually can't do that.
You need like a triple-jointed arm. Yeah, you need like an extra elbow to do what Shen does.
I mean, you'd really have to be a ninja in order to do that.
I don't know, do ninjas have 2 elbows on each arm?
It's actually a prerequisite.
Is it?
Yeah.
No wonder you don't see him very often anymore. Who knew? Well, Smeb could be in a bit of trouble here. Might have to burn that
threaten
flash.
the flash body slam.
Okay, there we go. And he did. Threatened enough that Smeb used that summoner to get away.
All right, but Hojin may have another angle into the enemy jungle as a result of that.
Definitely. Going to go right over and take that blue buff.
Yeah, this is definitely going to come. The level 2 gank is going to come with a price here. Hojin on top of that blue. And because, so KT had a ward at that red buff, so they knew what side of the jungle KOO started on, so they consciously made this decision. They knew that Hojin should be over on that side of the map at that given time, so this is actually a pretty high price to pay. Hojin coming ahead in the jungle.
And now, depending on how greedy Hojin wants to be, he can push score off of his wolves as well if he waits.
Tons of pings going down.
Yeah, smart by Score there to use his smite on the wolf so he can get the scouting. Otherwise, that would have been Hojin coming in towards the back end of that camp.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're going to try to make a play on the Nagne here in the mid lane, but Nagne already playing to the safer side of the lane. He can get back to his turret or his jungle if he needs to. And so KOO is going to quickly give that one up.
They're really going to be waiting for the scaling here. Of course, you are going to get that tier, the goddess on Cassiopeia, so your power early, not going to be too aggressive. Nice trade.
Yeah, no kidding. Prey taunted, and the Flame Chopper's thrown down by Arrow immediately to set up that longer CC chain. Pretty good.
TP already used by Someday in the top side. Going through, and we'll see Something similar from Smeb as he recalls with that wave very close to his turret. Was hoping for perhaps a little bit of a freeze there, and he may get it as he TPs right back in.
Smeb doing his best to survive in this lane. Darius definitely having some of the early advantages. There's the gank.
Pulverize onto Peekaboo, and Peekaboo's going to flash and get shoved the wrong direction. Not bad at all. Peekaboo escapes.
I also want to call that really unlucky from Gorilla. When he flash pulverized, Peekaboo was on the very edge of the brush. So when he went to headbutt him backwards, he lost vision, and that allowed Peekaboo to then flash afterwards. So
yeah.
That's just the nature of the game sometimes.
Well, flash for flash, and I mean, they did burn that exhaust as well during that engage. So all in all, it was 1 for 2 in favor of KOO Tigers. And they did a lot of damage onto the turret, too.
They are backed up right now. This Caitlyn matchup going much better this time around for Prey so far. Nice job denying some of the CS and getting some traps down right next to the turret, making it even harder to pick up the farm.
Pretty much. Hojin just farming for the moment anyway.
I wonder when Nagne's recall timing is going to be. Remember that he does have the teleport, so he can come back to lane. He definitely has enough money for the tier at the moment, but isn't going to start stacking it up just yet.
Yeah, wants to push Kuro in a little bit more, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a really good job early by Nagne. Honestly, I feel like Cassiopeia has a bit of ramp-up time, but he's been able to push Kuro in very successfully. This is why KOO Tigers were so scared of the Cassiopeia in the playoffs in the LCK.
I don't think they expected it to come out against it. I know I certainly didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were even talking about it. It's just not a champion that we see in the meta very often these days, or really at all. So KT and Nagne kind of going back to an old standard when they really need to keep themselves alive at Worlds.
You see how conservative Sunday's playing right now. He doesn't want to get ganked. He understands that Nagne really wants to press the advantage in the mid lane and is already pushing forward on the map, and so doesn't want to open up any kind of opportunities for KOO while the jungler is in the bottom side.
Well, the stats pretty similar for these two top laners between Smeb's Fiora and Sunday's Darius.
Been a pretty reliable pick.
Yep. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Prey.
Danger down here.
Yeah, teleport coming down just to confirm it. Prey on top of those flame choppers. Yet again, gonna flash away. Turret hits doing a lot of damage to Peekaboo. Peekaboo nearly goes down. First blood goes to Peekaboo. And he makes it out. He must have had like 10 health there. Oh, revenge from the bloodthirsty support. Gorilla wants a kill too. Trying to take down Peekaboo, but can Peekaboo get that taunt off before Gorilla catches him?
Victor's on the way too.
That's right, the mid laner's calming down, and KOO Tigers trying to collapse down here in bot lane. Kuro doing a lot of damage to Nagne. Flame Chompers are dodged. Nagne in a lot of trouble, has no summoners, and he's gonna get taken out. Kill goes to Kuro. 1 for 1 in the end, but that's a kill on the mid laner for KOO, which makes it a bit better than Peekaboo taking that first blood.
Yeah, Peekaboo only got out with a sliver of health too. That was an overly aggressive dive that I think was appropriately punished by the KOO Tigers. Prey had his flash, and Nagne did not teleport in a position in which he could combo after the flash. He ends up burning 4 summoner spells just to get that initial kill, and it's ridiculous KT didn't get punished harder for that.
Yeah, and also just trying to start that play. Arrow had not been back to shop yet, so assuming you're going to burn somebody down with just a Doran's blade, and we also look at the buy from Nagne before the TB. Tyr and Negatron cloak? That's not a smart dive to make. You are not itemized to do that efficiently.
Yeah, well, someday pulls Smeb in. That apprehend. Can't quite catch him at the Q, though. Close call for Smeb. And Nagne back to lane. Still not a ton of damage. Oh, there we go. A dive onto Someday. Smeb pops that ultimate score there to try to protect his top laner.
Can they turn it?
Smeb in a bit of trouble. They can. Someday with the kill there. Still low health. Nice explosive cast from Score. Hojin sent running, and he's going to get taken out by KT.
And
that's
this
2 kills.
This
KT.
isn't the first time we've seen Someday get an edge in the top lane. The question will be whether he can play smart enough to hold this one. This time, though, it was Hojin who flashed in for the initiation, and they didn't have the burst to take down Someday, allowing Score to come in for a nice counter gank. Look at the CS discrepancy even before anything else in that fight. Again, Score has outpassed Hojin in the early jungle, and when he found the 2v2, had the superiority.
Yeah, and especially because he had that ult by the time the fight began, too. So really doing a nice job. You see Hojin right here. They think they caught him out. Flash Cocoon immediately. There's the grand challenge coming down. Someday going to path back to Score. And then Smeb out of mana, too. Yeah, there's a heal coming through, and Score just keeps Hojin off from getting the return kill with that ultimate hitting 6.
Smeb was pretty low from the initial trading in that lane, so that makes that a much riskier ult than you would first assume if you can stun the Darius from the Fog of War.
And here's
well
something,
punished.
here's something to really watch too. When Ku Tigers get rattled, Hojin starts to over-prioritize ganking in top lane. That could have been the start of that. We're going to have to really watch that closely to see if there's starting to be a bit of a mental breakdown for the Ku Tigers already in Game 4.
I don't think they were that worried, especially because they did do such a good job of turning around the teleport gank in the bottom side.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Nice
Taunt on to Bray. Yeah, Bray stuck in place for a long time. Peekaboo taking a bit of damage himself too. Ends up being a decent trade for KT. Those AoE rockets doing a lot of damage to the bot lane from Ku.
Yeah, they had to back off though. Gorilla was 6, so had that unbreakable will. Should they follow up, Peekaboo's still only level 5 and not really going to be as useful in terms of ultimates in a 2v2 fight.
Yeah.
So nice, they got a good trade. Just take it, walk away.
I'm actually very surprised Peekaboo's been able to land so many taunts onto Prey. 650 range, 80 carry with a 90 caliber net that can get him out of range mid
It is kind of surprising, isn't it?
Especially with the danger of the chain CC from the Flame Chompers. That should be one of Prey's top priorities, is to not get taunted by the Shen.
It's a bit odd.
But Peekaboo's positioned well and used the Fog of War, and Prey has not wanted to net away defensively.
Well, Peekaboo able to protect his pink ward for the moment. Keeping Gorilla from taking that one out, but now the lane is going to get pushed in Ku's favor. At least it was for the second anyway there.
It is so weird to see a series between two Korean teams where support Shen has become such a priority pick. This has never happened before.
We have not seen support Shen in Korea this year until Worlds. We didn't see it in Korea at all. Only here.
Welcome to Worlds.
I guess. Well,
KT is in a really strong position this game. Anagne, despite the poor teleport bottom lane, is farming up well, stacking his tier, not getting punished. Hojin, yet to complete his jungle item, where his score's been sitting on Cinderhawk for quite some time. And Arrow's Jinx is farming up completely fine against Caitlyn. Pretty much everything KT needed to go right in the early game has gone right.
And Someday too, what a difference in his play this game. After he got those kills, you could see he called score up just to protect him in the lane for a counter gank in case he was ganked. As soon as he backs off, they push the wave into the turret. Someday walks into the river to ward. So they are taking many more precautions at conserving their top lane advantage in this game compared to the last couple.
yeah, very true. KT with the pressure on the bot lane now. Hojin's there to try to help out. He is recalling at the moment, though. CS fairly even in mid between Kuro and Nagne at the moment.
Kuro's actually done a nice job catching up. He was pretty far behind there for a while.
He has.
And he has rebounded in that lane, but Someday still a bit of a problem, of course, finishing that phage early, so he does have that item advantage, and he's starting to run away with it in terms of farm as well.
Well, here comes Score. They're going to try to take away the blue buff, and it doesn't look like Ku is in a position to stop them at this point. We'll see. He may just want to dive up and top here. Someday, Smeb trying to bait him in, but Someday not quite going under turret yet.
I like Smeb using his riposte so early to block the decimate, so it's never even a threat to get 5 stacked for the ultimate. Also, Score doesn't realize he was spotted by a ward while going for deep wards. Gonna have to be very careful here, since Gorilla did recall and head up that way to begin with.
Well, Nagne's gone. He does have TP if he wants to go for it. Hojin just going to go ahead and ward this up. Find that Score is already there.
Coming in, and oh, who got it? Hojin. Able to take it for Ku. Didn't get on the mid laner, but at least they kept it away from KT.
I mean, that execute damage in spider form, you do just have a nice amount of burst there for Elise.
Yep. It's something anyway. Ooh, Ace in the hole already doing a decent amount of damage with that BF sword for Prey.
Yeah, I like the early ace in the hole just for harassing lane from Caitlyn.
Yeah, why not?
Especially when the support is gone, they have to wait so the Peekaboo can't block it. But that was.
It's a low cooldown, it does a lot of damage, and when your team is trying to push things up to take controller on Dragon, you might as well use it.
Nice job by Ku on the vision clear there. Very safe, considering they had the pink ward there, and they waited for 3 people before they cleared out enemy pink up towards that side, so they weren't going to get surprised by anything.
Yeah.
We're more likely to see the 3-lane push here from KT than we ever have been. Already an upgraded warding trinket by Nagne.
Oh boy, Gorilla's going to take a lot of damage. He may have to burn that ult. He does. And that's a pretty crucial ult to not have available when you're going in for Dragon. Never mind.
Here we go. Every teleport.
May have an opportunity as teleports come in. KT scaring Ku away. Hojin taken out. And KT continues to pull a little bit farther ahead every time these two teams crash into each other here in Game 4.
So Someday actually ended up canceling this teleport. Kuro still has his with that. But yeah, Hojin getting punished there for the squishy Runeclave Elise.
Well, Someday able to get that top lane turret too by canceling the teleport, so they still certainly got a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, there's not really a way to. Ku can go ahead and do this dragon.
Yeah.
At this juncture either, of course, with the jungler down, but KT falls back to safety. Just going to keep on split pushing, and they have so many wards in that bottom side river right now. Oh boy!
Oh boy, Prey taunted right after the explosive cast. Beautiful play by KT Rolster. Smeb on the run, turns around for their pop. Gorilla with the engage. Can Kuro do enough damage to turn this one around? He's going to throw the Chaos Storm down onto Score, but with Nagne entering the fight, flash ult. He's going to get the slow on Gorilla and Smeb. Kuro still trying to get something done for Ku. He'll get one kill as Peekaboo gets a bit too close. Arrow grabs one in response, though.
Peekaboo did not need to come back into that
Kuro's
fight.
not done yet. Nagne playing it dangerously. Oh, where is he? Another kill for KT and Nagne.
I think that was a home run attempt for Kuro right there.
He
because
tried.
they're losing so much off of that fight. KT was supposed to be on the offensive, but Score's Gragas ultimate turned it into an offensive play because Someday, this whole time, is in a pressure position, which meant that Ku needed to press their advantage bottom lane. Ku lost absolutely everywhere, and they lost harder because Kuro tried to make up for it at the end of that last fight.
And because Smeb was in the bottom side, now he is down. We see just 100 about to 50 or 155 CS. So taking that, I mean, Smeb gets forward here. What a great ultimate, though, from Score. And then the chain right into the traps and the taunt.
Oh, man. Arrow getting excited on that Jinx. Gorilla with a nice counter engage to let Kuro come in and do something at least.
Yeah, big problem, too, was that death ray was very poor by Kuro, not actually hitting anybody. If he had been able to land his full combo, that may have gone the other way.
Yeah, unfortunately, Peekaboo flies in at the end, gets bopped by Kuro. Then the very end of this fight is quite interesting because Kuro's got blue buff and level 11, so he's quite strong. Lands a death ray onto both, which gets him greedy, but that's the thing about Victor. You have two spells and then you wait on long cooldowns.
Yeah.
After he landed those spells, he should have known that he can't finish them with auto attacks and just stayed by the wayside in safety.
You're not going to do well against a Cassiopeia that has that consistent damage output as well as the enemy AD carry. A little bit too brave for Kuro there, and that's going to allow KT as well a pretty comfortable blue buff and pretty comfortable lead. 6,000 gold in 17 minutes. Pretty massive lead, actually, when you look at it.
Looking early like we're going to be getting that Game 5.
Oh, boy.
Could be.
I love Game 5s, chat.
It's not blind pit.
Still
Game 5.
Ku's going to be super happy about that. In the Game 5 blind pick they played over in the LCK, they played against Ashe, Leona,
It's a
and
very different
Elise
type of strategy. Then.
without bringing Cleanse because they didn't know they were going to be facing up against that level of chain CC.
Yeah.
Ku also, I feel like they've won picks and bans in 3 out of the 4 games so far. This one, KT had a nice curveball with the Cassio.
Oh, what an engage by Score to throw Gorilla and Prey back into the enemy team. Gorilla pops that ultimate, so tanky. It's going to run out, though, and so is his life. Arrow with another kill.
And
Manages to
somehow,
save Prey, and
Someday is dead in the top side. Looks like Hojin and Smeb teaming up for a kill onto the KT top laner. Looks like we will see a turret trade when everything is said and done. Prey recalling right now, but will just stay back to defend the turret.
Yeah, Ku should be able to get this top lane turret before too long.
All things considered, that's actually a very good trade for the Ku Tigers, being down 7,000 gold, being able to trade a gank kill plus turret push. It'll stay good as long as they can defend this inner turret, which it looks like they'll be able to.
Yeah, and just like that, they've cut the 6,000 deficit down to 4,000.
Yeah, the big question is how big is this Cassiopeia going to get, though?
Yeah.
Because you have a 7,000 gold lead right now, 6,000 now. And the Cassiopeia is only going to get stronger, so Someday decides to dribble his way into a
ultimate. So he hides
Oh,
into
nice
the wall,
positioning.
so
Oh, wow.
he can't get it off.
Hiding your vitals, always a smart thing to do
At
against
the same
Fiora.
time, he hit his vitals, and then Hojin had no problems landing the skill shots on the stationary areas.
Well, Someday was just a hair's breadth away from using his ultimate right there, too. He dived with his ult still up. If he hadn't gotten Cocoon at that precise moment, so good timing from Hojin. Turned that battle around, but...
Yep.
I love these duels. I love Fiora versus Darius. It's just absolutely hilarious.
Definitely is.
Yeah, to answer your previous question about how big will Cassiopeia get, though, I feel like Nagne is going to get pretty gargantuan. He's already about 80 mana away from max stacking his Archangel Staff and transforming it into a Seraph's Embrace. I think that's what makes Cassiopeia so dangerous, especially in a matchup against Victor.
Oh, taunt on the Gorilla. Peekaboo being
that's
a
a lot of
bit
damage.
brave, though. Yeah, there's a headbutt. Peekaboo could be in a bit of trouble. Teleport's coming in for both sides. Canceled, though, for KT as Peekaboo runs away. And ace in the hole, not enough to finish him off, but here comes Smeb. Grand challenge onto Score. Score's going to try to get away from that blue buff pit. Gorilla comes in to the engage. Score's still in trouble. There's the kill, there's the heal. And Kuro now with a clear line for the damage on the arrow. Can he do a little bit more? And the auto attack gives Kuro the double kill. Someday a bit late to the party. And I think time's out for him. He's going to try it all. Oh, he got it with the gravity field. Triple kill for Kuro.
I love,
man.
I love how Gravity Field freezes animations for the most epic of interruptions. And
That was fantastic.
It's remarkable how Coup Tigers is coming back from this 6,000 pre-20-minute gold deficit, but it's almost classic Coup Tigers in that sense. Kuro on Victor is starting to take over this game, at least he is attempting to. Smeb was able to proc the appropriate amount of vitals, and KT just reached a little bit too far here.
Let's watch this one again. You know, Peekaboo has been making a lot of aggressive plays all game, and here's one that starts off a fight that does not go well for KT.
Well, here's the thing. With Score coming in, you see the TP start to fall. I think that KT expected this teleport that we're looking at from Smeb to be canceled, because that's absolutely insane. But considering the cancel from the KT teleport, it was a 5v4 in the end. Coup with the nerves of steel, and you have to make plays like that if you want to get back in the game.
Yeah, and then Kuro obviously gets the healing from Smeb. Great gravity field placement around the bend, landing every single skill shot, weaving in his auto attacks. And at this point, Someday was cut off. He's basically just trying to make an escape, but Gorilla lands both of his skills really well, knock him back. That would have been a Kuro kill. Good night, Darius.
Insane. He's on fire, literally.
The ultimate rejection. At the peak of his jump.
Rejected. Well.
Oh no.
Someday you dunk, some days you get dunked.
Also, we'll have to get a replay because our replay missed a kill onto Score, which actually gives Coup the window to go and take this dragon.
Wow.
Which is shockingly going to be the first dragon of the game here at 22 minutes.
That has got to be one of the latest dragons we've seen here at Worlds, and Coup getting it. That's a nice big damage boost at this point in the game when people have some items. 6% makes a big difference. Exactly 6% of the difference, I suppose. If you think about it.
We stopped to analyze that one for just a second.
There you go. As I often do.
Yeah.
Let's watch Score die.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
He has just no control of his own jungle, and Coup is actually prepping the Baron. So a nice little bait there, knowing that they'd won the fight so substantially, going over to Baron, which necessitates a check. It's early on in the game, so they can't actually kill the Baron. Instead, they just bait the Baron, and that's just a smart strategic play. Coup knowing exactly where to gain their advantages from, even though they still hold a pretty big gold deficit. It goes to show how far behind they were.
Well, this is classic Coup Tigers, Jat. Get rocked in the early game, somehow, some way. Make it back in.
Pretty much.
6,000 plus gold at like 17 minutes. That should basically be it.
I guarantee you right now, KT does not feel like they're 3,000 gold ahead, though. Or 2,000 gold, how it is now.
Yeah, I got confirmation, too. That was the latest first dragon at Worlds.
Wow.
In the tournament to this point. So 22 minutes. Very delayed, but there's been a lot of fighting in this game. And emphasis on the towers. So KT, I still think comfortably has a scaling advantage here with this Cassiopeia. Of course, the Fed Victor going to cut into that just a little bit.
And how many times have we seen it with Coup winning and we say, well, the mistake is that they gave Kuro Victor. Well, here we are again in KT fighting for their tournament life, and they gave Kuro Victor. It's a dangerous thing to do against the Coup Tigers.
Yeah, Score does have his flash up, and Kuro was down a flash. I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Victor is when people can get directly on top of him and displace him. Yeah. He is mobile and he has good defenses when you're running at him, but if you successfully close the distance, he can be punished. And Coup is in the danger right now where they have such a high concentration of their gold onto a flashless mage right now, and that is their weak point. Or their vital spot, you could say.
KT may try to take advantage of Someday coming up the river right now. Looks like he's going to be too late to catch Ku. They've already taken down the turret. So Ku Tigers safe for the moment anyway.
Yeah, but Smeb sacrificing a lot of farm for this, and he's falling further and further and further behind, 164 to 237. Wow. The farm at the moment, but they're able to get a little bit of global gold onto him before sending him into that bottom side. Someday, you know, he does have a tendency to take over games like this as a player.
And I think it's very critical for the Fiora to not fall behind, because the team fighting of the Fiora, I think, is much weaker than the team fighting of a Darius when they're even or when Darius is ahead on gold. It's not the same in the other way. All 3 games that Smeb has played so far in Fiora, he's gotten that advantage in the split push, and it's been very key to Ku finding the victories, because he either burns a key summoner during the split push before the team fight or flanks around while they're already ahead. This time Sunday has been able to equalize that and actually get an edge.
Yeah, he's about 1,300 gold ahead at the moment too, which is quite substantial. And when we're talking about this specific team composition from KT, they have so many executes, Darius ult, Jinx ult, but it's the damage over time and the AoE damage from Jinx and Cassiopeia that are setups for a possible Darius pentakill here that is very, very dangerous.
You can tell that Ku knows this. You can tell they're aware of it. They sent Smeb down to the bot lane to get a little bit of farm by himself, try to catch up a little bit of that CS deficit. So we'll see if he can. He's got his teleport, so he can join his team if he needs to.
I also have to point out that Someday built the Quicksilver Sash. We've been talking about how good Smeb has been at proccing all those vitals, which does 40% true damage if you proc all 4 of them at this point of the game. But he can just QSS when Fiora ults on him and get rid of that threat.
Yeah, very true. And also QSS out of a very embarrassing gravity field once in a while. may want to save him for that one.
No more stylish poses.
No, it's very cool. Whoa. Peekaboo blocks the damage that was destined for Arrow with that ace in the hole. An intense moment in the game. It's really a situation where it could go either way. 1:30 till the next dragon. The second dragon in the game, even though we're about 27 minutes in. Oh, Score getting collapsed on. Arrow's right there, though. Kuro forced to flash away. Peekaboo comes in with that stand united. Kuro gonna get taken out by the Jinx rocket. And now Someday trying to flee here. KT wants to get a fight. Smeb comes in. He's gonna ult Peekaboo and not be able to finish him off. It's a dangerous moment for Ku. Without Kuro, they don't have a whole lot of damage.
Oh, they're still hunting, though. There's the QSS.
Worked. He got out of that Elise cocoon.
Yeah, really made a big difference.
Yeah.
Sure
Success.
did. Wow, that item, worth it. Whoa, KT going for Baron right now with Kuro out of commission. They're going to try a bit. If Ku can delay it, it's only 12 seconds until he comes back. Prey taunted Peekaboo. Get him, it's overly aggressive. There's a kill for Prey. Gorilla pops that ult, stays alive. Prey getting some nice angles for damage on the edge of this fight. And Smeb is right there as well, too. Ku a bit. Oh, there they go. They caught Someday. No QSS. No more Darius, and Ku turns to fight around Nagne. Chaos Storm on top of him as he slithers to safety for the moment.
I don't think that Baron play is ever going to work for KT.
I don't think so either.
Teleport up and is up in 10 seconds. KT so close to taking control of this game once again, with Score making a nice catch on a Kuro. I think Score has played fantastically this series, but KT just makes a team-wide mistake with that call to go for Baron.
Well, I think it's fine if you want to peel off of the Baron and try and finish up that fight, but KT just didn't do that. Peekaboo went in too early, got chunked out, had to flash out of that engagement, and there wasn't follow-up. So very poorly played here by KT. He got spotted by Prey. That was actually a very nice trinket.
Beautiful trinket by Prey. At that point, Peekaboo would need to run away because his team was still during the Baron. Smeb also has flank position right here, which makes the retreat even more difficult. And I love the headiness as well of Koro to buy home guards when he respawned because he knew he needed to close on this fight. Zooms ahead, gets the spells on Nagne and completely pushes him out of the fight.
Arrow nearly died to Prey's ultimate that fight too. Now Ku able to take an easy second dragon. And just like that, gold lead for Ku Tigers after being down 6K. Man, these teams are so close every single game, back and forth. But in Game 4, the game that could send the Ku Tigers to the semifinals, they've taken the lead once again.
I think that was just a huge error from KT. They knew Kuro's teleport was up and available. And the death timers, I mean, we're still sub 30 minutes into this game, so they're not going to be so long yet. And Kuro has somehow managed to find a 2-level lead on Nagne here, despite having approximately even CS.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been winning fight after fight, and Kuro's just consistently been able to clear minion waves. Not to mention he got slingshot a little bit because KT was ahead on experience and gold, so because he was the lower experience member, he gained more experience for the kills, and KT honestly just hasn't killed them back since there's been no turning back since this game started to reverse.
You know, now Smeb is down a lot on CS, but he's got enough items that he is relevant. And look at this, 2 turrets, just like that, already with this Baron buff from the KOO Tigers. And Smeb trying to make a play on a Someday here. This is brave. Gorilla can't protect him with Arrow auto-attacking from over the wall, and Smeb has to back away. Oh, Smeb has the ultimate.
It is just not Sunday's day.
Whoa, no, it is not. And now the inhibitor in a lot of trouble. KOO Tigers have broke open the door of KT's base.
Yeah, this is really an amazing comeback by KOO Tigers in this game.
He reposted that ultimate. That was awesome.
I mean, I've been so impressed. Smeb looked a bit shaky in game 1, but ever since then on this Fiora, it's been really quite impressive.
Yeah, KT needs to make a play right now if they want to save this inhibitor, if they want to save their game. I don't know if they can, though. That cannon minion's doing damage. Someday gets jumped on.
Oh,
they're trying to make a play there. Chaos Storm not doing enough. They get the inhibitor. They get Peekaboo, and they can just back away. No need to put any more pressure on. They got what they came for and more.
This could be KOO moving on to the semifinals. If this happened, it would actually be one team from every group moving on to the semifinals.
Wow. Well, that's great. And coming into this, you know, a lot of people, myself included, were predicting KT. It's not over yet, but KOO bringing some stuff we were not expecting. Let's watch that fight again. Smeb.
Well, they basically just make a decision right here. And Smeb, there's the riposte. Oh, and they wanted to make a play. They send their damage dealers over to that side to try and get a pick and then move the game forward from there. But instead, they just end up losing their inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Look at the gold differences all the way until roughly about the 28-minute mark in favor of KT, and then KOO bringing it right back again.
Yeah, and it's made worse by the fact that KT actually had and has a pretty good scaling team composition. If Nagne can get in the right positions on Cassiopeia, Score can catch the squishy targets out of position, and Arrow can shoot from the backline. Even if the gold is like this around 32 minutes, KT is by no means out of it, but they just feel really disorganized at this point of the game. KOO Tigers has so much momentum, and I feel like their mentality is stronger. They're making the proper calls, and I've seen a lot of really poor decisions from Peekaboo and the rest of KT in the last 15 minutes.
Well, when KOO Tigers group is 5, we found it's really hard to stop these guys, and KT could still definitely turn this game around. But they've got to get some confidence back. After those last couple fights, anybody would be feeling not that great.
And it goes to show the swinginess of this game. Your normal Baron power play gives about 3,000 gold, 6,448 from that last one.
Yep. Smeb split pushing here with those super minions in the bot lane as KOO Tigers move towards the inhibitor turret up top.
Score has his flash right now. You would hope that he tries to pull the trigger on a body slam flash, but they need to clear these super minions away from their Nexus turret first. Darius doesn't actually do it that quickly.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to lose the Nexus turret. They do.
I mean, great pressure that they wanted just to have Peekaboo in that bottom side trying to run interference, but Smeb goes down there in the 4-1 split, working wonders once again for KOO.
So KOO's going to back away. A minute 40 until that next dragon comes back. They're going to find Prey, though. Uh-oh. Could be an opportunity, but nope. Prey able to net his way to safety. I call that a net win for the KOO Tigers. Don't worry, I'm going back to 3 after today.
Gotta shove the bad jokes in
get
there
on
while
the
you
plane
can.
as fast as I can. I gotta get out of here. Yep. Oh, Score finds some KOO Tigers players. KOO trying to find time to recall and buy some items. They're able to do it. Minute until the next dragon.
Look at the vision control right now from the KOO Tigers. It is just so complete around that Baron. They have absolute information about what is happening in the enemy jungle, and that's going to be very useful when some of these objectives start to pop in about a minute. They should be very comfortable, and KOO looking like it'll be a pretty easy closure to this game, barring some sort of catastrophic team fight that KT can engineer.
Yeah, especially Nagne yet to hit his death cap. Because of the way Cassiopeia works as well, he's been slowly stacking up the aspect of the Serpent. He's at 420 stacks. At 500, of course, he gets a bonus 40% of ability power.
It's a lot.
And then the death cap would make it so much. So he would go from about 500 to 1,000 AP if this game does stretch to 40 minutes. So there actually is still some stalling KT can do if they stop the relentlessness of the two Tigers so far.
Well, they definitely know that. Who knows it too? It's still a very tense game between these two teams. That 5K gold lead at this point in the game doesn't mean a whole lot. Who's going to get this next Baron, though? This next Baron fight is going to, I would say, almost certainly decide the winner of the game. The Dragon's going to KT, or to Ku, rather.
And the Baron is really not coming at the right time for KT Rolster. They're already down a Nexus turret, and their inhibitor is yet to respawn. They can't commit people down to that Baron area, and I don't even know if they want to, because a 5-on-5 fight at this point, before Cassiopeia hits that late-game form, is not very ideal. Like, this actually is a Baron you might need to give up 100%.
I mean, and if you do that, you kind of wonder if you can stop the Ku Tigers.
Well, the nice thing KT has going for them is great kiting potential. So they're not really going to be able to be dove with Cassiopeia and Shen at some of these turrets. So maybe that would be the way to discourage a game from ending. But again, you have the Victor Gravity Field and the Caitlyn to siege. So it still would be hard. This is a very, very tough decision for KT.
There's a very high percentage win here for the Ku Tigers based on the current circumstances. It'll really be down to their execution, in my opinion, because even if they want to dive turrets, they have Alistar, one of the best champions for such situations, getting the flat damage reduction. The longer KT can stall, though, the better it is for them. Death Cap was completed by Nagne, and their inhibitor has respawned.
Just came back.
That's great timing for them, really. They managed to prevent the instant Baron take. We do see Someday fading back into
it's a trap.
His Nexus Fountain.
It's a trap. And are they going to catch Score here? Maybe. Ace in the hole comes in. They get him with the cocoon. Score could be going down, tries to make it out. Looks like he'll barely live.
They used a lot on that, though. They're going to go on to the Baron immediately.
Wow, okay, with Score so low, they think they're safe to take it. Gorilla in the back lines hasn't used his ultimate yet, so that Alistar is still very tanky. KT, this is their season. This is their year on the line, and the Ku Tigers get the Baron. Ku backing away. Someday trying to make a play with Darius, trying to get the resets. He can't. Prey with the kill, and with Someday out of the way, KT's worlds may be over.
That was such a well-executed Baron by the Ku Tigers. They had the wards around when as soon as they saw Score, immediately dumped the damage on him so he would have a very hard time actually contesting that Baron, and then kept the pressure on Gorilla on the outside, never letting him even get a chance for a steal. And forcing the...
Smeb onto Peekaboo. A lot of damage done there. He's going to use the ultimate even through the exhaust. Gorilla comes in to try to support his top laner. Score takes a dirt nap. And Kuro takes a lot of damage, but they're going to send Nagne back towards the base as well as they take out another inhibitor. Ku, low health, but they are taking apart KT's base. Going for another one. I think it might be time to go back after this. We'll see if they decide they can end it.
See Smeb right there, mouth moving. He is the main shot caller for the Ku Tigers. So they are just going to back off, take the Baron, take the two inhibitors that they managed to get. KT stays alive for just a little bit longer.
Man, I mean, it is about as close as it can possibly get with the picks that Ku have been making here.
Yeah, Ku, just a continuous play of success right there, I'd have to say. Peekaboo making a lot of unfortunate mistakes. I feel like the taunt at the very beginning of that Baron fight on an Alistar where he extended his flash would have been wondrous if he could have joined Someday in that fight on the inside. And then as far as the double inhib taking, that's about as best the KT could have hoped for. It's lucky that the game actually isn't over. If Arrow dies, though, I think the game is over.
Smeb trying to find him. Gorilla's right there. Arrow taking a lot of damage. Gorilla comes in. Score trying to save his AD carry. Pushes Gorilla back into him, though. Turret doing damage to Alistar. Peekaboo gets the taunt. Gorilla could be in trouble. Has to use that ultimate to stay alive, but he can't. Arrow with a kill, and KT may have found an opportunity, but there are so many super minions coming into the base. Does Ku even need Gorilla to be alive right now?
Well, the minions aren't there quite yet, so KT wants to hold this a bit longer, but there it goes.
They're going in. They want to fight the 4v5. Smeb at about half health. This may be a bit too dangerous, but Ku, they see victory right in front of them. They see a dead inhibitor as well. That's all three inhibitors down now. KT in a bit of trouble. They're going to send Smeb to push up this bottom lane. Dueling with Someday. Gotta be careful there. I wouldn't want to duel with a Darius. especially at this point in the game. That Nexus turret getting a bit low as Score comes from the side. Peekaboo there as well. Score gets taken down. A kill for Kuro. And Ku, with that kill, may have done it. The Nexus is exposed. And in summer season, it was KT Rolster, but Ku with a chance at revenge in just 4 games this time. And there it is. Ku Tigers go to the semifinals.
Wow, coming second place out of their group, too, behind the Flash Wolves. Come in here and deliver a vintage Ku Tigers performance, playing from behind, showing the strength of their team fighting and shot calling, and these guys are elated.
Ku really stepped it up in this series. Smeb in particular, even when he was deep behind in lane, he had the strength in team fighting, the right pick potential. Kuro went back on the old picks and Victor. Prey had successful ultimates in these team fights and had good positioning. Really, it was a team effort, but on the back of Smeb.
You know, since the spring season, since what happened at IM Katowice, people have been asking, can the Ku Tigers perform on the international stage? I would say this is a resounding yes, as Ku Tigers are moving on to the semifinals. What a series.
Yeah, very nicely played. And we look at KT's bans in this series. Vhagar, Kennen, Tom Kench. These are bans that are now necessary against the Ku Tigers. We've seen what Gorilla can do on Tom Kench.
Yeah.
We know they can flex the Kennen very well. The Vhagar has become a threat with their siege compositions. So Ku has such a wide array of strategies at their disposal right now. They've shown quite a bit.
Yeah, and despite, you know, the follies in the early game, still coming back with a strong late game. And KT Rolster, you know, this is not the end of the season that they wanted, of course, wanted to make it farther than the quarterfinals. A successful year. You know, it was a big season of turmoil in Korea with so many players going to China. KT had to kind of pick up the pieces when Peekaboo came in, turned this team around, got them to Worlds, and played well in the group stages. Thought it'd go a little bit farther, but still a respectable year for that organization.
Yeah, and I feel pretty bad for Score in this one because I think he played amazingly
He did play
in pretty
great.
much all the early and mid games, but the team itself just didn't seem to quite click. Ku was playing some really smart League of Legends, which requires you to be completely cohesive in your shot calling towards the mid-lane game, and that, along with the pick and bans, I think is where KT fell short.
Yeah, how about that? Ku Tigers, a team made up of players that were essentially rejected from other teams and players that had been formally retired.
I mean,
coming back, it's an interesting story to see. Prey especially took like a year off, and he's coming back, playing like this, going to the semifinals at Worlds. Amazing stuff.
His second World semifinals, in fact,
That's right.
after being on Najin Black Sword. It actually was, you know, a battle between Nagne and Prey, two of those old Najin Sword players that made the semis and lost to SKT in Season 3. But I want to talk about Smeb. This guy has been absolutely amazing. To talk about his development as a player, sure, the exodus happens. A lot of these players leave. He was on Incredible Miracle, looking very poor at times.
Yeah.
But my God, has he gotten better and really, really improved this year.
Yeah.
It's crazy like Smeb, because in 2014, you never would have called this guy a strong top laner. He was far from it, but pretty strong in 2015.
Yeah, and it's been all of a sudden up and down season too, because the spring for Ku Tigers was kind of the split of Smeb, and then they did slump at the beginning of summer, but he seems to be back on form, and he's really, I think, the first one to fully display the power of Fiora and take advantage of all of her strengths, because we thought Fiora was going to be such a priority pick coming into the World Championship, and then it wasn't. But here it is again.
Well, we could talk about the rest of his champion pool coming in too, because sure, he played a ton of Fiora tonight, but we've also seen he's pretty damn good at Darius, to the degree that KT thought it was best to ban it, keep it away from him in this series. He's a Riven Pentakill. He had one this summer, so he's able to play so many different carry top laners at the elite level at the moment that it should be quite interesting to see him go up against Huni in the semifinals.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say in our interview in a few minutes here. It's going to be cool, but that Fiora is going to be nearly a must ban for anyone facing the Ku Tigers from here on out.
At this point, there's a lot of things that are nearly must ban because they've shown excellence on so many of the meta picks. And I think Ku answered a lot of questions tonight as well. They were in the group of life, so to speak, and didn't even win that group against the Flash Wolves, who looked very sloppy in our first quarterfinal. So a lot of people were thinking maybe Ku just didn't have it in them, not to mention all of the struggles they'd had at international events in the past, like IM Katowice. So I think this is just a really redeeming game for KOO, the team of veterans who had actually failed on the international stage prior.
I think the main issue they had is when it came down to it, those high pressure matches, the KOO Tigers kind of tended to collapse. We saw it at IM Katowice, we saw it in Korea as well in certain matches, but towards the end of summer season, it really was looking like they had solved those issues, and with that last best of 5 we just saw, winning it in 4 games over KT Rolster, I think those issues are long gone now for the KOO Tigers. So we're going to throw it down to Shox for an interview with KOO's top laner.
Thank you very much, Doa. And congratulations, Smeb, getting to the semifinals with the KOO Tigers. I want to talk a little bit about the last game. We know you guys are good at comebacks, and you didn't see it, but you were down 6,000 gold around 20 minutes. How did you manage to do it and come back from that?
이제 쿠 타이거즈 팀이 워낙 역전극을 잘하기로 좀 유명한 팀이기도 하지만 이제 스맵 선수는 모르셨겠지만 6천 골드나 이제 뒤지고 있었거든요. 이제 그런 상황에서 어떻게 역전극을 만들으셨는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 좀 슬로우 스타터인 것 같아요. 그래서 연습 때는 막 저희가 막 긴장도 안 하고 하니까 좀 처음부터 막 몰아치는 플레이가 가능한데 대회만 오면은 특히 초반에 좀 무너지면은 많이 힘들더라고요. 그래서 그래도 최대한 열심히 해보자라는 생각으로 했던 것 같아요.
So I think in general we're a very slow starter. Like during scrims, we play very aggressively and it works quite well. But I think at the actual tournament, we get quite nervous and it doesn't work the way we planned. So during this game, we just said let's not give up, let's keep doing our own plays, and I think that's how we managed to come back.
All right, and quite nervous for the series, of course, for a spot in the semifinal in the summer playoffs. You guys played KT, and I can imagine you were looking for revenge. A lot of people thought it would go all the way to 5 games and be a lot closer. Why do you think it was that all of a sudden you seem to be better in a lot of things than KT in this matchup?
이제 지금 KT와의 대결이 지난 썸머 플레이오프 때 이제 지기도 해서 살짝 복수전이기도 했고 많은 사람들이 좀 더 치열하고 좀 5경기까지 가는 그런 접전이 일어날 거라 예상을 했었는데 쿠 타이거즈 팀이 어떻게 준비를 해서 이렇게 좀 비교적으로 상대적 우위를 점할 수 있었는지 말씀해 주세요.
저번 마지막 그 KT전은 저희가 사실 자신감이 있었는데 준비할 시간이 너무 없었어요. 그래서 저희가 블라인드 픽까지 준비를 했었었는데 그걸 못 해가지고 좀 아쉽게 패배한 것 같고 저희는 근데 저희 팀은 모르겠는데 저는 그 저희가 준비만 열심히 하고 준비한 대로만 된다면은 무조건 이길 수 있다고 생각했어요.
So during the summer playoffs, our team was very confident, but I don't think we were just prepared enough, especially for the blind pick, the blind match, the 5th game. So for this coming match, I don't know for the whole team, but at least for myself, I was very confident that if we prepared well enough, that we could beat KT, and I think it went well according to the plan.
According to the plan, I think if there was a blind pick here, you would have probably picked Fiora. 4 games on her in this one. Tell me about the champion and how you experienced playing her. Is it the combination Smeb plus Fiora that is so destructive? Because you had a fantastic set.
그 이제 피오라로 되게 4경기 내내 엄청난 활약을 보여주셨는데 이제 스맵 선수와 피오라가 어떠한 그 좀 작용하는 것이 있길래 이렇게 잘하셨는지 피오라 픽에 대해서 설명해 주세요.
사실 그 탑에서 이렇게 패치가 많이 바뀌면서 뭐 다리우스나 피오라 같은 챔프가 많이 나왔잖아요. 그래서 좀 연습을 하던 도중에 전 다리우스가 최고라고 생각했어요. 그래서 다리우스만 연습했는데 이게 연습 때 보니까 피오라도 괜찮은 거예요. 그래서 제 스타일에도 좀 맞는 것 같고 그래서 연습하게 됐어요.
So after the Juggernaut patch at the 5.18, at first I thought Darius was the best pick, but then after practicing Fiora a couple games, I thought Fiora better fit my own style. So that's how I got to play it a lot during this series.
And you guys are very good on it. That will possibly be a very interesting pick in the next round. Semi-final versus, of course, Fnatic. What a matchup. And Huni said in an OGN interview yesterday that he was very much looking forward to playing you. He's also said that he wants to prove that he's the best top laner in the entire tournament. What can you tell me about that matchup versus Huni?
이제 이제 다음 주 4강전에서 이제 후니 선수와 탑 매치업이 남아 있는데 후니 선수가 어제 승자 인터뷰에서 온게임넷 인터뷰에서 스맵 선수랑 붙는 것을 되게 이제 고대하고 있다고 얘기를 했었고 이전에도 후니 선수가 이번 대회를 통해서 자기가 최고의 탑 라이너인 것을 증명하겠다고 얘기를 했어요. 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
사실 저도 푸나틱과의 대결을 정말 이렇게 기대하고 있고요. 후니 선수도 정말 좋은 모습 많이 보여주는데 패기는 좋은데 아직 노련함이 좀 적지 않나 싶어서 제가 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
I'm also very looking forward playing against Fnatic at the semifinals, and I do admit that Hooni's a very good player, and he has that confidence. But I think he lacks experience, so I think I could beat him.
All right, well, it's going to be a fantastic matchup overall. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Smeb and the Coup Tigers in the semifinal. For us, we're going to go back to our guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Shocks. The 3-1 victory there for Coup. Interestingly enough, this means that one team from each group has qualified for the semifinals. We have Coup from Group A, Fnatic from Group B, SKT from Group C, and Origin from Group D. So everyone making a representation in the semifinals. But I do want to dive into this game because Coup once again, and Smeb specifically on that Fiora, played very well to close it out.
The laning phase was not pretty, to be honest. He fell behind by, I think, 70 CS at one point, but that didn't matter. It looked like he was playing the same Fiora that he played the previous game, which was tower diving left, right, and center. And again, Coup comes out with a better composition that can be executed into the weaknesses of KT, which they very gladly just pick every single time, and to be expected, a clean win from them.
There's been a lot of talk about the Darius versus Fiora matchup, and I was talking about how Fiora is very, very similar to Riven when you learn the intricacies of it, and Smeb kind of echoed that sentiment there, saying he thought Darius was the one to go for, but then once you learn the mechanics on Riven, you're able to take that away. So when it's Fiora versus Darius, you end up having the burden of execution be on Fiora. It's her decisions that really affect that lane, when she riposts, when she actually dives in which direction. So the way that that's played out is when you have enough games on Fiora and he has been putting the time in, you take that matchup, I would say 70% of the time, if you have the skills to do so.
It's like what I want to hit on is KT. Like KT with the draft, I feel like they tried to copy Fnatic in a way where they pick a stronger mid lane matchup that can roam, that LeBlanc game specifically against EDG. They pick a strong mid laner that can outpush. Cassiopeia is considered quite strong into Victor because this matchup is very punishing, but later on, of course, Victor wins because of scaling. And then you have this top lane matchup that Score always kind of figures out for them. But the missing piece that they didn't pick up while they were looking at Fnatic was their AD carries that they always pick is in the shape of Sivir, Kennen. Sure, they played some Jinx yesterday as well, but it didn't really set them up to enable this pressure that came from these other lanes. The Jinx, sure, it works into the late game, but you're not going to win in the late game anyway. So just try to play on the pressure that you have, which came from the early game, from the mid and the top. To transition that into bottom, pick a cannon and pressure that.
Yeah, not only were KT's drafts just a little strange every time, they were lacking engaged. They were getting early leads, but they didn't have a way to really push that lead and force their will onto their opponent. Exactly. And they were kind of waiting for them to do things. But aside from that, we saw Peekaboo making some very odd decisions, getting caught out, taunting into one person, and then just really not having the perfect setup. It seemed like some frustration there that they couldn't close games out, that they had advantages and they needed these fights. But then also, you look at Nagne. He's usually giving so much damage later on, but this was an underperformance from a lot of members from KT here.
Well, sure. I do think that Coup played pretty well to have that comeback victory. On top of the fact that it was a little sloppy, them getting caught out in certain instances, but what really stood out was the chaining, the CCs during these team fights. They have a compositions with a lot of crowd control. You saw with the Caitlyn traps into the Veigar cage. You have the headbutt pulverized, and I think the only one that was remotely botched was one in the bot lane with a gank on with Elise and Alistar. But besides that, the chaining of crowd control with Victor on top of that, I mean, the Victor was just stellar. Probably the best Victor in the tournament. Maybe FLICKR can contest that, but I'd be looking at that pick.
All right, a couple of things I want to explore. We already mentioned that there were a few games in which Coup did get behind. So when we look forward in the tournament against teams that are even more willing to put pressure on, Fnatic as an example, how are they going to buff up that early game to make sure they don't get 3-4K behind and against a team comp that won't let them back in?
I think it comes down to the jungling. Lee Hojin didn't have a very stellar jungler performance, particularly with the jungle pathing. He was in wrong places at the wrong times, and we highlighted that he fell behind 2 levels in the jungle. By the time that Score was level 7, he was level 5, and that's because he kept sitting in the top lane brush, just waiting for something to happen, based purely on intuition and not really actual ward knowledge. So once he focuses on playing with the information that you have instead of your intuition, which may be wrong or may be incredibly right, you will have a better showing.
And that's where I want to flip to the other side of the matchup, Zyrene. Score for me on KT was the big performer of the day. Even with the loss, was coming up huge, making a lot of plays, really had a great presence around the map.
Yeah, if KT ended up winning, Score was probably going to be player of the series. He was having such consistent performances from every single game. He was getting his top laner ahead. Sometimes, someday would throw that away, and then he would go bottom and he'd get his bottom in advantage. And these are where those early game advantages were coming from, was Score's pathing, and also his casks were just really good, catching prey out a couple times and being able to continue to keep that momentum up. Some nice steals in the first few games on objectives, but then it just didn't seem to have the same type of impact because he had to be like an S++, which does not exist in order to be able to carry his team through a lot of these games.
I feel like Hojin was like the bigger downfall when it comes to KOO Tigers. Like first, when I heard of Hojin, I was like, oh, they replaced Lee, finally. And then Zyrene told me, like at the start of this tournament, Lee is actually just Hojin renamed.
It's the same guy.
And then when I saw him in these games, like the things that Lee used to do, like these inconsistent patterns, they came back and I got worried for a second. And seeing that like against a team like Fnatic in the future, Reignover is pretty consistent in his patterns. He's going for that top lane gank and he always has a plan. So I'm kind of worried in that particular matchup. That is what is exposed for KOO Tigers.
I'm also very worried about that matchup because both of these jungle pools, you can pinch these jungle pools. Whoever gets Elise in this matchup has a huge advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing Rek'Sai and Elise bans on every blue side, or at least maybe one of them and forcing the other one to be banned because you'll get one yourself. I think that you can pinch this pool pretty hard.
I think it's less so if whoever gets Elise and just Elise is broken. You can't be like, you just can't beat this champion. It's too strong right now with the tower diving. It's how we talked about, you pick Elise, you've won the lanes for everybody else. Like, hey guys, I'm existing. I'm doing my job.
Yeah, very much so. But you bring up a good point, which is pinching of champions and the distribution of champions in pick and ban, because once again, with the performance of Smeb on Fiora, we're seeing now Fiora, Tahm Kench, the mandatory Mord and GP bans, the Veigar, all the Elise being a huge pick, and then that's without even target banning any specific team, where now you're saying like, oh, we want to get a 0 out against this guy, or Victor. What do you do now? All of a sudden, this is making champions like very interesting in terms of how teams are going to allocate the power and where they put their bans.
I actually think the pattern that the Fnatic had in the group stage was to kind of disrespect the opponent, particularly the Yasuo top game, and saying, you know what, we're just going to beat you with what you have. We'll beat you with just a weaker pick, but we can outskill you with it. That was kind of I'm not sure if it was Huni's mentality or the team mentality, but that's why it was picked. Riven, on the other hand, is a champion that we have no idea how the matchup into Fiora goes at the highest level. This is the first time we've seen Fiora really showcase in all 4 games back-to-back. Okay, these are the limits of the champion. How crazy does it get into the late game? Okay, very crazy. What about Riven? How does Riven do into that? I'm guarantee you, Huni and Smeb don't have a lot of matchup into that because not all the top laners here play those 2 champions, so there's not a lot of practice.
Final thoughts on the Champions League point.
I think it comes down to what idea people have coming into Champions League. For example, when it comes to KT, they have this idea that Darius is a stronger part, but against Fnatic, they've shown the Riven. So that is one way of dealing with these stronger champions. If you find a way to deal with these champions, you don't need to ban them. And GP Mordekaiser, there's no way of dealing with these champions. You just have to be banned.
All right, well, we're going to take an opportunity to head backstage where Deficio is standing by with KOO's victorious jungler.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm joined by Hojin from the KOO Tigers. He just qualified to the semifinal where he's taking on Fnatic, of course. My first question is, back at IM Katowice, you guys didn't have a great performance. Now you're top 4 in the world all of a sudden. What has changed for the KOO Tigers compared to back then at IM Katowice?
호진 선수 우선 4강 진출을 축하드리고요. 이제 KOO 타이거즈가 IM전 때는 이제 살짝 안 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데 이번에 완전 다른 모습으로 롤드컵 이제 상위 4개 팀에 지금 들어갔습니다. 그 당시 KOO 타이거즈랑 지금 KOO 타이거즈랑 어떻게 달라졌는지 좀 설명해 주세요.
저희가 항상 저희 팀의 원동력이 강함의 원동력이 뭐냐고 물으면 저희는 항상 이 친구 같은 가족 같은 그런 분위기라고 말하거든요. 근데 그 분위기가 저희를 약간 좀 쉽게 좀 건방지게도 좀 만들고 이렇게 좀 긴장도 빨리 풀리게 만들어서 아마 그게 좀 패착의 원인이 되었던 것 같아서 저희가 정말 보완하려고 많이 노력해서 이번에 좀 많이 준비했기 때문에 이렇게 여기까지 올 수 있는 게 아닌가 싶어요.
So whenever somebody asks what the KOO Tigers' main strength is, we would answer that it's like that friendship and that connection between each other. It's like a family connection. But I think at the IEM tournament, we were a bit too confident and maybe arrogant at some point. So while coming to the World Championship, we tried really hard to fix that problem and play better as a team.
Is the friendship you guys have on your team what makes you so good at always getting back in these games? You guys were down 6,000 gold and you managed to claw your way back and you've done it before. Like, what makes you guys so good at always getting back in the game even if you fall behind early?
쿨타이거즈 팀도 워낙 역전을 잘하기로 한 유명한 팀인데 이번 마지막 게임도 6천 골드 이제 좀 뒤쳐져 있었지만 결국 역전해냈습니다. 이 역전할 수 있는 힘에 대해서 좀 얘기해 주세요.
아까도 말했듯이 저희 그 가족 같은 그런 친근함이 단점이 될 때도 있지만 이렇게 역전할 때 장점이 되어서 역으로 작용할 수도 있기 때문에 아마 그런 이유로 저희가 이렇게 역전도 잘하고 또 운도 좀 따라줘서 그렇게 이긴 것 같아요.
So I think the main reason behind why we're so good at comebacks is, as I said in the previous question, like that connection between our teams, like that faith, leads us to play better even though we're behind, and manage to come back overall.
Last question here. Is Coup Tigers right now the best team in the world?
마지막 질문으로 지금 쿨타이거즈가 세계에서 가장 강한 팀이라고 생각되나요?
솔직히 8강 치르기 전에는 저희가 정말 자신감에 차 있었고 그때 이런 질문을 물었더라면 저희가 당연히 저희는 최강의 팀입니다라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있었는데 지금은 좀 약간 이렇게 탑정글 준비를 많이 했거든요. 근데 약간 이렇게 무너지는 모습을 보여서 자신감을 조금 잃긴 했는데 아마 다시 준비한다면 당연히 다시 말할 수 있을 것 같아요. 저희가 최고라고.
So if you asked this question before the quarterfinals, today's match, I would have said, of course, we're the best team in the world. But today's game, I think we prepared the top jungle a lot, but then we struggled quite a bit. So for now, I'm not too confident, but I think we prepared a lot for the next semifinals. We can regain that confidence to say that once again, we're the best team in the world.
Well, I wish you the best of luck and thank you so much for the interview. Let's send it back to Adash and the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Deficio. I love the first question, the response to the first question, because it paints the picture of Coup Tigers, a team that rose to dominance in the spring split, then had quite a stumble, definitely struggled for a large period of time, made their run back up into Worlds, and here they are flourishing, top 4 teams at Worlds now, and they look pretty good. Hojin there saying they can still be better, but...
Friendship's what allows them to come back. They're just a bunch of bros playing League together and just happen to make it to the semifinals of League.
I kind of miss their cute outfits, though. They used to have such great outfits.
I always look forward to their outfits.
I think it's also the lesson of underestimating preparation. I think most teams go through this once. I remember this one game we played against Giants, who were known for playing with this Jax and Morgana every time, and we didn't ban it, and we got smacked by it. So that's I think it's just the lesson of preparation and appreciating preparation.
And to your point, Zyrene, them not being allowed to have an infinite number of uniforms makes us look better by comparison, because they're not showing up at the tournament and outclassing us. Turning back to the top lane, though, Smeb had an exceptional day as the Grand Duelist on the Rift and claimed our Player of the Series honors.
He just had an amazing series. Coming into here, we were looking at Someday as a guy who had so much consistency to him, but then this 1v1 matchup just kept happening all of the time. And Smeb got to a point where he was level 18 when everybody else was level 15 in the game, and he just kept coming back from deficits with Hojin at his side. Lose a little bit early, but he was always staying in it. That friendship really coming through for Coup Tigers.
So the question is Fiora MVP or is Smeb MVP?
Smeb.
It's just because I think it was very clear based on the graphic. No, but Smeb, because as we mentioned, the skill cap of that champion, where sure, Fiora is a strong champion, but only if you can execute on it properly.
That's why I'm looking forward so much to Smeb versus Huni, because they both play Fiora, they both play Riven, they both are mechanically just gifted on these champions. I want to see what happens there, because we might have another FLICKR versus Ryu kind of outplay going.
All right. I mean, I hope to see the same. Looking at the quarterfinals as a whole, though, earlier we asked what surprised you the most in this stage of Worlds 2015. And Nick Renier tweets, no quarterfinal series has gone 5 games, despite such an explosive and unpredictable group stage.
It's like the first thought that comes to mind. Even though some of these matchups didn't go to 5 games, like the Fnatic EDG, I felt it was really close, even though it was a 3-0.
Yeah, a lot of these games with different picks and bans, right? We just saw a series between KT and Coup that could have gone 5 games if everybody was playing the pick and ban well, and then they went through and then they executed on it. But something, everybody's like, oh, who do you want to win the World Championship and all that? And I'm like, what I really want is the finals to be all 5 games. We've never had a World Championship finals go all 5 games. That's really what I want.
So we're saving up for it
Yeah.
by having no 5-game
no
series
5 games,
in the
just
quarters. We're gonna have a 5-game.
As long as
final.
I get that one.
Well, the reason you don't have those 5 games quarters is because the tournament meta has really stabilized. After you get the group stage goings, especially as it's divided in a couple of days in between, it really allows the teams to reassess what they did wrong and what they did right, and then come up with a better strategy, practice against each other with what they deem is the better strategy after what they had practiced before Worlds. And then, you get a lot of more refined gameplay, and it might not look the prettiest, but at least in their own context, it's the best league that they can show.
All right, next up from Eric Darua, the strength of Tom Kench has surprised me. I knew he sounded strong, but wow, he has shown his power.
Speaking of tournament meta, Tom Kench is definitely up there in my opinion. I'm really surprised that people lagged on finding out how powerful he is. Same with Fiora. I feel like both these champions moving forward in semis and finals are going to be highly contested because they are both extraordinarily powerful, and what they do on the Rift, not many other champions can even do or contest.
It's like when I saw Tom Kench for the first time when it was released, my comparison that I drew, like when it was supported, is just like a worse version of Thresh and Morgana, but in reality, it's just a better version of both. That's what it is.
You had it all backwards, my friend. All right, well, with the quarterfinals done, let's see how the bracket settled. Coup Tigers took down KT Rolster, and we'll move on to Brussels, where they'll face Fnatic. And in our other semifinal, it's Origin and SK Telecom battling for a place on stage in Berlin. That's our show for today, but we'll be back next week starting with an all-new, hot-off-the-griddle Belgian-style primetime league coated with all the sweet memes you've come to know and love. Then on Saturday, our Worlds coverage returns from the Brussels Expo as Europe's Origin takes on the LCK's SK Telecom T1. And on Sunday, it's Fnatic versus Coup Tigers battling for a spot in the finals. Our coverage kicks off on Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Central European Time. That's 7:30 a.m. Pacific. And according to EU West Kalsong Rick, Soaz will have his work cut out for him with Marin. Marin has surprised me the most. I knew he was really good, but not godlike.
Yeah, Marin has definitely been a huge force to be reckoned with. And not only that...
Another Fiora player.
Exactly. He's another Fiora player, and we've seen him play from a deficit as well. And also, Marin calls a ton of the shots for that team, right? So he's a big leader for them. If you can take down Marin, or if he snowballs, he starts putting that into the rest of the game.
One of the weaknesses that he's had, though, this entire time is that he's relatively easy to gank. He plays so aggressive that whoever he's playing against can feel a little oppressed after his up-in-your-face playstyle, just always putting the pressure on. And if you just find a way to sneak a gank in there, you can probably set him behind quite a bit.
If you're ganking him, you're not ganking FLICKR.
It's like,
why would you ever gank FLICKR?
Like the beauty of Marin, yes, I find him very beautiful. The beauty of Marin to me is the fact that he fits into all of these different metas so well. It's like we come into this world with a complete new meta, like revolving around these assassins. People questioning Marin being able to play these like bruisers, assassins may be the wrong word, but Fiora, Darius, and he's playing them phenomenally. The fact that he's willing to adapt and doing it really well is what is amazing to me.
You could call him a timeless top laner. Well, that does it for us today. The Worlds tonight is hitting your browsers in just 15 minutes, so stick around for the week's action broken down by myself, Spawn, and Crumbs. Now, on behalf of the entire live broadcast crew bringing you Worlds 2015, thank you for watching. We'll see you next week, and good night.
KT versus Coup Tigers. Last time we saw these guys, it was epic, and I expect it will be equally, if not more, epic today.
I think they get the heal. Nearly now Sunday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1-for-1.
In fact, Sunday got that kill.
And now KT comes in. A huge apprehend by Sunday. And KT all over the Coup Tigers.
KT Rolster, GG. Now they get it back out of the fight. Got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Curl. They're going to tear apart KT. Game 2 goes to Coup Tigers. No follow-up there.
Oh, never mind. Unstoppable for Sunday. Another nice knockup comes in.
Big heal for Coup Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. Coup Tigers will take a dominating game number 3.
Did not even
Kuros comes again. Nagde playing it dangerously.
The double kill someday a bit late to the party, and I think time's out for him. He's going to try it out.
Oh no! The gravity field. Coup Tigers go to the semifinals.
knocked up in the air so long he may as well have frequent flyer miles. Porn will try to rift walk away and get shut down. Rainover is out. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Def, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. And Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Worlds tonight, coming to you or this morning, coming to you from LA as the crew is picking up stakes in London and moving everything to Brussels. We've got a lot to cover because we had 4 days of big quarterfinal matchups, starting with Flash Wolves versus Origin. The 3-1 for Origin coming out on top. First European team of the tournament to move ahead.
Probably the closest matchup that we had in the quarterfinals. Flash Wolves really a team that we thought would bring a lot more to the table than what they showed there because of their continual growth through the group stages. A little disappointed by that, but Origin with a really slow but solid play style just takes a 3-1.
Yeah, methodical. I think that's what we'll say about Origin, and they had one X factor, and that was their AD carry, who went absolutely bonkers the entire series, so shout out to Niels. But on the side of Flash Wolves, you really have to look towards their mid laner, the person that did step up finally in this set. Maple was able to get a lot of good work done.
Yeah, I want to go back to Niels, though. Absolute rock star for this team. You know, through and through, from day one, the rookie showing up big. And I do feel like he is the one person that they can consistently fall back on and be comfortable putting in a carry position, because we saw a little bit of stumbling on that second half of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's really setting the bar high in terms of what we expect from a top-notch AD carry. Fantastic mechanics, CSing all around, great champion pool, and the team really is like, okay, well, if you're going to carry, okay, here you go. Go for it. We'll just sit and watch.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, you have to give credit once again to Origin for throwing the whole team behind him the way they did in their games, because you go one of two ways, right? You either say, we have to step up, or we can just, like, ride this guy's coattails, and they went with option number 2. The thing that worries me was it was against NL. And NL is, like, don't get me wrong, he's a very consistent AD carry, but he was a substitute coming into this tournament. Can he do it against Bang? Because Bang has been absolutely phenomenal throughout as well.
Yeah, other concerns going forward then have to stretch to the top lane. As we saw today in our series, there are some very strong top laners in this tournament. We have Marin and Smeb as two of the big ones that SOAS might have to go up against.
I think a matter of the top laner has come down to the champions and how the champion pools really affect the draft. So a lot of these teams, even though they have good matchups in the top lane, the pick just really shafts the entire draft, makes no sense whatsoever. And what we find is that these high skill cap champions like the Fioras, the Rivens, are really easier to fit into a composition because of how many tools they have. The picks like Darius and Renekton are really kind of taking a step back just because of they're so inflexible in terms of what they can do to a team comp that it really just slows the whole thing down.
Moving ahead to the next quarterfinal that we had, SKT versus AHQ. We set this one up as a David and Goliath, and it didn't turn out as David and Goliath because the Goliath won this time around. SKT just looked so clean in their victories in this series.
Well, there's a reason we always quote David and Goliath, because that's the only time the little dude actually won the fight. Every other time, like, Goliath just destroys him. That's definitely what happened here. Once again, the shining star was probably the fact that Westor was able to go out with a bang, solo kill FLICKR a couple of times in the laning phase on his birthday, in his retirement game. So huge props to that guy. He's been an absolute pleasure to watch throughout the years. But AHQ, there wasn't much more to say about that series. They got comprehensively, like, destroyed.
I think the tough part going into it is that SKT didn't show much. They showed pretty much what they showed in the group stage, and then they just flat out stomped AHQ. What's Origin going to prepare against this? They know they have very deep champion pools, but they haven't showed any of it yet.
And then the other terrifying thing is the discussion we had on the day of, where we kind of came to the realization that SKT drafts so well every single time, and so credit to the entire staff and Coma specifically, but the fact that they always draft within a theme. You come out of the champion select, and even if the other team has a bunch of power picks, you're still saying, I understand perfectly what SKT is trying to do here.
Yeah, and the other thing is they suit players to champions really well. Like, it's not only the champions they pick, it's like, I know what FLICKR is going to do at this point of the game with his pick. I know how Marin is going to play the lane on Renekton versus Darius, just because they pick, like, really good thematic champions about how SKT like to play the game.
And the really scary fact about them is that this entire tournament, in their, I think it's 9-0 run, they haven't dropped a tier 2 tower at all.
Yeah.
You know how impressive that is against all these split pushes to not drop a tier 2? It is.
Right, even in lane swaps, where sometimes you see
like
a second tier turret push, they still haven't lost one.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this is, like, my favorite quote is, like, there is no Samsung White this year. No, there's not. There's SKT, and they're arguably, like, just as good, if not better. They have this awesome lineup the whole way down once again.
Now I got to push us ahead now to Fnatic versus EDG, a 3-0 series, but we have gone back and said that this was a closer 3-0 series than probably anyone in history.
Yeah, and, you know, realistically, maybe even a 3.50 if you look at the remade game, where it looked like Fnatic was stalling out very well, and you see on the screen the player of the series for Bivin just going absolutely bonkers. But this was a series that I think that we built up with great expectations, and people are going to look at the 3-0 and be like, what a letdown. But when I watched that series, game 1 was like very close. Huni went crazy in game 2 with great support. And then game 3, it was like, once again, a very close game. So I think that it did live up to hype just in a 3-game match.
I think a cool thing about it, too, is that in the game that was remade, Fnatic was very willing to let Gangplank and Mordekaiser go through, which could speak to their upcoming match against the KOO Tigers. Are they going to let these picks go through? Because when they did, it looked like, they had a certain idea as to what they were going to do with that. And it's the first time we really see that in the tournament. Really excited to somebody try it out.
Well, and it speaks to a possible solution for the questions we've had revolving around Champion Select and the meta as it evolves, with Tom Kench now coming up to the top of things. Again, for Fnatic, though, questions around the top lane. We've seen good and bad performances from Huni, and when you go up against, consistency and people who are willing to play around their top laners as well, can he stay away from that tilting form?
Yeah, well, the thing about Huni, and what actually I kind of respect about him, is he will play his lane the same way, and that's why Reignover's ganks are really successful, because you can speak as a jungler, Crumbs, but when your laner gives it away, right, like he's a passive laner, then he goes aggressive, he gives it away. Huni's just always this like maniac in the top lane, and that's why I actually think Reignover's been so successful this tournament, because you have no idea when they're diving you together or Huni's just going by himself.
Absolutely, that aggression is something that is very difficult to read as an opponent as well. It's like, is he baiting me? Like, do they have wards? But I swept everything. I have no idea how they see me. And it's a fantastic way to play. But I think an interesting thing for the matchup is also the Shen supports that help so much in the 1v1 topside with these crazy picks like Riven into Fiora, who I'm certain we're going to see. Whoever gets that Shen pick in the support lane will automatically win that 2v2, that 1v1 in the top
lane. And if you can force the other mid laner to not take teleport, so your mid laner has a teleport, because I feel that if you get Forbidden on a cleanse mid laner, you can really try and bully Huni with that second TP.
Yeah, I also do want to hit on Reckless, because we hit on Niels as being, a carry, AD carry. Reckless has filled in whatever role his team has needed. He's really come into his own in this World Championship, but playing the Kennen, playing the team fight, AD carry in the Sivir, whatever he needed, but also being able to stretch to those carry roles. Now I want to contrast all of these teams with the series that we had today. KOO versus KT, the 3-1. As we said, Smeb came up really huge for the team right here on your screen, playing that Fiora so well.
Yeah, and I think Zyrene made the first comparison between Fiora and Riven and how similar the champions are in their mechanical, I guess, skill that you need to play them. And Smeb's always been one of the best Riven players in the world. To see him go berserk on a champion like Fiora was like very impressive to watch, but I don't think very surprising to many people.
I think a big credit for the KOO win has to be the coaching staff in really deciding these stellar drafts and, with the exception of the first game, really understanding how the team compositions ought to be played, especially into what KT was haphazardly throwing together and calling it a team composition. But that just speaks to what we thought about KOO, that they're a team that knows how to counter somebody's strategy. They know what you're going to pick, and they're just going to pick around it and pick perfectly into it and just dismantle teams. And we really saw KT just lost. They had no idea what to do. This is not the team we saw in the group stage, and KOO really showed it to them.
Yeah, and I have a couple of things about this match. The last time they played, it was a blind pick that really upset it with the Ashe Leona, which is very hard in a blind pick because you don't get to see summoner spells. The second thing is at an hour, 7 minutes into last night's last game video, I actually predicted the winner of this, so thank you very much, guys. I came up with...
You got one at Worlds.
Well, I kept hearing about this coin guy that had a 50% chance, so I had to get SKT and KOO to get back up to this coin dude.
Oh,
but
Lordy.
The other thing that actually I was really disappointed in, and I think a lot of people are now that they've looked at KT, is KT are a team, once they get on Summoner's Rift, perform very well. But before that, they struggle in Champion Select, like, extraordinarily. And this is like a reoccurring trend. And this is a completely different meta, and they still haven't pieced it back together. So KT have a lot of questions in the offseason of how they will finally get that under control.
Yeah, disappointed by KT's drafts in general today. It's tough to analyze KOO's drafts for that reason, because I don't feel like KT really pressured them in any way. You're gonna let them have Fiora 4 times, well then I don't really know if KOO is drafting well, they're just drafting what's winning.
Well, one thing that actually really impressed me about KOO is they took the North American strategy that they completely pulled apart and ran it in a couple of games.
Man.
Like, that was so, like, amusing to watch. Like,
you already
had to beat this.
had dinner.
Yeah,
not enough, dude.
All right, well, those are the quarterfinals out of the way. This gives us our 4 semifinal teams. Now let's take an opportunity to preview those matchups. Of course, first up on Saturday, we're going to have Origin versus SKT, and then Sunday, we're going to follow that with Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. Let's start with that Origin versus SKT matchup. Definitely, SKT has to be favored here, 9-0, undefeated still at Worlds.
Yeah. Absolutely, but Origin seems to be, in my opinion, the team that can actually take a game off them with a bit of a wonky pick. You know, Anivia, pretty powerful champion, and a lot of teams don't have experience playing against it. As we saw, Flash was trying to fight in corridors and then jungle fights. When you play against that champion, the jungle does not belong to you anymore. You need to fight only very specific windows. So unless SKT is willing to ban that out and see what else Xpeke has to...
On the flip side, though, you've got Ryze for FLICKR. So you talk about picks that no one else is really playing at Worlds in the mid lane. It's like, well, okay, you got Anivia, but we've got the Ryze. I mean, there's the diversity in the mid lane alone, just across this entire Worlds tournament, has been massive. So you have to assume, too, having seen the Anivia for a couple weeks now, they've got some kind of strategy.
Absolutely. I'm just starting the argument with what I think Origin has a chance of actually taking a game off, at least, because they're underdogs, no doubt, but if I'm looking at one guy, it's going to be Niels. Niels, to me, is the guy that's going to take one, maybe even 2 games off SKT. Such a commanding performance, particularly since SKT, they know Bang is pretty much the same caliber, but they don't let him play that way. They play passive. We're going to focus on the side lanes instead.
Yeah, my big thing that I'm looking at coming into this series is a mentality. And we've spoken about it a lot about these European teams, and they have been, like, overall very impressive. But now you have to play a team like SKT. And can they keep it together? Like, if they drop game 1, do these, like, very resilient, especially the younger players like Reckless and Niels, as they come up against these teams, like, are they able to keep it together? Do they get a little bit rattled when they have to play these absolutely mechanical freaks? Like, I don't know the answer to that. And that's what really interests me, because if Niels, even if he loses this series, is able to perform the way Niels has been performing, like, this guy's future will just, like, continue to skyrocket up. They have everything to win and completely nothing to lose here.
Yeah, definitely a tall order. I'm in line with you guys. I think Niels is going to be the person that they're going to have to funnel a lot of resources into in order to get wins off of SKT. Jumping ahead now to the second semifinal matchup, Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. This one, I'm really uncertain. I think I would favor Fnatic here based off of their performance against EDG. They look to have such diversity in their strategies, their ability to play games.
I would disagree with the diversity in the strategy, but I do enjoy it very much because I feel like Reckless has been going with trying to shift the meta away from the AD carry that's dishing out as much damage as possible. And sure, on the Kennen and the Sivers, the damage is also very high, but it provides a lot more utility for his team and takes a more of a passive role towards the team compositions, which is refreshing to see from what we are seeing in the group stage of the Jinx hyper carry or the Kalista compositions and all that.
But that's where I'll dispute that, because in the quarterfinals, we saw Reckless break out of that shell in a game where it was needed. We saw him move to that Jinx. Yes, he also played the Kennen and played the supportive champions. And then, too, we saw Huni take a chance, or take a game and carry on Riven. We saw Febivin on Victor, as well as LeBlanc, and roaming down, getting 3 kills early, you know, dealing with pawns, teleporting TF, while still picking up kills and beating him in CS. I feel like they have enough different ways to win the game in terms of people. Exactly. You just say, fine, if you're going to target Huni, we'll funnel a composition through Febivin or through Reckless.
No matter what, they will have a composition that they are comfortable with. They are that diversified.
Absolutely.
So my concern here is I actually think that the bottom lane was a losing lane in Fnatic versus EDG in a couple of the games, and that they do funnel a lot into Huni, and I think Huni will get ahead. My one question is, can Smeb once again play the way he did today when he was behind? Because Smeb was behind in a couple of games and catches up relatively well as a carry top laner. So I think that's the biggest question. I'm not going to say that I'm going with Fnatic, even though I kind of am, because I know how EU fans feel about how bad my jinxing curse is right now. Because I think that this is a team that, this is a team that has incrementally gotten a lot better, but you can never take anything away from KOO just because of how well prepared they are.
Final thoughts on KOO, Crumbs, before we head out.
I think that KOO has a lot of hope in terms of the falling behind for Smeb, because even though he fell behind a lot and they knew that the lane was practically over, when you see a Renekton 2-0 in a lane that has killed your solo laner twice already, you kind of want to abandon that lane. But Hojin, even though he didn't get the first gank in there, he manages to find a way to just keep Smeb just barely hanging in there and can always come back with the high scaling champion. So if we see him bust out another pick that can scale very well into the late game, even if he falls behind, I'm sure Hojin can find a way to just keep him in the game.
Yeah, we saw with the focus put today for Sunday in the top lane that Smed was still able to stay in it. And as Fnatic is a team that likes to put resources into Huni, it bodes well for KOO that they are able to deal with that kind of a pressure. Well, that sets the stage for our 2 semifinal matches. I'm very excited to see them both. That's going to do it for us tonight on Worlds Tonight. We'll see you all in Brussels next week.
KT versus KOO Tigers. Last time we saw these guys, it was epic, and I expect it will be equally, if not more, epic today.
I think they get the heal. Really, now Sunday pulls him in. Oh, and he gets 1 for 1.
In fact, Sunday got that kill.
And now KT comes in. A huge apprehend by Sunday. And KT all over the KOO Tigers.
KT Rolster, GG. Now they get it back out of the fight. Got exhausted, couldn't really do anything. Double kill comes in for Curl. They're going to tear apart KT. Game 2 goes to KOO Tigers. But no follow-up there.
Oh, never mind. Unstoppable for Sunday. Another nice knockup comes in.
Big heal for KOO Tigers, and they will chase KT over the moment. KOO Tigers will take a dominating game number 3.
Did not need to
Again, Nocte playing it dangerously.
The double kill someday, a bit late to the party, and I think time's out for him. He's going to try it all.